Welcome into our Day 3 coverage here on the 2025 NFL Draft. I am Tom Downey for the Cowboys Report. Producer Chris Daughtry, once again, behind the scenes for today's live show. Cowboys don't pick for now until the 5th round. We will have all-day coverage, including some simulcast action for you guys on today's live stream. Then once the 5th round comes here, we'll be exclusive on the Cowboys Report. As a reminder, because I'm built different, we're doing it again. Every 200 likes, I will do a shot on today's show. We are at 32 right now, but the audience just now tuning in. So like the video. If you haven't already done so, please and thank you. Simple, free, easy. Really helps get the audience going, the juice up, and makes life easy for us here. So like the video. If you haven't already done so, that should be in the rotation. Likes equals more views. Keep the lights on. Everything else here at the Cowboys Report. So help me out by liking today's show. As a reminder, the Cowboys do not pick until the 5th round. We will monitor what players are available throughout today's show. The Super Chat menu. $10 is a rookie jersey raffle. You are entered in to our rookie jersey raffle. Nandor Bank, Jerry Julius won the first 2 days. Everyone eligible again today. You can pick and choose what jersey you want, and we'll get all your shipping info and get that sent out to you. Once they make them all, if they're available. So it might be a little bit of a wait, but we'll have the rookie jerseys for you. Any player you want. That's any rookie draft pick, we got you covered there. $50 for a tortilla slap. $100 beer bong. We got a deal alert from producer Brett. Now we're going to be live here for like 7 more minutes here. So limited time offer. He's got 2 beer bats available. $100 will bring in producer Brett and have him drink with us on air. He and I will both do a beer bong slash a giveaway there. We're not giveaway, the beer bat race. So $100 super chat for that. We are doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle. That's going to be done at the end of today's live stream. So I do want to hit that a bunch throughout today's show. At What Going Downey, $20 to enter the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Take home right now is 30, but those are rookie numbers. I want to pump those numbers up. The most hundreds in the month of April gets the DeMarvion Overshown jersey. Right now, Nandor Bank has a sizable lead. By the way, all the Venmos count double. So 100 is 2 beer bongs and double the DeMarvion Overshown jersey tracker numbers and double raffle entries as well. Today's show, a lot of sponsors. Happy to have you guys on board. First up is Game Time. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create your account, and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms do apply. But again, create your account, redeem code CHATSPORTS, CHATSPORTS, for $20 off your first purchase. Link is in the live chat. It is in the description of today's show as well. It's gametime.co, promo code CHATSPORTS. Also made possible by Chubbies. Whether you're getting dressed for a work day, a workout, or a weekend getaway, Chubbies has you covered. For a limited time, they're giving you guys 20% off your order with code CHAT at chubbyshorts.com/chat. Not just shorts anymore. They make some fantastic polos as well. That's code CHAT at chubbyshorts.com/chat. Get yours today. It is perfect as the weather gets hotter and the summer arrives. Support our show. Tell them we sent you. Don't blend in with the crowd. Stand out instead with Chubbies. That link is also in the live chat and the description of today's show. And so too is Mando Whole Body Deodorant. You guys get a special offer, $5 off a starter pack with our exclusive code CHAT. That's actually over 40% off the starter pack. Use code CHAT at shopmando.com. That's SHOPMANDO.com. Support our show. Tell them we sent you. Stay fresher, or stay drier, smell fresher, and boost your confidence from head to toe with Mando. Link will be in the comments section and the description of today's show. It's in the live chat in there as well. Shopmando.com. Promo code is CHAT. We are minutes away from the start of the 4th round of the 2025 NFL Draft. It's a long wait for the Cowboys. It's a long wait. Who do you want them to take? I would have interest in trading up and getting a running back. There's a lot of them I have left. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 top 100 grades on the board. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 top 150 grades. In theory, you can get a back there, but I think there were 12 running backs who went in this exact same range last year for the Cowboys. They were drafting a little bit later in the 5th round, so that's something to certainly monitor and see how things play out there. But that is a concern you have. At this point, I doubt the receivers fall, and it just kind of is what it is. And maybe you go sign somebody, but they're gonna have a bad receiving core outside of Lamb. That's gonna be a huge issue. I think that's a free agency failing more than it was a draft failing. But welcome to the Cowboys. Jotman, $2 super chat, first one of the day. Thank you, Jotman. Says, please get a running back. I can't do this another year. We'll see where Dylan Sampson goes, and where Bashal Tutin and Cam Scattaboo and DJ Giddens and Damian Martinez and Jarquez Hunter and Jordan James and Rashard Smith, Devin Neal, Jaden Blue, Ollie Gordon, even stretches to LaQuint Allen, Taj Brooks, Trevor Etienne. It's 20 backs I got in the top 180 here. I just think that is a spot I would like to see happen for the Cowboys, but TBD if they can make that happen. Remember to like the video, folks, and let me know who you want the Cowboys to draft, and hopefully not too many of our names end up going off the board there. I'd also have interest in trading away your day 3 picks to get more players. That would be a good thing. Like, trade some of your day 3 picks and profit in the process there. We do have a goal today. That is to beat last year's day 3 super chat totals. We're in a battle against ourselves because I'm pretty sure we smoked the Niners and Eagles yesterday, right? Yeah, we beat them combined. It was close, right? It was close. Got a long way to go. We will do beer bongs. We will do shots. We will do giveaways. We will do raffles. We will do all kinds of stuff. Get those super chats in, and we'll have some fun here on day 3. It is the sickos day on day 3. I love it. I got to Zach Crosby is the super chat here. He says, the exciting white is inevitable. I don't know if Scattaboo falls that far, but I take him in a heartbeat in the 5th. In a heartbeat. And if they take Cam Scattaboo in the 5th, I will tweet out that photo of the exciting whites. Promise you that I will do it. Let's go one time through the super chat menu. Then I should probably get back over to the Chat Sports simulcast. It'll just be me over there. So you've got a lot of, me talking for the next 8 hours, however the hell long we're live for. It's going to be a long day. $10 rookie jersey raffle. We will track that throughout today's show, even when we're doing the simulcast. $50 for the tortilla slaps. $100 for a beer bong. Venmo 50-50 raffle at What Going Downy. $20 to enter that one. The most hundreds in the month of April gets you the DeMarvion Overshown jersey. As a reminder, the Venmos count double for today. Nandor Bank's been crushing it on the Venmo side. Thank you very much, Nandor. He said he'd be back again today. So I think we will have some beer bongs that happen from our good friend Nandor there. I'll sign off here in a second, but grade the Cowboys draft so far. A, B, C, D, or F. It is the pinned comments, the pinned poll, I should say, excuse me. On today's show, A, B, C, D, or F. 45% are voting B, 44% are voting A, 9% say C, 2% say D or F. Some quick shout-outs here. Mean Muggins, a $2 super chat. Mingo has had Cooper Rush and Bryce Young in his QB. Yeah, but he also got outplayed by a lot of guys in Carolina. I'm concerned about that one. NFL Draft Guy 31, you are in to the jersey raffle. Appreciate that, my friend, for the $10 super chat. Chris Daughtry will handle things for a couple minutes here on the side. I'll jump back over to Chat Sports. Simulcast coming up here in just a second.
What is going on, Cowboys fans? Let me know how you guys feel about the Cowboys draft so far. I saw somebody on Twitter earlier talking about, Tyler Booker and Donovan Ezeriuaku going, in the first and second round there. If it would have been swapped, I feel like a lot of people would feel a whole lot better because the Tyler Booker, where they picked there at 12, a lot of people didn't really like that. But I think if they swapped, I think people would be liking it a little bit more. He's still getting the same players. But let's see. Cesar says B. Danny the King says B. G says Shadur's butt. We'll see where Shadur goes today, man. No way he doesn't get drafted at all. Let's see, G says we need to draft a punter. Yeah, I tell you what, man, if you draft a punter at all, it doesn't matter what round it is, it's absolutely ridiculous. You should never do that. Joke of a franchise if you do that. All right, we are going to send you guys over to Simulcast with Maine here in just a second. Sam's giving me a little countdown here. We'll see you guys back here at the start of the 5th round.
Steelers at 27. We just added Cowboys to the list here. Oh, never mind. We're bringing in the Cowboys Report, as we welcome back Tom Downey here. We were just talking a little bit about Shedeur Sanders here and where he's going to go here, Tom. We talked about it a little bit earlier in the show, but honestly, it seems like the Steelers are the favorite to me, but if the Steelers don't take him at 123, I don't think they take him at all.
I would probably agree with you on that front there. Jack's going to sign off here. He's going to head back over to Steelers with – you're going to be on Shedeur watch, frankly, for the 4th round there. So I got you covered for the early part of day 3. I'll be here for the 4th round. Keep the comments coming. Who you think ends up drafting Shedeur Sanders? There have been a couple Cowboys supers. We'll get to those here in a little bit as well. We got plenty of stuff to get through here for day 3 of the 2025 NFL Draft. Like I said on the Cowboys stream, it's a sickos day. It's only for the nerds, only for the diehards here. Only the psychos. A lot of other streams. Oh, we're not going to do day 3. We do day 3 because we care. We are locked in here for the entirety of the 2025 NFL Draft. I spend too much time to not be live for day 3. It just doesn't make any sense there. Vote in the pin poll for who will draft Shedeur Sanders. 31% voting Steelers, 19% Raiders, 9% Rams, 40% going on the others. We got 1 minute until day 3 of the 2025 NFL Draft gets started. If you are ready, if you are excited, spam go in the comment section of today's show. Let's see if we can break the chat rate highs on both the Chat Sports live stream and our simulcast live stream right now on the Cowboys Report. Spam go for me in the comment section right now. We got 700, almost 1,000 people watching on the Cowboys Report, almost 3,000 here on the Chat Sports live stream. Get those comments flowing for me. I see the super chats, guys. Don't worry, we will get to those here early on with the Titans about to go on the clock here. 20 seconds left. As a reminder, we get a $50 super chat. I will beer bong a Red Bull to get things going and have some fun. Only had 1 yesterday, therefore I can have like 6 today, right? That's how math works. That's how the math works. I don't know what the caffeine content is there. Spam go in the comment section right now. Day 3, NFL Draft. Let's ride. Welcome into day 3 of the 2025 NFL Draft. I am Tom Downey, Jack Lauderay, Sam Brown behind the scenes, plus the entire Chat Sports crew here. We're going to break down all of day 3. We have a special deal, by the way, available. $100 super chat will make producer Brett come in here and do a beer bat, which I think would be hilarious and super fun there. Titans are on the clock in a minute. They have not officially been put on the clock yet, I don't believe. To kick off in the 4th round. 103, the Titans. The Jags at 104. The Giants at 105. Patriots at 106. The Jags at 107. The Raiders at 108. Steelers talk. Looking over to Jack Sperry here for you guys. Patriots 106. I don't remember that one at all. Jags 107. Raiders 108. Bears 109. Jets 110. Eagles 111. Saints. Niners. Panthers, which came in via the Jonathan Mingo trade from the Dallas Cowboys. Best available players for me. We got Shedeur Sanders at 40. We will see when he goes. This will not be a Mel Kiper meltdown session. We talk about Shedeur Sanders every single pick. Elike Manor at 54. Marcus Bowe at 56. Jack Sawyer. I am higher than most on Antoine Powell-Ryland, but I am a fan of his game. Jalen Royals, Dylan Sampson, Cameron Williams, and then you've also got Braden Swinson, Bashal Tootin. A lot of running backs. I got 11 top 150 backs left on the board here. There could be a run on those guys in round 4 and in round 5. Torrey Horton, Cam Scadaboo, not in that order. Quincy Riley in there as well. Kyle Kennard, Gunnar Helm, all of those are available in this year's class. We'll see how long they end up waiting. If you haven't already hit that sub button, we are less than 90 subs away from 408,000 here on the Chat Sports YouTube channel. I owe a Bean Boozled, don't I, Jack? Not yet? Well, 940 is the number. Can we get there before the Titans make their selection? Hit that sub button right now. I mean, can we get to 408? That'd be even better. It's just, a little bit extra there. Free videos will be live all throughout day 3. We will have NBA coverage for you. We will have undrafted free agency updates for you guys tomorrow. We will have you covered with everything around the NFL draft. This is the spot for you. Hit that sub button, youtube.com/chatsportstv. There's the Bean Boozled for the first part there. Can we get to 408? Less than 50 away. This is either Stinky Socks or Tutti Frutti. 408, Sam says
we're less than 50 away. We're less than 50 away. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Tutti Frutti or Stinky Socks? Let's find out, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is the right one. Yeah.
There is a band on the stage right now. The band is on the stage. The band is on the stage.
I think that's Tutti Frutti.
41 away. 41 away.
It's not great, though. It's not great. Tutti Frutti kind of stinks. This can't be Stinky Socks, though. Stinky Socks has to be worse. So. Roger Goodell is on screen, so that means it's time to boo. You know what that means, folks. Spam your boos in the comments section of today's show. Get those get those boos in the comments section.
Let's go. We're 26 away. 26 away.
You can't
whoa,
do that.
Whoa,
you
whoa,
can't
whoa,
do that.
whoa.
We're going to get flagged now,
whoa,
Sam.
We're going to get flagged on YouTube.
15-yard penalty.
That's a 15-yard penalty.
It's a water
It's also 3 pumps. It's 2 15-yard penalties.
26 subs away. 26 subs away.
Hit that sub button. We're 26 away from 408,000.
Can we get there?
Titans not yet on the clock. I don't think Jack's going to leave until we get there, I feel like. I feel like there's no chance he does it.
What?
You could go away from this until we get to 408.
No.
We got 4,000 people watching.
If you guys
live.
want us to talk ball, which we're going to do all day.
Oh, Goodell's here for day 3? Fuck.
We got to get to 408 first.
There
we go.
It is. We're making Sam do a shot fun here in a minute as well. 408K on Chat Sports. Thank you all so much. I'd say go stand in Sperry's spot, but there's no way you'd be visible. Sam would be like this up here. Prove me wrong. Go over there. Prove me wrong. Tell me my crop isn't spot on. Tell me it's not spot on. I'm not far off at all. Look at that. I was spot on, man. I was spot on. All right. We will make Sam do a shot fun here. Cold. It needs to be cold. Cold or it's going to be a disaster. It's got to be cold. He'll come back here in just a second. Got plenty of super chats to get to as well. We get a chance on the Cowboys and on the Chat Sports side. Tennessee is officially on the clock now to begin round 4. The Titans on the clock. We're fine. Titans on the clock, 408,036. Thank you all so much. Tennessee at 103. They got 5 minutes per pick. 5 minutes per pick. NFL Draft Guy 31 says, my dream is Cowboys draft running backs Cam Scadaboo and Jaden Blue in the 5th. Trade for Jamison Williams. Lastly, Quinn Ewers equals Quicksand Falco, which is pretty funny. Which I appreciate the joke on that one. I don't know if you can get Cam in the 5th, but I do it. If you can trade for Jamison, yes. I feel like he's not going to end up getting traded in the end. I don't know. I don't do the shot funds. I'm hoping you're right. We're going to find out with Sam does a shot fun here for 48K. Cowboys Supers. We'll read them off. This is maybe it's not that way. There you go. Mingo said Cooper Rush and Bryce Young. A lot of people got outplayed. So there we go. There you go, Sam. It's a shot fun. It's electric. Looks like he's doing something else, right?
Didn't like fully break.
Well, maybe he did it wrong. I don't know. Gotta pump that. All right, NFL Draft Guy 31. This on Cowboys into our jersey raffle. Rosefully, why'd we free up all that cap space? Thoughts? I think they thought they were going to sign Jordan Lewis, but it was a weird choice to not spend. But that's the Cowboys. Cameron Williams. Thoughts on Scatterbo in the fifth if he's available? Hell yeah, let's do it. I love that pick. Amari Cooper back. If the relationship is good, I would absolutely call. So, William Cook. I read that Steven said they wanted to take a running back on the season with Williams and Sanders. I think if Shavon Revel had not been there, they would have taken it back. I think they would have taken Facial Tootin. But that's what you would all say if you wanted to take it back still in the 5th round. So let's see how today plays out. About Ollie Gordon. I got Ollie Gordon as a 5th round pick. He was awesome in 2023 and then not good at all in 2024. And the DUI stuff, which I think was a red flag for teams. So we'll see how that plays out. But I think the 5th round, I would have no complaints. He's 148 on my board. So it'd be perfect value if he's there. Eli Aaron, Taj Brooks. I think a bit underrated. He's at 161 for me. Another 5th round grade. I got 20 guys inside the 5th round at running back for me. It's a deep class. Crispy, is this the best 3 picks we had since the Parsons draft? I also took Kelvin Joseph in that draft, so I don't know if those are the best 3 picks. I think I judge it based on my board, right? Like I do all this work in advance. Yeah, those are the day 2 value picks were awesome. If this team had gotten Tedero and McMillan, we would all be freaking out as Cowboys fans. All would be freaking out. Pick is in for the Tennessee Titans at round 4, pick number 103. It is the very first pick of day 3 of the 2025 NFL Draft. Titans are currently on the clock. Shout out your favorite NFL team for me in the comment section of today's show. Got some supers coming in on Cowboys, but there's no rush on those, Jack. I know we got the pick coming in, hopefully in the not-too-distant future. Tennessee, round 4, pick 103. God, I cannot wait till Mitch tries to pronounce this name. That is going to be hilarious. That's also wrong. Chimere Dike is the pick here out of Florida. This is a really gifted athlete, vertical field stretcher, has done some inside, has done some slot, began his career at Wisconsin, actually played both at Wisconsin and at Florida with his good buddy Graham Mertz, the quarterback there. There is return experience, return value there. I knew he was fast. He ran a 4.34 40-yard dash, 38.5-inch vert, elite really good, I should say, 6.82 3-cone. Doesn't do as much after the catch as I would like. I think the athletic traits are really intriguing. The production is not there. He is not yet the sum of his traits. 2 athletic comps. Ryan Flanoy, the Cowboys pick there last year, and Mike Wallace of the longtime Steelers receiver. So Chimere Dike is the pick out of Florida. It is pronounced DK. It's not the other words that you could maybe potentially interpret that as. DK. Thank God the Raiders didn't take him. We might have had a real bad moment over there. There's some bangers for Mitch to get to today. So Titans picks so far: Cam Ward, Femi Oladejo, Kevin Winston Jr., and Chimere Dike, the wide receiver out of Florida. I thought they were going to go receiver. I didn't think it was going to be this particular receiver. But I think at this point on day 2, it's just you're going to have some unique picks. If we get $100 super chat right now, before the Jags make their pick, and we announce it, our boss James, CEO James, will come in and chug a full bong or a beer bong it on the show. $100 super chat, and we'll make the CEO of Chat Sports come on here and do a beer bong for you guys. That offer is a limited time offer. $100 super chat, or I guess Venmo, if we get a Venmo too, at What Going Downy on that one. $100, and Boss Man James will come in here and crack open a large beer and chug it, or he'll just use my beer bong. By the way, the offer still stands for me, $50, and I will beer bong this Red Bull, and we'll get some energy here on the live streams. Live on Cowboys and live on Chat Sports, the simulcast coverage coming at you guys right now. Roman Wolf Gaming for the 5th round. The Cowboys select Tom Downey. That is a terrible pick because I am not in shape. And also attempted murder because I will die if I try to play football at that level. Joshua Castillo, what do you think about Ollie Gordon? 5th round pick for me. I think he's kind of an early down power runner. Times doesn't run with enough power, which is like kind of the concern and why he's a 5th round pick. But, you know, this is Cowboys Super Chat. He's there in the 5th round for the Cowboys. I think you do it. Danny, how much money would Jerry make if he drafts Sanders here? I don't know if he would make that much, though. Nandor Bank, $100. Get James in here. Nandor coming through again. A $100 Venmo. Nandor Bank coming through. We'll also give him a bunch of raffles for the Cowboys Report. Nandor Bank always delivers the $100 super or $100 Venmo right before the Jags pick gets announced. Perfect timing. Jags pick coming in here at number 104 for Jacksonville. Nandor, yeah, I'll second to you. Nandor Bank, the $100 Venmo. TV or to you? I got to find you in the Slack channel. Jags have taken a running back, one of my favorite guys in this class, Bashal Tootin. I had a 3rd round grade on him. He goes off the board early in the 4th round. This is one of the most explosive running backs in the NFL draft this year. Dynamic playmaker, big playability, the fastest guy this year. You're at 107. Tootin offers big playability. He's got game-breaking speed, had the fastest 40-yard dash, if you care about that. There is a fumbling issue for Bashal Tootin that exists. I got Tiki Barber, but he's faster, but he's very similar build as TK Barber. Went to a Virginia school. The closest athletic comp was Reggie Bush, but I'm not doing that one. I think Matt Breida, Chase Brown are similar athletic comps there. There's kick return value. I had a 3rd round grade on him. I think this is a great pick by Jacksonville. I do wonder what this means long-term for Travis Etienne. Because Tank Bigsby's there, and now Bashal Tootin's there. Wouldn't be surprised if Jacksonville tried to shop Travis Etienne. This is an explosive playmaker. 15 touchdowns, just 183 carries last year for Virginia Tech offense that just really wasn't all that productive, all that great. Love the selection here by Jacksonville. Tootin off the board here at 104 to Jacksonville. That puts the G-Men on the clock now at 105. We are simulcasting again on the Cowboys Report live stream and on the Chat Sports YouTube channel. James is on his way as we appreciate the $100 Venmo from Nandor Bank. You want the beer bong, or you want to shotgun it, or just chug it?
I just chug it.
Dealer's choice.
We formed the bull of my eyes and you verified Venmo.
Yes, you want to see it?
On cap.
I'm doing a Red Bull beer bong too.
All right.
There it is. Accusations of cap. What are we doing out here?
Okay.
We got a 50 from Michael, so I'm doing a Red Bull beer bong too.
Tom, much like college football.
Oh, you're wearing Eagles
College
now?
champs. Only support the champs.
Jeez.
Support the champs.
This is a betrayal.
Win a title. Like Michigan, the Eagles, champs. Right, Jack?
I hate the fact that you can just say champs. The slowest pour ever on my part. All right. Pick us in for the Giants. Let's pound this one real quick. Get the air bubble out of there.
Shout out to the chat. Shout out to our guy with the, what's his name?
Nandor Bank.
Nandor.
Here we go.
Thank you.
There we go. Everyone spam chug in the comments. Slight spillage. There we go. There we
Good
go.
work, team. Good work.
There we go. Giants pick is in. Giants are taking, there it is for producer Jack. Cam Scattaboo off the board at number 105. Producer Jack is so excited he forgot to get the pickup. He's just clicking around, panicking out there right now. Take a breath and then put it on there. Cam Scattaboo, round 4, 105. Come on up here, Jack.
Let's go! I gotta go talk to Mark.
He's going to Marshall right now. Scattaboo, powerful football player. This is a fun player. He is, by the way, the first FBS player with 1,500 plus rushing yards and 500 receiving yards since this guy named Christian McCaffrey. They are not similar players, though. The top-end speed simply is not there. He's never going to be a true breakaway burner. This is a downhill run style. There's some big Kyron Williams to his game. I think Javonte Williams works pretty well as a comp. Kareem Hunt, who wasn't a burner but does good third down stuff and early down stuff for you as well. There's pass-catching value. I think pairing him with Tyrone Tracy is a fantastic fit for the New York Giants. I think that's a really good selection by New York. As some super chats have pointed out on the Cowboys side, the running back class is very quickly thinning out with 2 early picks in the 4th round. Next 3 will not be backs. It's the Patriots, Jags, and Raiders. They've all taken one already this year, but that class is thinning out rapid fire here. Abdul Carter, I'm not high on Jackson Dart. I think Darius Alexander, Cam Scattaboo, good picks, though, by the New York Football Giants. Scattaboo is a super fun fit in New York. Super fun fit. Like what the Giants are doing. I don't believe in Jackson Dart, but beyond that, I do like what they are doing. He went to Arizona State. Can you tell?
I'm so happy.
Hey, maybe my Ohio guy gets drafted this year. I doubt it because I didn't even bother doing grades on anybody or notes on anybody in the end. So Giants take Cam Scattaboo. The Patriots on the clock now, number 106. Let's get to some of the supers that have come in so far, and we will continue to discuss all the picks as they happen. Raekwon Smith would draft Antoine Powell-Ryland still. The Cowboys wouldn't because he has short arms, but I think someone should take him in the 4th round. Will they? He might go in the 5th. I'm just higher on him, but someone's going to get a good day 3 steal, as far as I'm concerned. Someone will get a damn good football player there. Thank you, Raekwon. Appreciate that. Sam Sanders to Miami. Maybe. I think outside chance Jacksonville does it, but seems unlikely. The Raiders at 108 lurk as an option here, but I wouldn't be bad at Shedeur to Miami. I think that given Tua's injury history, I think that's actually low-key a good idea, despite the drama it might cause. Matt Hurdy, what about Jimmy Horn? Any value? I got him in the 7th. My issue with Jimmy Horn, and this goes for LeJontay Wester out of Colorado too, that's a gadget player. It's a gadget slot return guy. The Cowboys have that already. For Dallas, you're kind of at the point where you don't need a receiver. You need a really good receiver. It's not, you don't need an A body. You need a top-end guy. I've got 3 guys I think could contribute in that mold still. And they might not be there when the Cowboys are on the clock. So, Michael Wall, this was the $50 super chat that came in earlier for the Red Bull Bong. I appreciate that, Michael. Thank you very much, my friend. We'll give you some jersey entries there as well. Sam, I know there's more running backs, Tom, but it's looking scary. Again, this is don't you wish you had a 4th round pick. Don't you wish you had one of those. Cowboys don't, and we shall see what happens. That's fine. The super chat menu, every 100 subs, we will spin the wheel and do the Bean Boozled and get either good flavors like Berry Blue or a bad flavor like Barf. $5 super chat, you are entered into our draft hat raffle end of today. We will give away a draft hat there. $10, we will talk about your team as we get some rapid fire picks coming through here in the 4th round. I'm sure we'll get details on those. Jags, I think, did we just miss the Patriots pick at 106? At 6? Okay. Jags are now back on the clock. The Patriots at 106. Who they? I don't know who they took. I didn't see. Oh, safety for the Patriots. Craig Woodson, the safety out of Cal. I'm a little surprised he goes this early. I did like him, though. I thought I was higher on him than most. I guess clearly not in the end. I have underrated sleeper tag for Craig Woodson. He's done free safety. He's done strong safety. He's done nickel. He's a good athlete. He's got great special teams value. He doesn't miss very many tackles. He's got a knee injury in 2021 that I think might have been a red flag for some teams. I don't think he plays as fast as he tested. I think he can sometimes kind of get sucked out by, getting baited by the vision, and smarter, headier QBs kind of trick him into stuff there. Just turned 24 back in February. A little early, but I had a sleeper tag on him. So I feel good when I got a sleeper tag on somebody and then they go earlier. It makes me think I had the right eval there to an extent. So Craig Woodson off the board here to the Patriots at 106. Jacksonville making their pick at 107. We got we got to Sam's already. We got to the running backs being light there. Crispy, next time they trade for trade a 4, please. Okay, BC Studios. Is Shedeur going undrafted realistic right now? Maybe, but I still doubt it in the end. Cardi 4, who you got the Steelers taking with their 4th round pick? It's a good question. Quarterback wouldn't be a surprise to me. They need help there. They don't have a lot at the spot, especially with Aaron Rodgers still not yet signed. I don't think you can rule out like a wide receiver either, actually. Maybe you look at a corner again, but quarterback seems like an obvious fit there. Jacksonville has made their pick in round 4, their second pick, I should say. I have a 4th round grade on Jack Kaiser, the linebacker out of Notre Dame. Full-time starter, was kind of a part-time rotational 3-down linebacker substitution starter for this past year. Ironically, the athletic comp is Jack Sanborn, who played for Wisconsin. This is the production versus traits debate for me. The production was really good this year. 90 tackles, doesn't miss a lot of tackles in general. 6 sacks, 6 forced fumbles, 11 PBUs, 4 interceptions in his career. That's good stuff. Team captain, high football IQ guy. Testing was good for him. Not an elite athlete. He's undersized. The arm length isn't great. Doesn't have great power. Does offer immense special teams value. 975 special teams snaps. So at minimum, Jack Kaiser will carve out, I think, a long NFL career as a backup linebacker who can help out and be the 4th linebacker and could probably play almost any spot you want him to at the off-ball linebacker position. So Jacksonville takes a guy I had a 4th round grade on at 136. On my board, he goes 107. Proper value as far as I'm concerned. Have already hit that sub button for me on today's show. The Raiders are on the clock now at number 108. 108 is the pick here for the Las Vegas Raiders. That pick is in. I will be boozled? Okay, I guess I will be boozled them because he got to the 040. Spinning the wheel. Toasted marshmallow or stink bug. Screw me. Bad luck today. I got stink bug again. That's not good. Ugh. That's brutal, man. That's brutal. I'll announce the Raiders pick when I can. We have a pick, though. So bad. Put it on the screen. Can't even get it down at this point. All right. Al Davis made this pick, apparently. Dante Thornton, the wide receiver out of Tennessee. If you need a vertical threat, this can be your guy. A 4.3 40-yard dash at almost 6'5", 205. Tall guy, run fast. Normally ends up getting you drafted pretty early. It's all the other stuff that I have issues with. The production is not there. It's not. Now, Nico Amalivia for UCLA wasn't the most consistent quarterback this past year for Tennessee. The Tennessee offense is also like, they don't ask them to run real routes. It's like, comeback, sometimes some drags, go ball, slants, posts. Like, it's not a real route tree necessarily. I think the Marquez Valdez-Scantling comp is about what you're looking for. He only had 2 drops this year, but when you have 26 catches, like, that's actually a bad ratio. I think he's a little stiff. I think he's a straight line athlete there. It's height, weight, speed type of pick there. MVS is my player comp here. He's not going to be for everybody, but as a vertical burner, very unlike Jack Besh, Raiders have double dipped at wide receiver. We have a trade again between the Bears and the Bills. They have once again flipped this pick. I believe this pick originally belonged to the Buffalo Bills. I don't know if Jack has the details on how it ends up back with Chicago originally. But I believe this pick began with Buffalo. And yeah, it was this one. Part of the round 41-56 trade. The Bears got 109, and now they are sending 109 back to Buffalo in a trade. Details TBD on that one, but the Bills are on the clock right now. 132 and 169, everyone spam nice, are the picks here for the Bears to trade back with the Bills and give up this pick. So Buffalo on the clock now at number 109. Bills at 109, Jets at 110, Eagles at 111 here. You can always grade picks as they come in, by the way. Just simple A, B, C, D, or F. Bills on the clock here at 109. You know, there's been uncertainty about what's going to happen long-term with James Cook, so I'm very curious what this pick ends up being here. James M. has a $10 super chat. Says, boring Eagles draft. Excuse me. So far. Only 2 picks, right? I think that's a factor in why it's been a little boring for Buffalo now. Or boring for Philadelphia. But I think, you know, this is, they got 2 good players, so like that. Lance Dunbar's burner. I know this answer is neither, but which group are you more comfortable with going into camp if we don't draft amber tier players, receiver or running back? I guess receiver. I guess because I think I can sign a receiver more than I can sign a back right now. So that's kind of my mindset there. So MDZ at $2 super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. The draft ended after the 5th round. What 2 spots did you draft between wide receiver, running back, DT, linebacker? Given the guys I think will be there, I think I would prefer to go with running back and defensive tackle would be my guess. By the way, we have a defensive tackle off the board. Deon Walker, the defensive tackle out of Kentucky, is the pick here as part of the trade-up by the Buffalo Bills to deal with the Chicago Bears. I've used this line a lot. Deon Walker, I am scare-roused by. On one hand, he could just not be good. He could be, the back issue is a real red flag. He plays like he's 6'7.5". He plays super tall. The back injury was a factor there. He did not test as well as I thought he was going to. He's had some weight fluctuations in the past. He had a back fracture in 2024. But the 2023 stuff, guys, was so good. Kentucky was out there dropping him into coverage at 6'7", 330, whatever he was back then. And it worked. It worked. This is massive boom or bust potential. I had a late 3rd round grade on him. This is exactly where I think you gamble on a player of this size. You don't find human beings who are 6'7.5", 331, and move the way that he does. He's a little bit top-heavy. Like, he's got kind of a lower body skinniness to him that I don't love. But he lined up from nose guard to Kentucky put him at edge, at like straight-up edge rusher, and it actually would work at times. 7.5 sacks, 13 TFLs in 2023. 1.5 sacks and 5 TFLs in last year. The pressure rate went from 12% to 8%. The back injury, I think, was an up and down factor this year. He tried to play through it. That's also a concern. I don't know if he's a nose guard at his size. Maybe he's just a fat Eric Armstead, and you play him at like 3-tech, 5-tech, closer to the outside is what you end up doing there. So Jets on the clock now at number 110. My best available players still on the board. I have 4 pure second-round grades left. Shedeur Sanders, who has been, heavily involved here. There's the interview stuff. He continues to slide. We'll see how long he slides. Elike Manor out of Stanford. I'm hiring him the most. Marcus Bowe, I think there's just tweener concerns for Marcus there. Jack Sawyer, the edge out of Ohio State. I've got 5 second/third-round cheater grades because I'm a coward. Antoine Powell-Ryland, who I'm higher on. Jalen Royals. Dylan Sampson, my best available back left. Cameron Williams out of Texas. Braden Swinson out of LSU. The edge rusher, Billy Bowman, for you there, Producer Sam. Quincy Riley out of Louisville. Torrey Horton, who I think is underrated because of the injuries that he had this past year. Kyle Kennard, Gunnar Helm, DJ Giddens, and also there for you, EP Sam, Danny Stutzman, the linebacker out of Oklahoma. I guess I have to be mean for some of these picks. First off, pin poll, go vote. Who will draft Shedeur Sanders? Let me know in the comment section of today's show. It is the pin poll. You can vote for the Steelers, the Raiders, who have just passed on him again, the Rams, or somebody else altogether. Let me know in the comments of today's video. If you're missing a team, I mean, people will say Cowboys, it's Jerry, but Jerry said they weren't going to. But if he keeps sliding at some point, they'll probably do it. They'll forget that he said it. Yeah, exactly. Who will draft Shedeur Sanders? Let me know in the comments of today's show. We have the pick. Sorry, going to say something, Sam? It's a good note, Sam. 4 players, all SEC defenders for the Bills so far. Jets pick is in. This is Arian Smith, the wide receiver out of Georgia, who I am not as high on. This is a literal track star, though. He ran the 4x100 for Georgia. He was part of that. He has averaged nearly 20 yards per catch over the course of his career. The problem is I get a lot of vibes with Anthony Schwartz with Arian Smith. This is a extremely fast football player. The testing speed of 4.36, honestly, I thought that was slow for him. I thought he could go even faster. I thought he could have been the fastest 40-yard dash time at the NFL Combine because he literally runs track in the SEC. Like that's a very unique profile to have for a draft pick there. He also can't catch. His career drop rate is 16%. That's really bad. Despite his speed, Georgia never put him on returns, which is the exact same thing I saw with Anthony Schwartz as well. The athletic comp is Paul Richardson. But maybe the Jets can get him going as a vertical threat. He did some inside-outside stuff there. Lots of medical stuff, too, by the way. Wrist surgery back in 2020. Torn meniscus in his right knee in 2020 as well. Turf toe, shin contusions in 2021. Then broke his right leg in 2021. High right ankle sprain and tore a ligament in 2022, which he did surgery as a sophomore. So medical and dropsies are my concerns there with Arian Smith. We're just now tuning in. Let's recap the 4th-round selections here. Chimere Dike out of Florida goes to the Tennessee Titans. Bashal Tootin goes to Jacksonville, followed up by another running back. Cam Scadaboo out of Arizona State for producer Jack to the Giants. Craig Woodson out of Cal goes to the Patriots. Jack Kaiser to Jacksonville again. Some speedy wide receivers here going off the board in back-to-back picks. Dante Thornton out of Tennessee, and Deion Walker then goes from Kentucky to Buffalo. Arian Smith off the board, and the Eagles have made their next selection, Ty Robinson, who I have a 4th-round grade on, so that's exactly where I thought he should end up going there. That is the Nebraska defensive tackle. He was 123 on my board, 4th-round grade, so again, that's just like right where I thought he should go. Is exactly where he ends up going. He is a bit of a tweener. He's 6'5", 288, but the length isn't that great. It's okay at 32 and a quarter. Taven Bryan, athletic comp, he tested something freaky, man. 4.83 40-yard dash is elite at defensive tackle. Probably kind of takes some of the Milton Williams snaps, I would think, in the end. With him, of course, now gone. Has played at least 300 snaps at nose guard, at 3-tech, at the 5-tech spot, kind of over the tackle, and even edge, which is kind of insane to think about there. So a trench player here. Again, a late bloomer, turns 24 in May. Didn't really break out until this past year. He had 8 TFLs and 3 sacks in his previous 2 seasons. 12 and a half, 7 in 2024. Some Jason Hatcher vibes, if you guys remember him all those years ago for the Cowboys and the Commanders. On the ground a bit more than what I would like. So Robinson, the pick here at number 111. We got James's super chat there earlier. The Saints on the clock now, pick number 112. WT Door, is there an academy player the Cowboys could draft in the 7th? They've never won a Super Bowl without one. Staubach and Harry on the team. I think I had one academy player. Let me double check this here. I think I had, maybe? Yeah, Rayon Lane, the safety out of Navy, is a draftable player for me. Yeah, support the troops, right? Durable player, I think, is going to be a special teamer in the NFL. Knack for takeaways, 6th/7th round grade for me. I had to remember which academy it was. But thank you, WT Door. So it is from Navy. It works out perfectly. How about that? Nick, give me 2 DTs. Phillips, West, Horsley, Peebles, and 2 running backs. Sampson, Giddens, Martinez, a linebacker like Paul, Stutzman, Mond, and Higgins, and let's go win a championship. Issue is, I don't know how you get all those picks. I think every guy you mentioned should be gone by the end of the 5th round. And if they're not, great, but like I feel like at that point you're just kind of like, you've named a bunch of good players, don't get me wrong. I just don't know how you can get all of those guys here. Like, I don't think any of those guys should last until the 7th. I don't think so. Sam's excited, so I assume the Saints just took an Oklahoma player. I assume. I'm gonna go with Danny Stutzman here. Am I right? Saints took Kelvin Banks, Tyler Shuck, Vernon Broughton, Jonas Sanker. Now at pick 112. Am I right? They have drafted Danny Stutzman, the linebacker out of Oklahoma. Producer Sam, who of course went to OU, is quite excited about that one. I actually like that pick a lot for the Saints. I don't trust Stutzman as like an every down coverage player. I don't think he's great in that area. But as a hitter, as a thumper, as a downhill run defender, I had a top 100 grade on Stutzman. Like, yeah, that guy I think will make it in the NFL. Athletic play, tested super well too. I was impressed by how well he ended up testing. I did make notes, Sam, like 15, 20 years ago when they didn't care as much about coverage, he probably goes in like round 1 or round 2. Has a little bit of the crazy you want in a linebacker. I've kind of made this joke before, and I'll say it in the PC way. You have to be like a little bit unhinged to play linebacker in the NFL. Like you're getting hitting somebody every single time. I've heard great reviews about his character, his leadership stuff. Reportedly gave some of his NIL money to the walk-ons at OU, which is super awesome. 3rd/4th round cheater grade to get him at 112. It's a good pick there by the Saints. I don't know about best pick of the draft, but it is a good pick. Of their draft, I mean, maybe. I like Sanker too, though, but I don't know. It's really good value for Stutzman. That's how you think of Stutzman here in the 4th round. There were several linebackers I thought Stutzman was better than that have gone off the board already. Kaiser and Martin in particular. Hit that sub button if you haven't already at youtube.com/chatsportstv. We're going to go to sub-only chat to help handle some of the bots and everything in there. So bosses have said so. Helps with the bots and everything and the spammers and whatnot there, which isn't as bad. We don't have to deal with the games. The games get more bots in there. But if you've subbed, spam me in the comment section of today's show. Spam me if you have already subbed to us here at Chat Sports. We are simulcasting, so I'm going to make sure we're on sub-only chat on the Cowboys side as well. I don't know if we actually are or not. So, sub-only chat going on the Cowboys report as well. So, type me if you are subbed. We'll give some shout-outs here. The Niners on the clock here at number 113. We got Crypto Keeper, Brad, Eric, Mason, Mr. 100, Finn, Sterling, Wheezy, Matt, Finn, James, Prophet, Lance, Eric, BMX Monkey. That's a fun name there. Let's see. Devin Hines, Lewis, Finn, Oceanic, Sean, NSPR, Caddy, Red, Rob, Castillo, Prophet, Sean again, God's Love, Furlix, if I pronounced that correctly. Different Eric this time. Seabass W, EDU, E&M, Murray McFly, Proffer, Cut the Fluff, Lance Dunbar's Burner, Anthony, Bill, Sergeant, Shiro, Wheezy, Lewis, Joe Dirt, KT, Garrett, We Dem Boys, Jay Elam, Brian, Keith, Chris, Eli, David, KT, Moochie, Apex, The Great Duke Bothers, Brian, The Outcast, Prophet, Marco, Jimmy, shouldn't do that one. Might get me flagged. Almost got me there. Wheezy, Yaz, Hunter, Sheltered, Devin, Dolly, Shelter, Damison, Logan, Hunter, Caleb, C. Adams, Max, Ruben, Prophet, Josh, Hunter, Damison, Finn, Michael, Pick and Pop, Jaden, Food Review, Victor, Kyle, Boba Fett. Something else there, too. Kyle, Apex, Eli, I Alternate, Kindle, That Guy BE, Mr. Suthi, Archer, Ronnie, Look at Me, Gizmo, Damian Wayne, Kyle, Thon, Rylan, Taylor Workman, Black, Kyle, 406 MCP, Jariah, Leroy Pearson, Damian, Caleb, and the pick is in. There's a lot of talking in a row. For the San Francisco 49ers, they are adding a defensive tackle. C.J. West is off the board here. That is the Indiana defensive tackle. I like him a lot. I got an early fourth round grade on him. He was 107 overall on my board. West goes off the board here out of Indiana. The Niners getting some additional interior defensive line help. Began his career at Kent State, spent 4 years there, transferred over to Indiana. He's played both 1 technique and a 3 technique. I would play him at 3 technique. He's a bit undersized, not as small as like a Puna Ford, but there's some similarities. There's an undersized nose guard. The athletic comps, Niners fans will know well, Javon Hargrave and Sheldon Rankins. Tested super well at his size. I think the burst is there. I don't know if he'll ever be more than a pocket pusher than anything else, but he had a good, I think it was the Shrine Bowl. He had a really good Shrine Bowl showing. I think he was at the Shrine and not the Senior Bowl. I forgot to write down which one it was in my notes. But turns 23 in June. I think it's a quality pick here for the 49ers here at number 113. C.J. West goes to San Francisco. Panthers coming up here. This pairs with Alfred Collins, by the way, so maybe you play West some more at the 3-tech spot, but this gives them another additional run stopper up front. I think that's what West is going to be best at. So Niners have a plan between Micah Williams, Alfred Collins, Nick Martin, and C.J. West. The strategy is let's be better at stopping the run, which I don't hate that one at all. Panthers pick is in. We'll break that down here in just a second. Obviously, Shedeur Sanders remains on the board. The picks will continue to flow in. Now, we've got a lot of picks to go here on day 3. Dolphins at 116, maybe a sneaky fit. Arizona, but then it's the Steelers at 123. I know a lot of people have their eye on him. We will see when Shedeur Sanders goes and to whom. You can get your votes at the pin poll for where he ends up going. The Panthers at 114, they have taken another running back. They signed Rico Dowdle this offseason. They drafted Jonathan Brooks last year. They paid Chuba Hubbard. Someone is not going to make this roster / is not going to be healthy enough. The brother of Travis Etienne is going to Carolina. He does not have the size-speed combination that his brother does. I had a 5th-round grade on him. I'm not surprised he went off the board here. You've got a bunch of guys that are in my top, 180. I had 20 guys in there, so 20 versus like 10 is not really that big of a difference, but it does kind of start to add up a little bit with just the values and when they go and whatnot there. I kind of view ETN as more of an early down runner. Zone blocking scheme fits him pretty well. Limited college football workload, I think, could actually help him because it keeps him fresher. Never had more than 140 carries in a season. Never had one game, with 20-plus carries. I don't love him after contact. The production it got worse each year, frankly. He was also a Georgia player that had an issue with driving, which is kind of hilarious. How many of those guys happen? DUI charge, dropped, got 12 months of probation and a fine and a 1-game suspension. So Carolina, I don't get going running back here, honestly. That's another back. They don't need a back. Get a corner or something. I get Brooks might miss the entire year is what this tells me. In which case, then they move on from one of Hubbard, or maybe they're worried about the injuries with Brooks, which is tough. So ETN off the board at 114 overall. The Cardinals are now on the clock at number 115 here. I'll make note, by the way, for those guys watching on the chats on the Cowboys Report side, we are doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle today at Wacko and Downey. $20 to enter the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Cardinals pick is in. We shall see who it is. Don't know yet. The top player on my board, and I know the pin poll right now, so you can go vote in that one, is just where does Shedeur Sanders go? Didn't have a first-round grade on him. Wasn't shocked to see him drop out of round 1. I think a lot of teams are surprised he fell to the 4th round, but it's the other stuff, the interviews that, by all accounts, did not go well for a lot of people. It's the extra stuff you have to deal with because it's the Sanderses. It's keeping up with Dion. That's going to be a turnoff for teams. Might not be fair, but that is the reality we operate in right now. So, Shedeur Sanders on the board. Cardinals on the clock at 115. $100 super chat or Venmo. And producer Brett will come in here, and he will do a beer bat. I don't know. Think we can make him do the Dizzy Bat version of it? 200, we make him do the Dizzy Bat version? If not, I'll do it for the 200. $100 super chat. We'll have producer Brett come in here and do one of the beer bat chugs for you guys. Every 100 subs is a Bean Boozle. $5 into our draft hat raffle. $10, we will talk about your team here as we simulcast on Chat Sports and on the Cowboys Report as well. Arizona's pick at 115 overall is in. We'll break that down as soon as I actually know what it is. I saw the pick is in graphic go in there. Arizona, 115 overall here. Then it's going to be the Dolphins and the Colts. It is a linebacker, another one for Arizona. Cody Simon off the board here. He was a 5th-round grade, 149 for me. Little bit of a later breakout player for Ohio State, but I think a lot of like the intangible stuff you're often searching for in a linebacker. Had a very productive season. By the way, his older brother Shane was an undrafted free agent by the Bills this past year. I think at minimum, Cody Simon will be a core special teamer for you. He was the national championship game defensive MVP. Elite character. His defensive coordinator, Jim Knowles, said he's going to be a future president, which is just like high praise for just the general leadership there. Team captain at Ohio State. Tested super well. Missed some tackles. I don't love him in coverage. Feels like kind of the further back he goes in terms of like covering guys out wider or more downfield, the more issues he tends to run into. The length isn't necessarily ideal. It's not the worst. I got an earlier 5th-round grade on Cody Simon. 4th round, mid-4th round, worst case, I think you do have a full contract player because he helps out your special teams in a pretty significant way. So, Texans have moved up to pick 116. Wonder what they do here. They've been aggressive. They took Ariante Ursary. They took 2 receivers. They got to be defense, right? Got to go back to the defensive well, right? Has to be. Cardinals have only gone defense, by the way. Notice that a lot this year. A lot of all offense, all defense guys. So Dolphins have moved down from pick 116. Houston is now on the clock. Shedeur Sanders is there. I think Jack Sawyer could be a fit. I love Antoine Powell-Ryland. I doubt he goes this early, but that's okay because I'm right. Just wait. Dylan Sampson. Maybe. Cameron Williams, if they want to take another offensive lineman. Braden Swinson is there. They already have enough safety/nickels. Quincy Riley's an outside player. They did take Jalen Smith already. Kyle Kennard is there, the edge rusher. A couple offensive guys, Gunnar Helm, DJ Giddens, Miles Frazier, all inside my top 100, plus Joshua Farmer, Damian Martinez. Those are the last of my top 100 grades. Go over years to get all my top 100 gone. Didn't happen last year. Gabriel Murphy made it, but that was the only guy in my top 129 that was undrafted. So then year before that, I got all my top 100 gone, which is the goal I'm always aiming for because there's always a medical or a character thing you just didn't know about there. By the way, Dolphins are basically getting a third-round pick back for this one. A third-round pick next year. 179, the Dolphins also get. You can push that across for me, Jack. 224 also goes to Houston, so they get 116 back for this pick as well. So it's mostly that third-round pick, plus jumping up for 179. So like that trade for Miami. Houston loves to wheel and deal. They got extra picks from the Laramie Tunsil trade, so I get it. Extra third for Miami could be very beneficial next year. Now, they got to wait a long time for their next pick, though. 179 is now their next pick, or is the pick they got back for Houston. So no, going to be a bit here until Miami gets back on the clock. Their next pick, let me double-check this now. They traded away that one. Their next pick is going to be in the 5th round, early 5th round for them. Pick is in. Houston did take a running back, not the one I thought they would take. Woody Marks. Woody Marks began his career with Mississippi State, transferred to USC after spending 4 years for Mississippi State. This is Joquavius Marks, is his actual name. Woody, because he was a big fan of Toy Story growing up, and he was Woody for 7 straight Halloweens, apparently. Shout out Dane Brugler for that note in his beast there. Shane Vereen comp here. This was, if you look at the stats this year, say he had 47 catches. That's not that many. Yeah, he had 83 back in 2021. He caught 214 passes at Mississippi State in that Mike Leach offense that was just check down, swing pass, the ball quickly there. 261 career catches is actually 8th in all of the FBS at any position in the last 5 years. Now, he's got more catches than a lot of the receivers do coming out of this year. 1 fumble in his career. The testing was a little bit disappointing. He's a former track guy. I thought he'd be a little bit better on that one. You have to trust his pass blocking because he doesn't have the length you normally want there. The pass blocking was inconsistent. If he can become a pass blocker, this can be a really good third down back. I had a better third down back on the board in LaQuint Allen, but if you trust the pass blocking ability, then you might be able to end up with some positivity here. Might be able to get some good stuff. The Colts on the clock at 117, but they have traded it. The Los Angeles Rams have jumped up the board here. The Rams have traded up. So let's see what they do here. 117 overall. The Rams now on the clock. They jump up several spots here. They move up significantly. I think they were at 127, right? So they jump up 10 spots out of the Browns, Chargers, Packers, Steelers, Panthers, Bucks, Titans, Bengals, and the Falcons. Look, if it's not Shedeur time, I have to say you can't say Shedeur anymore. But is it Shedeur time? Yes or no? Yes or no? I think. How about this? We will do it for this pick and the Steelers pick. Then we might have to ban it for a little bit. Can't say Shedeur no more. So 127 and 190 are what the Colts are getting back in this trade here with the Los Angeles Rams. The Rams are on the clock. They love adding offensive players, too. But they have been a pretty light drafting team. They picked up that extra first-round pick last year. They took Terrence Ferguson, which was part of a trade with the Falcons when they moved down. Josiah Stewart. Pick is in. I can't tell who's reacting. Okay. It is not Shedeur. That was the Texans drafting, that's why I was so confused there. The Rams have taken a running back, which I don't know if they needed one. I like the value. He was my 116 overall player. Jarquez Hunter out of Auburn is off the board here for the L.A. Rams. Jarquez Hunter is the pick. This guy broke Marcus Dupree's Oklahoma high school touchdown record, by the way. He's his cousin, too, distant cousin, which is kind of funny. The real ones know about Marcus Dupree and how good he was going to be there a little bit there. This does kind of strike me as like a pretty good Rams-style player. Quality yak, plays above his weight class. He's 5'9", 204, was 10 in his pro day, but always keeps the legs churning. There's good tackle breaking ability. There's good contact balance here as well. Didn't get much of the testing. The 4.4, 440 was great. Also ran a 4.47, which is not a good sign when the shuttle time is slower than your 40 time. That's 20 yards versus 40 yards. It's not how it's supposed to be. I have vision-ish issues too. Sometimes he just kind of runs right into guys. But 4th round pick. It is a deep back class, and this is an underrated player here. That is off the board into the 4th round for the L.A. Rams. That selection has been made here. By L.A., the Falcons pick is in as well. I think might be a little bit behind on some of the supers on the Cowboys Report side, too. 118. Producer Sam is extremely excited. I don't really know why the Falcons took 2 safeties, but they took 2 really good ones. Billy Bowman out of Oklahoma is the selection here, unless do they want to play him at nickel? He's not a good tackler, but he's done a little bit of it. I think he has the coverage ability. So maybe he does play nickel for Atlanta. I agree. It definitely has the football IQ. When you have 4.42 speed and you got good instincts, that's normally a pretty darn good combo there. He's just a bad tackler, and I worry about that in run support as a nickel. But maybe he's like your dime corner type of deal. Only on obvious third downs is he out there. But he's got kick return ability, 4 defensive TDs, 11 interceptions in 3 years, coverage ability, playmaking ability in the secondary for the Oklahoma now Falcons safety. He is the pick at 118. So another top 100 player for me off the board here. What's up, Sam? I'm trying to slow down because I'm talking a lot. Just bad tackling is the main concern here. He's not a reliable tackler. So Falcons pick is in at 118. The Bengals on the clock at pick 119. Let's give it to the Steelers pick until we do this, Jack. Let's give it to them. Yeah, we'll hit a few supers. Bengals on the clock now at number 119 overall. Bengals, they've only got 6 picks today. What's up, Jack? Sweet. We'll do that. We'll get to the supers here in just a second, but April is here, and this ain't time for fooling. Let the thighs breathe. Whether you're playing around a golf like I like to do, or hitting up the beer garden, or to an actual garden to make your significant other happy, Chubby's has you covered for all the good vibes that warm weather brings. You want bright polos like me that demand attention? They got you covered. Killer shorts to show off the beautiful thighs? Got you covered. Hitting up the pool or the beach? Their classic lined swim collection has your new favorite trunk for those sunny days. And for everything non-water related, The original shorts provide that classic look with a fresh vibe and a modern fit. You get the original stretch shorts. The performance polos are fantastic, soft, stretchy, and breathable as a fabric. And the lined swim collection is, of course, fantastic for those days at the pool, the beach, or wherever there is water. Whether you're getting dressed for your workday, a workout, or a weekend getaway, Chubbies has you covered. For a limited time, they're giving you guys 20% off with our code CHAT at chubbiesshorts.com/chat. That's code CHAT, C-H-A-T, at chubbiesshorts.com/chat. Support our show. Tell them we sent you. Don't blend in with the crowd. Instead, stand out with our friends over at Chubbies. Appreciate them sponsoring us here on NFL Daily and the Cowboys Report. Rob, fact or fiction, Sanders falls to undrafted free agency. I will go with fiction, but it is not impossible. It's not impossible. Any of the guys that are here in outside of pick 120, like it's not impossible at that time. It is a potential outcome that I don't think should be dismissed altogether. Some Cowboys Report Super Chats here as well. We will break down Bengals pick here coming up here in just a minute. This one. Gizmo 2703 into the jersey raffle on Cowboys, by the way. Working nights, sleeping days, haven't watched the draft. How the Cowboys doing? Letter rating. Tyler Booker round 1. Didn't love it. Wasn't terrible. It's not my favorite. Board didn't really fall their way. Love their day 2 picks. Donovan Ezeriuaku and Shavon Revel. There's I think the pin poll sums it up pretty well. 49% say B. 37% say A. If I could do B plus as an option, I bet the majority would vote B plus. Thank you, Gizmo, for that $10 super chat. Jatman, thoughts on the reports the Cowboys working the phones right now with McClay, quote unquote, being animated. Trade up for a player. I haven't seen any of the stuff in there. I bet they try to move up. I don't know if they can. It's a little tough with their picks. They're kind of getting in that range. And did the guy they want end up getting sniped? There are some backs left on the board I've got high grades on. Sampson, Giddens, Martinez are all in my top 100, but that's going quickly here. Bengals have picked Barrett Carter, another linebacker for Cincinnati. We'll break that down in a second here. And also the Titans pick, too, I believe. KK's, if Sanders is there at 490, be mental to pass. But would you be? Would you be? Do you want that circus? That's a circus in Dallas. It's already a circus in Dallas. I don't know if you want that. Cremero, 4. I think this offseason would be an A+ if the Cowboys made one big signing, then traded back, and then drafted O-line. There were no good offers to trade up. That's the issue. The Texans were not offering nearly the right value. So you're right. Would have been great if they'd signed an impact receiver and then just traded down and taken the line. We all would have been pretty pleased. Had your 4th round pick and take a running back. Boom. We did it. We fixed it. But it's not how it goes so far. Sam, the running backs are going. Yes, they are. Sampson, Giddens, Martinez, James, Brashard Smith, Devin Neal, Jaden Blue, Ollie Gordon, LaQuint Allen, Taj Brooks. Top 180 for me. Or I guess at that point, top 161. Jose Ruiz, $10. You are into the jersey raffle. Thank you, Jose. See any players worth trading up for? If so, I think they trade up with. You probably want to go get a running back, but your picks, you package your 5s, and you can get into the mid-late part of the 4th. Chris Ayers, should I go back to college? You could sue, but I don't know if they would do that. I don't think it's about the money for Shedeur. His dad's got plenty of money. Family has plenty of money. I don't think that's how it works. So, by the way, the Titans have taken Gunnar Helm, the tight end, out of Tennessee. What was that last name? That was Chris. I want to get him tracked in for the jersey raffle. Oh, Chris. Oh, that's that one's on Maine. Okay, sweet. No, you're good. Cardi 4, I think Steelers were the right choice for their first pick. If not, who should they have gone? If they weren't going to go QB, then yeah, I think Derek Harmon was the correct pick. Perfect Steelers fit. I like that one a lot. That one was not a huge surprise to me. Some picks to break down as they have come in here. Cincinnati has taken linebacker Barrett Carter. So they have taken 2 linebackers. 2. They will try to trade and or cut Jermaine Pratt at this point there. I like the sideline to sideline range. I think he struggles to shed blockers. There was a point earlier in his career. I felt like he could end up being a top 100 pick. They kind of had him do more edge linebacker stuff in 2024. He's just inconsistent still for me. And he is undersized. He's not going to shed blocks that crazy well. 6 foot 232, does not have the biggest size there. Barrett Carter for me was a 4th round grade, 128 overall. He goes 119. That's fine value. Best tight end left on the board is taken Gunnar Helm, 93rd overall to the Tennessee Titans. They continue to add some hopefully playmakers for Cam Ward. Helm did not test that great, but he does have plenty of talents, and he's got, I think, did a lot of creative stuff, kind of getting open in the middle of the field for that Sark offense, which can be a tricky offense. I think there's a good football IQ for Gunnar Helm there. Jake Ferguson comp is what I went with for Gunnar Helm. FCS player off the board, David Walker, one of several players named Walker, no surprise, in this class. The obvious comp here is Elvis Dumervil. Short, stocky edge. He's basically 6'1", 263. So he's got that kind of thicker build. Sub 32-inch arms, really great athletic ability, really good production, 55 pressures, 23 TFLs, 10.5 sacks. Has averaged 20 TFLs and double-digit sacks over his 3 years at Central Arkansas. Does turn 25 in June. I don't, in general, love older FCS players. That's why he's a little bit lower for me in the 5th round, 157 overall. But David Walker, as the Bucs, they needed a pass rusher. I think that's a logical type of move for them to make there. So David Walker off the board. Panthers, 122 to they take, Lathan Ransom, the safety out of Ohio State. And Jackson Shambles, he's from Tucson. He mostly played free safety for Ohio State, but I think he's kind of more like a split safety, strong safety type. I think at worst, he's a good backup. There's plenty of special teams value. Blocked 2 punts a couple years ago, and he was doing a lot of that stuff right there. 4.49 40-yard dash. Goes for the. You would think when you think of a guy named Ransom, you think he's going to be a hitter, right? Like stereotyping. Yes, he hits. He hits.
This was the guy in the 2023 Michigan-Ohio State game that Donovan Edwards burned on the famous Gus Johnson call. Gets past Ransom.
Missed tackles are an issue for Lathan Ransom. It is in my notes. He has a tendency to go for the kill shot sometimes, where he wants to go for the big-time hit and will take some iffy angles. Missed 5 games in 2023 due to a Alice Frank injury as well. Also broke a leg in 2022, but I had a 4th round grade here on Ransom, as I merged Lathan and Ransom into one there. So 4th round pick, best available safety for me is off the board. Steelers are now on the clock. Does this end up being a quarterback, or does it end up being something else? And the Shedeur slide continues. Pittsburgh, 123 overall. They take Jack Sawyer, an edge rusher. One of the best available players on my board is gone. A 2nd round grade, a value pick. And the Shedeur Sanders slide continues. And at this point, you can't say Shedeur anymore. Can't do it. They're on sub only, so you can't say Shedeur because we don't know when he's going to go. Steelers pass on him at 123 overall. Jack Sawyer is the pick. Like this for Pittsburgh. Not the most Steelers-y edge rusher in terms of like the athletic traits and the bendiness. But Sawyer was productive for Ohio State. He and JTT formed a really fantastic duo. Played some of his best ball down the stretch, like a lot of Ohio State players did, in the CFP, in the first 3 games, I should say. 4.5 sacks, 6 pass breakups, and the game-icing touchdown against Texas. Team captain, power. I don't think the athletic ability is great. He never tested, which I think is why he did not test, because it wasn't going to be particularly good testing. The Sam Hubbard comp is too easy. Like, run-stopping edge more than anything else, and offers a little bit of pass rush ability, but went to Ohio State. Like it's the easy kind of low ball comp on that one there. Not great athletic ability, not great bend either. So big impact pick there for Pittsburgh. I love the value. Pittsburgh's just taking value players. Wouldn't be shocked if they had Sawyer above everybody else left on their board. I mean, he was a couple spots behind for me, so it would certainly make some sense. Pittsburgh didn't do it, guys. Bosses said you can't say Shadur anymore. Can't do it. Can no longer say Shadur. We are with the Packers on the clock now, round 4, pick number 124. So Green Bay is on the clock. Maybe they take a receiver again. If they don't need one, but if they take Marcus Bowe, that's such a good fit for them. They just take all the receivers. They take 3 more and then trade 2 of them this offseason, right? Quincy Riley is I think is a fun fit for Green Bay at corner. I think that's a fun fit. One of my best available. Dorian Strong. I know Roley loves him. He wanted him. So Green Bay, the Chargers, and the Browns. The next 3 picks here as we are right in the heart of the 4th round here. No, I think he wants to be drafted. I don't think that's the case. I think doing that would be stupid, frankly. Because then they're not going to want to sign you either. If you say that. You say, don't draft me, why would they sign with you? Why would they sign you? It's a dangerous game. Goodell is out for the pick, so spam boo in the comments. Spam boo in the comments here. It is a little bit of a surprise, too. With the hat and like the fully buttoned up long sleeve polo just looks so stupid. I hate long sleeve polos are stupid. Tucked into the pants. Yes, he does like a politician out and about. Gonna go get some ice cream. Packers go edge. Baron Sorrell out of Texas. So we got double dips here. Or I should say back-to-back picks. At the edge rusher position, Sorrell also had a pretty nice little college football playoff run to kind of boost his draft stock this year. I got throwback. Oh, he's there? Didn't know Baron Sorrell was there. He's actually at the draft this year. Maybe he wanted to go and chill. That is electric. I love that. I love that. That's so cool. That's so cool for him. Baron Sorrell, I got throwback Jason Babin athletic comp. How about that one for you? He's had some 5-tech reps, played a lot of edge as well. The athletic testing was great. Green Bay only takes good athletes, pretty much. It's like they only want the freaky guys in the end. Not great coverage player. The motor sometimes runs too hot, where like he'll lose contain as a backside edge support player. 110 overall on my board. One of my best available players and best available edges still left. So logical, unsurprising pick there by the Green Bay Packers, and super cool for Baron Sorrell to be at the draft. Like that's just like I don't know why he's there, but like that you can't draw up a better story there for Baron Sorrell. So like that pick by Green Bay. Solid selection to get an edge rusher out of Texas. Good size, fits their athletic profile. This is very much an on-brand pick for the Green Bay Packers as well. Chargers, 125 coming in here in just a little bit. That pick will be in momentarily. Well, we'll see when it happens. If you have not already, hit me up on Twitter. The goal is 25K on the Twitter followers here. We are at 24,134 is my new number, by the way. 24,134. Follow me on Twitter at WhatGoingDowney. I'll put that link in the live chat. I'll put the links for all the videos we do, everything else we do out there. So if you don't already, hit me up on Twitter. Then we'll come back to a handful of super chats that we'll get to here in a little bit. So I'll do shout outs for anyone who follows me on Twitter as well. Appreciate that, guys. I will put that link in the live chat. It's at WhatGoingDowney because it's punny. Get it? It's punny. Yeah. There wasn't enough room for the S back then. So There you go. 25K is the goal. I will give shout-outs to anyone who follows me right now on social media as we await the Chargers pick here at 125 in the 4th round. Shout out to 6, officially the Blue Devil. Douchebag. JD Snipes, Jim, Visuals, Chris, Connecticut, Jay. I'll refresh, give some more here. Justin is in there as well. Hit that super chat for me. Or hit that follow button, excuse me. 25K is the goal, waiting on that Chargers selection. Angel, or on however you pronounce it, followed me as well. Justin followed as well. At WhatGoingDowney on Twitter. We'll give shout-outs to anyone who follows me here in the next, minute or so. Maybe a little bit less than that. Chargers pick is in. Ellick would be super fun for them, actually. I would love that pick. They don't know if they need another receiver, but, I'd like it. Ellick Manor. Antoine Powell Round would be super fun, but I got to be careful not to. Yeah, I knew I was higher on A.O. Manor and Powell Ryland. Bo probably just has some fit issues, and then Shadur's in his own separate bubble this year. It's his own separate bubble. I said it. You're right. Hand up accountability. Hand up accountability. It's on me. It's on me. I want to pull up where Shadur was on the consensus board. Where the quarterback from Colorado was. So he was actually 22 on the consensus board. So I guess I was lower on him than the average person. So, okay. I guess I call that a win, but not really. I don't know. More Twitter followers here. Shout out to, there's a lot of them. Josh, DeMarco, Alfie, Scott, Deep Crossers, Jack Donkey. I don't know why that's funny to me. Jake, another Jake, Patrick, Scott, Cameron, Padu, Jameers, Brian, Foxy, Jackie, Zuje, however you pronounce that. Appreciate everyone who followed me on Twitter at WhatGoingDowney. Chargers 125. We'll get to that when we have it here, folks. Pick 125. Chargers on the clock, and then we'll get to a variety of other picks. The Browns, the Colts, the Commanders, the Ravens, the Eagles, the Saints. The Bears, the Chiefs, the Broncos, the Raiders, the Ravens, the Lions, the Niners to wrap up the 4th round, which is a round when I'll step off and get over to Cowboys full-time rest of the way. Chargers at 125, awaiting the details of that selection. What's up, Sam? Okay. Waiting on the Chargers pick here. We should get that in a little bit. I know, they're not leaking the way that they used to. Yeah, we have our first second pick leaked before the first pick too, by the way. Which you got to hate that, don't you? When the Browns pick is in, but don't know what the Chargers pick is. It's not Shadur. Oh, I said it again. Damn it! It's because you said it, Jack. It threw me off there. Threw me off there. Brutal. All right, Chargers 125, awaiting that selection. Browns coming up after that one. The Colorado QB remains on the board. How much longer? We shall see. We'll see if and when he goes. If and when he goes. These have been all the recent round 4 picks. Bit of an edge run, by the way. Baron Sorrell, Savion Jones is gone. Still have some good edges left, by the way. Kyle Kennard among them. Brady Swinson. Jack loves the Cam Scattaboo pick. I know that much. Jack Kaiser, Deontay Thornton, Arian Smith, some speedy receivers, linebackers off the board. Danny Stutzman, CJ West, Trevor Etienne, Cody Simon, Woody Marks. Lots of running backs there. Crazy how that one plays out. Stay tuned. Stay tuned. Chargers on the clock here at 125, still awaiting that pick. I don't know, the pick for the Chargers has been in for 20 minutes, and they just won't, no one will leak it. We'll go to the Browns here pretty quickly after this, too. Chargers pick, there it is, another edge, Kyle Kennard, a top 100 player for me out of South Carolina. He is the selection, one of the best available edges, best available players for me left in this year's class. Kennard, I think, benefited from playing with a really, really good South Carolina defensive line that was full of draft picks and everything else. He did have quite the day against Will Campbell, by the way, so I do want to acknowledge that one right there. SEC Defensive Player of the Year, 11.5 sacks. The voters just look at TFLs and sacks. I actually don't think he was the best player on his defensive line. That was the younger guy who we'll talk about in 2 years. Hilariously, one of his athletic comps is Devin Kennard. I don't believe there's any relation. Just happens to be an edge named Kennard. I think he benefited playing opposite Dylan Stewart and 2 draft picks, and probably Tonka Hemingway, and also TJ Sanders, who has already been taken. Doesn't always play up to his size, but he's late 3rd round. Get him in the middle of the 4th is a really good selection. The Browns have taken a running back. They have actually double-dipped at the position. They are taking Dylan Sampson. And the running back out of Tennessee, they took Quinshaw Judkins earlier yesterday. The Dylan Sampson pick gives them the lightning combination as the running back group continues to get thinner and thinner. If you are a team like maybe the Dallas Cowboys, who is searching for one there, sometimes holds the turbo button held too long and just doesn't have enough patience with his runs. But when he does have the patience and the vision, I think he maximizes the runs that are in front of him. Tennessee does do a good job of generating extremely favorable looks. Did lose 4 fumbles this year. It's only 5'8" and an eighth, but did get to 200 pounds. I thought he carried the Tennessee offense this season. 4.42 is great speed. He's just not very big. No special teams experience, which is a red flag for a backup. I love Dylan Sampson. This was my best available running back, 75th on my board. He goes here in the 4th round. Fantastic value by the Cleveland Browns to snag him in the 4th round. They have very much kind of fixed and overhauled and updated their ground game, which I think was clearly a priority for them. Means Nick Chubb will not be coming coming back, I don't think, anytime soon. Intrigued by this pick for the Indianapolis Colts. I think one of the day 3 sleepers along the offensive line, Jalen Travis out of Iowa State. His brother, by the way, is Reed Travis, who played at Stanford in UK. I don't remember him. Maybe the hoop knowers out there now. He was an AAU teammate of Jalen Suggs and Chet Holmgren, by the way. He was a basketball player growing up. Really great athletic ability, 6'7", almost 6'8", 339 pounds, nearly 35-inch arms, has played left tackle, has played right tackle. I think you have to give him a year to fix some footwork and hand. He just kind of gets all over the place. He's just not balanced and dialed and technically sound as he should be. Great athlete overall. A little stiff, bad at short shuttle, bad 3-cone. But I got a sleeper tag for Jalen Travis. Had him in the 4th, 5th round. He goes 127 to the Colts. And the Commanders take a wide receiver, Jalen Lane, out of Virginia Tech. I had him 126 on my board. So that is, it's always nice when I get almost the exact same right player pick fit in the end. Jalen Lane out of Virginia Tech has been taken. The production was not great. He had 466 yards this past season. I think he's worth drafting due to his return value alone. I think there is a lot of upside ability, too, with some untapped potential in his receiving ability. Has shown some after-catch stuff. He is a gifted athlete. 4.34 40-yard dash, a 4.12 shuttle, a 6.75 3-cone, 40-inch vert, 11.00 broad. He was an outside receiver at Middle Tennessee, transferred to Virginia Tech, was a slot receiver there. The athletic comps here are like Marquise Goodwin, John Ross, Tyreek Hill, but I've heard good things about his leadership, his coaching stuff, or his coachability stuff in there. Did a lot of short area passes, kind of boosted the yak there. 4th round grade, quality pick there by the Commanders. All right, so we are at 129. 129. The Ravens are now on the clock. Hit that sub button if you haven't already. We are on sub-only chat right now. So hit that sub button if you haven't already done so. YouTube.com/chatsportstv. Of course, we are also simulcasting here on the Cowboys Report. By the way, a trade alert. The Jets have traded up with Philadelphia at 130. 130. The Jets are coming up. The Ravens are taking at 129 linebacker Teddy Buchanan out of Cal. So a bit of a day 3 run here on linebackers as the Ravens are taking the Cal linebacker who began his career at UC Davis. So we'll break that pick down here in a little bit, break down the trade as well. The Jets are now on the clock at number 130. Ravens just took Teddy Buchanan. Hit that sub button if you haven't already done so as I update all the board stuff. Iowa Bean Boozled. Been like 0 for 3 today on these. No, they're not. It's 50-50 every time. Going back to Tutti Frutti Sneaky Socks again. Is this one it? That's it. I can't taste the Tutti Frutti Sneaky Socks difference. I think this is Sneaky Socks, but I it's not that bad. I can't tell. I don't know. All right. I'll chew here. There we go. All right. Hit that sub button. Ravens have taken Teddy Buchanan, linebacker, out of Cal. I'm intrigued by him. I had a sleeper tag on him. The run instincts are not there yet. You're going to have to be patient, I think, to kind of let things develop and grow there. 3-time captain, including after transferring to Cal. Athletic upside comps are DeMario Davis and Chance Campbell. You know, it's kind of high-end, low-end, I think, on the comps there. Special teams value. The coverage is intriguing to me. The tackle numbers are high, but he had a ton of, wasn't the first guy there, helped finish it off tackles. Not a great shedder. I wanted to play with more power. It was I think it's a fine pick for Baltimore. I'm curious if you can develop him. I think development is needed. Doesn't turn 23 until October, but hopefully you can fix the run instincts. And then you've got a potential 3-down player, given his coverage ability. He's a great athlete, tested as a great athlete. 9.42 RAS if you value that at all. So Buchanan, the pick here by the Baltimore Ravens at 129. 130 pick is in. This was part of the Eagles trading down. The Jets have moved up. They are taking Malachi Moore, the safety / maybe he's a nickel corner, some TBD for what his role is in the NFL, out of Alabama. Duron Harmon athletic comp. You remember him, Jack? The Patriots all those years ago? Remember Duron Harmon? Yeah. Funny enough, Quentin Rollins, who, if you only could stay healthy, my guy from Miami. There's a ton of experience here. 3,000-plus defensive snaps. He played all over the secondary outside corner, so both safety spots, nickel. He was a better tackler this year, 2-time team captain, good football IQ. Testing was average to above average. He's not very big. He's kind of like this weird nickel corner, free safety tweener. At 5'11", 160, trust him as a box safety? I don't know if you do. The 4.57 isn't great top-end speed, but the instincts help that out there. He's a tweener to me. But, multi-time captain, experience, special teams value galore. So I'd have taken him the 5th. Jets take him the 4th. A round difference on day 3 is not that big of a deal. Did throw the unacceptable tantrum late If you remember that against Vanderbilt, the guy who lost his mind and kicked the football and was throwing his mouth guard mid-play. Yeah, that was Malachi Moore. He apologized afterward, but he lost his mind there. Trade details on this one, by the way. Jets have traded up. Eagles get 145 and 207. Those are the main elements there. The elements, I should say. So a fifth and a sixth. Late fourth versus early fifth for the Jets and Eagles to flip spots there. Malachi Moore to the Jets. Let's play a game. Can we do the Super Chats on Cowboys, actually? We're kind of far behind on that. So the Saints on the clock at 1:30, then the Bears back on here. Couple Super Chats we'll get through here. Might even be one on... Oh, we're caught up on Maine, Cowboys. Jorge says take A.O. Manor. I would do it. We got 27 picks, whatever it is, to the Cowboys on the clock here. Mark, Houston offered us a 2025 second rounder. Dallas wanted an additional third. To me, I'd pick Henderson, and 2026 second is much greater than Booker. I actually disagree. To take a 1 and a 2 is not worth going from 12 to 24. You needed more than that in the end. You just needed more there. Dallas do the usual quantity over quality. Use the 2 5s and ensure a good back in round 4. Nab a free agent receiver. We have Jack on offense. I would like to trade up. I think someone had said that they tried to move up. Didn't happen, so I judge the results there. But I get it, Mark. Thank you very much for your Super Chats, by the way. More from Mark. Never been a fan of Dak. He's solid but way overpaid and over whatever. But we're treating him like Rodgers. Give him Jack to work with. I do think you can't really trot out CeeDee Lamb and Jalen Tolbert and Cavani Turner and be like, yeah, we're good to go, baby. This is the team we need. Like, I do think you need more on offense. I think in the end, this is a failure of the free agency process, not the draft. Draft picks have been solid, but you had needs. So you didn't fill your needs by what you had claimed. Mark again. QB's most important spot. We're want to draft a great corner with serious medical issues. Why not get Shedeur since Dak always injured? Shedeur going to be if you draft Shedeur, that is a circus. It is a circus. It is every time the receiver drops a pass, it's Dak's fault still, and people are calling for Shedeur Sanders. I don't even know if Dion and Shedeur want that. I don't think that's where they want to go. I think this turns into a circus. You could take him in the 7th round, and it's going to be a circus. Mark, are D-end and guard examples of poor pass drafting? If the guards and D-ends we have are so great, as JJ says, why pick them with so many holes on this team? It's a value pick for Ezeriuaku. You have spent 3 second-rounders, though, at defensive end in like 4 years. That's a lot. It's a lot to spend. I totally get you there. Maybe they can trade Sam Williams. J-Buzz, Alianos Woodhouse, go Pokes. I'll mention my top available backs. DJ Giddens, Damian Martinez, Jordan James, Rashard Smith, all top 130. Devin Neal, Jaden Blue, top 140. Ollie Gordon, top 150. LaQuint Allen, Taj Brooks, top 165. I would take Ollie Gordon the 5th. He's 140 on my board. Perfect value. I've got a bunch of backs still there, but a lot of picks to go still for the Dallas Cowboys. So we shall see how that one plays out as we move forward. Mark, we don't have a decent true starter at wide receiver 2 or back. Dak needs help. Bass and Hoffman aren't great, but are okay. Got 11 Sam, Fowler, Nealon, so we got a guard and a defensive end. Get it. I think the values of the last 2 picks were great. If only T-Mac had been there in round 1, I think we'd all be feeling pretty happy right now. Hopefully a back is there in the 5th, but we played that game last year. We know exactly how it went. What stats do you think are a reflection of how good Brian is as head coach? I've always thought penalties and second performances. Adjustments show how good of a coach it is. Thoughts? I think those are good ones. Results are always the one I look pretty close at. I also think, like, how you start. If you consistently come out flat, that's probably a you thing for your in-week type of stuff. All right. Do we have a giveaway today? Yeah. Oh, okay. I thought that was okay. Never mind. Sorry, I thought we were doing a sponsored giveaway. $5 raffle on the Chat Sports side. You are entered into our NFL Draft Hat raffle. The MVP over the course of the weekend, the largest super chat or Venmo on Maine, gets the NFL Daily MVP football for the 2025 NFL Draft. That is a $5 raffle entry and the MVP football for the largest individual super chat. Say what, Jack? 101 is what you got to do to take the lead for the football, and the whole crew here will sign it. We have a pick, by the way, 131. Like this one a lot for the New Orleans Saints. Again, one of the better players left on my board. Quincy Riley out of Louisville, who spent a long time in college, 3 years at Middle Tennessee, 3 years at Louisville, 15 career interceptions. He had 8 at Louisville, 7 in his last 2 years. He had 15 in 5 years playing actual football. 26 pass breakups in the last 2 years. People had long speed concerns, but he was a state champ in track runner. Ran a 4.48. I never was worried about that. Other people were. I think he's best in man coverage. The size, he's under 5'11", 194, 31-inch arms. You could try him at nickel, but he's not a great run defender. The physicality, like the strength isn't always there, but man coverage, corner potential in the here in the 4th round, a top 90 player for me in the class. I am a fan of that selection by the Saints. I love what they've done post Tyler Shuck pick. I am a huge fan of that one. Huge fan of that selection. You got to be kidding me. No way that's the pick, Sam. No way. Hand me a beer.
Is this the first one?
Yeah. Ruben Hippolyte, the second. Don't know who it is. We have nothing. To put it in perspective, Dane Brugler didn't do a scouting report on him either. This was Dane's 35th ranked linebacker. He's 5'11", 5'8", 236. Did run a 4.42 40-yard dash. Played at Maryland. And I watched some Maryland games. I didn't think he was crazy productive. I got a drink, guys. I got a drink. These are. Can I get a cold one, actually, Sam? I don't want to do a warm one. First player we didn't do any notes for. Tell Ryan Poles to F off for me, Sam. Ruben Hippolyte II. Out of Maryland. 5'11", 5'11" and 5'8", 236. Oh, why is it the Bears? Why is it the Bears? What are we doing? Can I get a happy dad? I'm going to be needy, Sam. I wasn't paying attention. Can't believe they did it, man. 132 might be a record for us lately. That might be a record for first player I didn't do notes on to be drafted. We got to go back and check. I think that might be a record. It's brutal for me. It's a brutal L. That's brutal. I'm going to pull up where ESPN had him ranked, by the way. I just want to see. He wasn't in their top 350 either. I got to dig for this one here, guys. Hold on. Thank you. Let me go. I'm trying to find where ESPN had Ruben Hippolyte graded. I got nothing here. They don't have anything on him. He was unranked by them. 66 tackles this past year for Maryland. Undersized player. Played well against Penn State. 11 tackles there, but maybe he did a lot on special teams? Yeah, I agree. He wasn't ranked on ESPN. Kind of a part-time starter, too, at Maryland. Some special team stuff. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. That one. You stumped me, Chicago. He's in the database. The database is unlimited. You'll never stump the database, but that's you, Sam. WTF, man. What are we doing out here, folks? All right, Chiefs on the clock at 1:33, by the way. I want you guys to shout out your team, and we will discuss the first team that we see. First team we see, we will shout out and discuss. Shout out your team. Give some time here. I'll mention the Chiefs pick, then I'll pick my team I see in the live chat here once we get caught up there. Jalen Royals, love that pick for Kansas City. One of the best available wide receivers for me. A bit more in the Rashee Rice role than maybe you'd like to have as a double dip there for Kansas City. But I thought Royals was extremely productive when healthy. Maybe the medicals were a factor in why he fell. Only played 7 games this year. Did put up 834 yards. You know, he isn't the runner of like a Deebo Samuel or Malachi Corley of like actually getting handoffs, but has some of their yak. Like what I hoped Anthony Miller was going to end up being. 4.42 40-yard dash, 10 catches of 50-plus yards over the past 2 seasons. Nobody had more in college football. Not a soul. Didn't play his best against the best competition. The ADOT was kind of short. The foot injury in October may have been a red flag for teams. Love that pick, though, by Kansas City. First team I see is the Patriots from Agent 326. So we will discuss what they have done so far. Then we'll play this game again because it's super entertaining. And maybe I think we got maybe a couple minor super chats to get to, but no real rush on those. Nothing crazy. Again, we are doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle at What Going Downey if you want in on that one. At What Going Downey there. Patriots took Will Campbell, Travion Henderson, Kyle Williams, and Jared Wilson. Plus Craig Woodson. They're on the clock in 10 picks, by the way, early in round 5. So overall, I think a solid class by New England. If Will Campbell can hang at left tackle, that's going to go a long way for them. Henderson's a fun pick. Jared Wilson was the best pure center because Zabel's got guard flex too. That Wilson does not offer. There's your long-term starter, whether it's next year, this year, big picture stuff. I like that pick by New England. They got a receiver, Kyle Williams. They filled their top needs, OT, receiver, running back, safety. Boom, 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 boom. All taken off the board there, all selected. Let's do it again. Shout out your favorite team, and we will discuss the first one that we see as we approach the end of round 4. The Denver Broncos pick is in. Shout out to your team. Let's give it another 20 seconds, 10 seconds, Jack, somewhere in that range. 20, 30, it's fine. Yeah. Get that chat rate up there. Shout out your favorite team. We'll pick the first one that we see. 5:31. That's going to be tough to break. All right, 3, 2, 1. First team I see are the Seahawks from Bill McPherson. Let's discuss what the Seahawks have done so far in this year's NFL Draft. They took an offensive lineman, a guard / center in round 1. John Schneider, avoiding every internal instinct that he has, went ahead and did that. Nick Emenwari in round 2 at pick 35, the safety from South Carolina. Like that pick. Trade up is aggressive, but he's a good football player. Elijah Arroyo, I think, will become a starter long-term for Seattle at tight end. Jalen Milroe was the interesting pick. That was a very interesting selection there. It needs 2 years, but you give him time to learn behind Sam Darnold. He's not ready to play right now. Might need 2 years to fully develop, but interesting path there for Milroe. They're at pick 137, right, Jack, is their next selection? 137 in round 4. Yeah, so they're coming up here in a little bit, by the way. So I guess good timing on that front. Denver on the clock right now here at pick 134. That pick should be coming. Oh, it just came in, actually. I'll shut that one out. Denver has taken an edge rusher, and if you can have such a thing as a sleeper in the NFL Draft out of Alabama, I actually think this is one. Quandarius Robinson. I guess Q Robinson. Quandarius Robinson out of Alabama, the edge rusher, hasn't played a lot. Not really much at all. A ton of special teams value. 692 defensive snaps, yet despite 4 years at Bama, 370 defensive snaps. That is it. But he's a great athlete. He's got traits. The length is there. 33-inch arms. He's 6'4" and change, 243. He has shown flashes when he has played. Didn't test, but I think he would have tested very well. There is a valid question to me. Hey, man, if you were a top 100 recruit and you couldn't develop and get on the field in Alabama, are you going to do that in the NFL? But I think the traits are intriguing. I had him in the 5th round, like 30 spots lower or something on my board. Taking him here is fine with me, and Denver might be able to develop into a nice little sleeper there. Some super chats. Edwin Tennis. I'm not saying it's a bad draft for Dallas, but why edge when they needed skill players? Got to take best player. This is not a draft failure. This is a free agency failure to not add a receiver, to not add a running back, and actually add good talent there. If you have time, I'd say tuck that through your shirt too, Timus. I would just grab the other end and drop it down your shirt. Not saying it's a bad draft, but you take the best player. They did that. You wish you had a 4th, don't you? Hey, Sam. Hey, Tom. What backs are left you think will be there? I would be shocked if DJ Giddens fails, but I did that in a heartbeat. Avian Martinez. Jordan James could slide. I wasn't as high on Jordan James. I think him in a heartbeat in the 5th. Rashard Smith, Devin Neal, Jaden Blue, Ollie Gordon, LaQuint Allen, Taj Brooks. I got like 8 guys in my top 161 that would be in range for me in the 5th round. Mark, more is needed than just a 2026 number 2. So I agree there. You agree that Henderson and a 2 are greater than Booker, especially looking at what we have at guard versus back. If I'd gotten more, I would have traded down. Absolutely. But it kind of becomes just kind of a non-starter when you don't get enough, right? That's the way I look at it. But I totally get what you're saying, Mark. Greg, no question, just love the draft coverage. Tom is the best. Thank you very much. MA Football, guys, is just supporting my guy at What Going Downey. You're getting me through the workday. Thank you, MA Football. Appreciate every single person who is tuned in and who is subscribed. Hit that sub button right now. YouTube.com/ChatSportsTV for more free NFL YouTube videos. We have another trade, by the way. The Ravens have moved up to 136. The Raiders have made their selection as well, so stay tuned for all of that. We will break it down here in just a little bit. Hit that sub button here on Chat Sports. Titans have, I think the Titans got the pick, right? Or the Ravens got the pick. No. You sure? Titans coming up? Okay, Titans are, sorry, you're right. You were ahead of the networks. That's on me. That's on me, bud. That's on me. Titans on the clock now at pick number 136. Ravens trading down. We don't yet know what those details are. We'll bring on my boy Trace Mustakis here in just a second, and we'll break down the Raiders pick here as well momentarily. I'll shout that out, and then we'll go more in depth on it. Tonka Hemingway, elite name alert, is the pick by the Raiders. Welcome in, Trace. You can take over hosting duties, my friend.
Oh, it's great to be with you, Mr. Downey. I am so happy to be with you guys. Day 3 of the NFL Draft. Running on very little sleep, but that doesn't mean the analysis stops for any single pick, and that's why you guys tune in to Chat Sports, because we are breaking down every single pick, unlike some other guys that just kind of lump things together. We're going to give you expert analysis every single pick of the NFL Draft. How you doing today, Mr. Downey?
Doing good. We'll break down that Tonka pick here. I was curious what Tennessee does, but say what? Okay. Tonka Hemingway is the pick here by the Las Vegas Raiders. I think this is a reach. I see an awkward tweener at defensive tackle / defensive end at his size. He tested really well as a defensive tackle, like elite level athlete, but he's also 6'3", 284. I don't know if he has the power and the anchor to hold up full time at defensive tackle. I am worried about the tweener abilities here. That's That's where I mostly get concerned. His brother, by the way, is Junior Hemingway, the former Michigan wide receiver who was a late-round pick by the Chiefs back in the 2012 NFL Draft. I just see like a situational pass rusher defensive tackle is kind of what I'm thinking this one might end up being for the Las Vegas Raiders there.
So I look at this and I kind of say, as we get into these later rounds, we're looking at guys that are looking to, maybe not start day one or week one, but to, if they have the athletic traits and the size and the athleticism that you're kind of looking for, maybe like in this case, they show a little bit of a flash. You could probably learn behind somebody like a Max Crosby, maybe an interior defender there for the Raiders, and then just kind of like try to show out in training camp and try to earn your way into the starting rotation. But again, you can never have too many hog mollies on the defenses and offensive line. So I never, hate taking players like this unless there's a legitimate, huge injury that has been plagued them over their careers, or there's just no athletic ability whatsoever. So I don't mind the pick here.
All right, pick 136 is in. I love this one for Tennessee. Alec Iomanner, the wide receiver out of Stanford. I am higher on him than most. I don't care. I have seen him make too many plays with bad quarterback play at Stanford. 831 yards this year, 1,000-plus yards back in 2023. He's actually Canadian. Grew up as a hockey player initially and has the physicality you would like to see out of a former hockey player from Canada. He can handle press coverage. He tested great. 4.44 40-yard dash. If you care about the relative athletic scores, 9.78 at almost 6'2", 206. The build and testing was low-key like Chris Godwin. He's not the same route runner. I think the body control is good. A little bit high on the drops and not as good contested catches as I think he can be. I don't think those were high-quality contested catch looks and everything else there. Had a torn ACL, MCL before 2022. Was basically just a 2-year starter at Stanford and goes pro. This is not if you like yards per route run, it's not going to be very highly graded there. But I had a second-round grade on Iomanner. Love that pick for Tennessee.
Yeah, I think I love his size. I love his ability to get open in space and create action. And as you said something earlier, the quarterback play since Andrew Luck at Stanford has just been awful. Watching that game last year against Notre Dame, he was almost a non-factor. I mean, I understand Notre Dame had one of the most stout defenses in college football, but I just don't see the physicality there quite yet, although, again, with bad quarterback play, it's really hard to determine if a prospect on the wide receiver side, is going to make waves in the NFL. But I do like adding another piece here for Cam Ward, starting off the franchise in the right direction, giving him another weapon to eventually go into the years going forward. So maybe they can develop a connection. I think you're right. I think as a talent, I think he has nothing but great upside.
Break down the trade. Take over the hosting duties here for me, T. Moose.
All right, here we go. So the Patriots are trading, and they get that 2025 fourth-round pick at 137. They're trading with the Seahawks. So the Seahawks receive 144 and a seventh-round pick at 238. So now the Patriots are on the clock, and we are going to just take a quick look here at our friends from Mando. Our friends at Mando. Listen, guys, if you are smelling really, really stinky, and your sweats and your body odor is affecting you, trust me when I say this, Mando comes in handy. I love their products. I actually have a stick right now of their whole body deodorant at my house, and when I go work out, I use this before I go work out, and I am odor-free for 72 hours. So what is it? It is that full body deodorant that you could use on your pits, your undercarriage, your thigh folds, your belly button. It was created by a doctor who saw firsthand how normal BO was being misdiagnosed and mistreated. Clinically proven for up to 72 hours of odor protection. I love all of their scents, but I'm a big fan of the bourbon leather one. That's the one I go with every single time. But they have other ones like Clover Woods, Mount Fuji, and Pro Sport. If you want to try America's #1 whole body deodorant right now, all you have to do is go to any retail store like Walmart or Target, or go to shopmando.com/chat. Mando's starter pack is perfect for new customers. It comes with a solid stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, 2 free products of your choice, and free shipping. As a special offer for listeners, new customers get $5 off a starter pack with our exclusive code CHAT. that equates to up to 40%, off your starter pack. Use code CHAT at shopmando.com for $5 off. And please tell them that we sent you here at NFL Daily. Smell fresher, stay drier, and boost your confidence from head to toe with Mando. Whew, and I love that Mando scent. It is really, really good. I'm actually wearing some right now, believe it or not.
It helps when the studios can get a little hot and sweaty.
You're absolutely correct about that. And I'll tell you what, I spent the night in a hotel last night as I was, not trying to drive all the way home. And those sheets, you never know what they smell like in those hotels. So using Mando was big help here. All right, draft needs right now for the Patriots. Obviously, offensive line seems to be a big area of need.
Pretty much knocked them out so far with their picks.
Yeah, they have, but maybe adding another weapon here. I know they added Kyle Williams yesterday on day 2. They added Travion Henderson at that running back position. So, Mr. Downey, what do you think? Well, actually, the pick is in. Joshua Farmer here, the defensive tackle out of Florida State. 305 pounds at 6'3". Tell us a little bit about the prospect out of FSU.
Just cracked by top 100. He was number 99 overall, had a 3rd, 4th round cheater grade. There's a lot to like about the upside here with Joshua Farmer. He's got 35-inch arms. He's got a massive frame. He's, like you mentioned, 6'3", 6'3.5" at his pro day, by the way. That helps it all. 305 on the pound side. Big hands, 7.25-inch hands there. The athletic ability was pretty darn good. 5'11", 40-yard dash, a lot of good stuff overall. I think good, not great athlete is what we see. The length is great. He's got a high motor. He shows flashes as a pass rusher. 10.7% on that front, but he plays too tall. He's not as good of a run stopper as he should be at his size. I think this is like some Keanu Benton where you got to develop him a little bit and he can come along there.
Absolutely.
But in the late 4th, quality pick here by the New England Patriots.
I completely agree with you. And one of the things that I love about the New England Patriots, it's very clear right now that when Mike Vrabel stepped in, they are trying to reset the foundation of those offensive line. Back when he was coaching Tennessee, he really valued the run game with Derrick Henry. Ryan Tannehill was more of a serviceable quarterback. Don't make any mistakes. Get the ball out quickly to your playmakers and let Derrick Henry be the focal point of that offense. I don't necessarily know that what he's trying to do in New England, considering you have such a talent like Drake May, but taking a Travion Henderson in round 2 and now adding to the offensive line and with Joshua Farmer here at the defensive line, I really like what Vrabel's building, and I think the Patriots could be a dark horse for a above 500 team this year.
Drake May keeps taking step forwards. They're going to be in a really good spot.
Very good spot.
That's the main thing, and I like him a lot, so I think that will happen. Maybe not this year, but I think we'll see progress here.
Hold on. Jed York?
What does that mean?
Oh,
Why
okay.
were you so excited about
I
that?
thought that was going to be Shedeur Sanders.
Sam was all excited that Jed York tweeted something out. Okay, whatever. That's whatever. I don't know.
So these day 3 picks so far right now, Craig Woodson, the safety out of California, and Joshua Farmer, defensive tackle out of Florida State. Like I said, if everything progresses the right way, and as Tom said, the Patriots could be in a very, very good spot. The next pick is officially in. Jordan Watkins, the wide receiver out of Ole Miss, going to the San Francisco 49ers to add another weapon for Brock Purdy. I'm not going to lie, this pick I'm not super high on. I don't love his measurables. The tape didn't say that much. Again, adding a weapon for a guy, who likes to distribute the ball as quickly as Brock Purdy does, get the ball in the hands of the playmakers. Again, it's not bad in Kyle Shanahan's offense. Anybody can succeed in. But, Mr. Downey, what do you have about Jordan Watkins?
Yeah, wasn't as high on Jordan Watkins as the Niners are. You can tell that by the grade there. If you want to feel good about the pick, go watch the Arkansas game. He had 8 catches for 254 yards and 5 touchdowns. Now, the issue is he had 49 for 906 and 9 TDs the entire season. So you had kind of the one outlier game, and then you throw in Duke. He went for 180 and 2, and now he got 7 TDs in 2 of his 12 games. And I'm like, okay, now wait, that's kind of an outlier production there. Andre Roberts, kind of the fun comp, probably ends up playing more in the slot. There's some return value here as well. Did run a 4.37 40-yard dash, which is certainly valuable. I didn't see sub 4.4 speed, but I was like, 4.47, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. I had a 6th-round grade on Jordan Watkins. So we're at the end of the 4th. A round reach is not the end of the world in day 3. It's day 3. It's okay.
Well, they lose Deebo Samuel. Brandon Ayuk coming off a really bad injury. George Kittle,
Just
even
love
older.
Receivers.
I mean, I just feel like this is one of the picks and one of the positions that they probably needed to address. And in free agency, they lost a bunch of players. Are we getting a $100 super chat here? Oh, it's on Cowboys.
I get to do a beer.
Hey!
OJC
With the $100 super chat. Bang! Love that. The Jones boys' only success is at running their mouth. They can't run an organization.
There's a Red Bull at the bottom too. Still, it was left over.
Wow, does this draft help the offense?
It doesn't help the offense enough. but it's a free agency failing. The draft is good. The free agency was bad again. You couldn't fill all your needs. You couldn't do it. You were gonna not take the best player on your board to fill a need. That's not how you want to draft. This is the free agency failing.
Round one, I can tell you. Yeah, I can tell you round one when I said that Tyler Booker was one of my sleeper picks to go into the top 15. Everybody laughed at me and then went to the Cowboys there at number 12. So I felt a little vindicated, but I know that a lot of Cowboys fans were very, very upset with that first round pick with the Cowboys. But again, that's your team. That's America's team. I'm just here to offer what I think is going to happen.
Get some OJCs into the jersey raffle on that front there. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you, OJC. Appreciate it, brother. Appreciate it.
Woo!
Vikings pick is in. They are on the clock, though, and it just came in at 1:39.
Sweet. I'll go rapid fire on these.
Oh no!
Classic.
Oh,
the first one was, is Shedeur going to be available at 149? Probably.
Is that a possibility for the Cowboys today?
It's Jerry. You can never say no. If they had not traded for Joe Milton, I think they would have done it.
Honestly, it's not a bad backup.
It's a circus, though.
It is a circus.
It's a circus.
Yeah. I mean, hey.
You could sign him as an undrafted free agent, and it's going to be a circus.
But, hey, isn't that, kind of what the Cowboys' MO is right now, is just all
that's
flash?
why I don't want it.
All flash, baby. All right, Phantom of many topics. Thank you so much. Look out for Elick A. Maybe Bashard Smith, my guess.
Bashard Smith, I'd be down with. There's still some backs there. We're getting real close to the Cowboys picks. I got backs on the board.
There's a lot of really good backs left. I'm a big guy on Devin Neal from Kansas. I think he's going to be a really good player. I wanted R.J. Harvey. Obviously he went to the Denver Broncos, which I'm super happy about. But here we go. We got one from Mark. And he said, to me, not having a stud running back with no wide receivers other than CD, I'd take less in a trade running back. Well, much higher upgrade than G.
I get it, Mark. I know I do. That's why I wish you would have just if you had brought back Rico Dowdle, I think we'd all be okay right now. If you'd signed a receiver, we'd all be okay right now.
Listen,
the Cowboys crushed it.
Had an over 1,000-yard rushing season last year.
Massive Matt. Damn it, Dallas. Should have traded up for Samson.
I
would have liked it.
Yeah, no
Hunter
problem.
M, what teams are still a threat at RB before 149? Ravens, Vikings. Kind of makes sense there. Hunter M, draft running back, DT late receiver, sign Lockheed's with Titans now. Trade for Breece Hall, day 3 picks. Let's ride. Yeah, I'm down. Maybe you do a Breece Hall instead. Or a Breece Hall, right? Makes more sense. And you sound like an Amari Cooper, Keenan Allen or something. That all of them there, Jack? Appreciate that, my friend.
Okay, let's see what the trade is. So I'm guessing they traded up with the Seahawks here. So Sam
Howell
backing
traded
up
again.
Backing up the kid, J.J. McCarthy. Full details TBA. But Sam Howell is on the move. He is now a Minnesota Viking, and it kind of seems like Kevin O'Connell is kind of that QB rehab spot. I mean, you saw
What's
Daniel
the rehab?
Well, I mean, he's so good with quarterbacks, right? Quarterbacks that have had an opportunity to start, shown that they were a little bit over their skis, go to Minnesota, and maybe they turn their career around. I can't wait to see what Indiana Jones does there in Indianapolis.
No, it's McCarthy.
It's JJ.
Stop it.
It's JJ.
It's a pick swap, by the way, 142 and 172.
Wow. Sam Howell, you are a Minnesota Viking. Skol, baby.
Oh, that pick is in. Let's run through what we got. 2 picks. Sweet. We are in the 5th round officially, by the way. We are in the 5th round. I'll just go rapid fire on these here.
Rock and roll.
Tyrion Ingram Dawkins, who is an upside, kind of hybrid defensive end, defensive tackle. This is is he a tweener or is he versatile? Where do you go with? I think teams disagree on where to play him. I think 5 technique. which I think you can do some stuff with Minnesota and Brian Flores. So I actually do like that fifth. I had a 5th, 6th round grade for him on him. Great athlete, but again, he's kind of a tweener there. The better Florida Giant human being at defensive tackle has been taken. That is Cam Jackson. 6'6" and a quarter, 328. He had originally committed to LSU, had some great issues, didn't want to miss something becoming eligible, goes to Memphis, transfers to Florida. John Jenkins, athletic comp. This is just a big person. Large human. And this is about the weight that you need to have Desmond Watson actually play at, by the way.
So I'm guessing you're probably going to put him at nose tackle,
nose
right?
guard.
Yeah, I was going to say, with a body like that, unless he's, got this freakish athleticness, you're probably not going to – he's going to be a tree stump right in the middle of that defensive line.
There's a couple guys this year. I didn't do it for this one. I'm like, yeah, he's just a giant rock. He got some pressures, though, actually, for Florida. It's kind of like the John Jenkins comp there. Gets a little off balance sometimes. Testing was about what you thought for a defensive tackle, but for the guy that size. This is a run-stopping defensive lineman here for Carolina. Well, like that pick.
All right, what's coming in next? The Ravens are on the clock, and the pick should be in here at 141. So we'll just take a look here in just a second as we get that pick coming in. Let's take a look at the last couple of picks here that came in. Actually, this was earlier in round 4, excuse me. Well, yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Totally go for it. I love the Cam Scatterbo pick, by the way, Jack. Saw that come in, and I heard you go absolutely ballistic.
He did.
The New York football Giants are crushing the 2025 NFL Draft. They are having an unbelievable 2025. Maybe Joe Shane's trying to save his job. Not shave his job, but save his job. Honestly, I thought there were some really good value picks coming up here in round 4. Jack Sawyer he just feels like a Pittsburgh Steeler, doesn't he? Dylan Sampson to the Cleveland Browns, I love as well. They're loading up in their running back room after taking Quinshon Judkins. Jalen Lane, really good wide receiver out of Virginia Tech, going to the Commanders. The Denver Broncos adding Q Robinson, another edge rusher to complement that already amazing pass rush in Denver. 67 sacks last year, led the NFL in sacks. And, so Elic Ailmanor, going to Tennessee and adding another weapon there for Cam Ward. Listen, some of these value picks, we had guys that were, valued to go in the round 2 or round 3, and they're falling all the way to 4, so teams are getting some steals here coming into round 5. Ravens pick is officially in. We'll get that here in just one moment.
Have some fun with these 5th-round picks. ESPN, by the way, is just now announcing the Sam Howell trade. So to put that in perspective.
Jeez Louise, there, yeah.
So that's why you sub, right?
That's why you subscribe.
On the trade details? Yeah,
it was just a pick swap, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Sam Howell on a 5th round at 172 for pick 142.
6th-ish round value at most.
Which that pick is in as well. All right, so the Baltimore Ravens.
I think that pick is in.
Yeah, it is in. It has been in for. Beautiful.
Seattle on the clock then at 142 following the Sam Howell trade, too, after this one.
And here comes the pick. Carson Vincent, the offensive tackle out of Alabama A&M. 75.1 PFF grade. Mr. Downey, what do you have on Mr. Vincent?
Yeah, the Ravens might be able to make him work, actually. They've done a pretty good job getting better play out of lesser offensive linemen. Carson Vincent this is a traits-based upside pick. First true HBCU player taken, like an entire career at HBCU, by the way. Alabama A&M. This is a great athlete. He's 6'7" and change. He's 3'14", 34.5-inch arms. Like, it's all upside. But he's also 24 years old. I think he would struggle if he went to the FBS level right now, let alone the NFL level. I don't think he can play. He might need a year, if not 2. He was rough at the Senior Bowl. Like he got 2 sacks, a hit, and 5 hurries and a flag in the Senior Bowl game.
Yeah, it's not
he
good.
got smoked. I didn't think he was good against Auburn. He's a penalty boy. 13 flags the last 2 seasons. He plays tall. The hands are too wide. And that's how you get guys in your chest and how you get off balance and lose power. But the athletic comps are Jordan Mailata, Patrick Paul, and then you had a badge all the time, so it's Wanya Morris. Developmental off the tackle.
Listen, again, if there's any team that can kind of make it work, it would be the Baltimore Ravens. They've got an excellent system right there with Ronnie Stanley at offensive tackle for at left tackle, I should say, protecting Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. So don't hate the pick, but like you said, it's a work in progress and maybe a year or two to develop into a really, really good player. Seahawks pick is in at 142 after that trade with the Minnesota Vikings, where Sam Howell is now a Viking, heading up north to Minneapolis. And the draft needs currently right now wide receiver, guard, center, basically all offensive line, although they did take Gray Zabel, who's that versatile player in round 1.
They should draft 3 of them.
You should probably draft as many offensive linemen as you possibly can here. I'm going to say they're probably going to try and go maybe someone on the guard side, and let's see what the pick is in. Riley Mills, the defensive tackle out of Notre Dame. I've got some things to say about Riley Mills, but I'll let you take it away.
Go for it.
No, listen, I watched Riley Mills play a bunch last year, and he is a huge mammoth of a dude. 6'5", 296 pounds. He doesn't have that immediate burst that you're looking for off the defensive line, but he does have some skill with his hands, and I thought that playing on that defensive line alongside R.J. Oben and Howard Cross, I thought this was an unbelievable Notre Dame defensive line, which they usually don't have. So he did suffer that season-ending knee injury in last year's college football playoff, which was really, really tough to see. But he's a powerful dude with quickness off the line. Again, that burst to, get back into the backfield is something that I think he needs to work on just a little bit, maybe lose a little bit of weight. But other than that, I think he's an excellent prospect.
I had a late 5th-round grade on him. He tore his ACL in the first round of the college football playoff. I don't know if he plays this year.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was a drop. He would have been maybe a late 4th for me. So like the pure value wise here, I think is good. If trust the medical coming back off of the ACL tear.
Absolutely, and that injury, going back to what we said against Indiana, was just disgusting. So
heartbreaking.
But at the same time, what he did throughout the season, I was very, very impressed with. So I think they're getting a guy that, like you said, maybe in a year or two could actually take the next step into a really, really good starting player on that defensive line. He's great against the run. He can get back into the backfield, make the pressure happen. I love Riley Mills as a prospect, and he's also a really, really good kid. Listen to a bunch of interviews about him, and he loves Notre Dame, and he loves football.
2-time or 2nd-team All-American this year, too. So.
Browns have traded up.
Dolphins pick is in, so we'll break that one down, too, here. That is Jordan Phillips, which I think is actually a super good pick by the Miami Dolphins. This is my best available defensive tackle left. Had a very strong showing at the Senior Bowl. So, Browns are now on the clock at 144, by the way. You have to turn your mic up, dude. Okay. Browns now on the clock at 144. Jordan Phillips at 143. I think there's untapped potential here. The stat sheet does not pop off the screen for you. He had a fantastic Shrine Week. I think really helped boost his draft stock there. 1 TFL, 0 sacks. That's not very good. I think he can do one technique more stuff for you. This is another run stopper, I think, at his best. Dolphins needed that. So I do like that pick a lot for the Miami Dolphins there at 143 overall.
Well, they lost Calais Campbell as well, so making sure that they get more guys on that defensive line. Again, all upside for this dude. It's clear that, they're trying to replace that and add more bodies and see who can play. So I like the pick as well for the Dolphins. Here's the trade and what it looks like. The Browns receive pick number 144, so they are officially on the clock with the pick being in. The details will be announced. Is it Shedeur Sanders?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think so.
Last year we saw the doubling of quarterbacks from the Patriots, Drake May and then Joe Milton in round 6. So is it possible that Dylan Gabriel in round 3 and then Shedeur Sanders in round 5? Who knows? I'd like to think so. I think it would be excellent for not only the channel, but just can we get him off the board, please, so we can stop talking about it? We can't say it.
Let's do it as a time for Shedeur.
Is it Shedevland time?
That sounds terrible.
It sounds awful. I just came up with that in my head.
Sanders
I said it out loud, and it just didn't sound
Shedurland.
Shedurland?
Yeah.
I think Shedevland sounds it's like you don't say Cleveland, right?
Tack back onto it.
All right, is it Shedeur time? Let us know in the comment section below. Let us know. Start spamming it down. Is he going to be a Brownie? Is Shedeur going to end up in the Great Lakes area? Spam it. Spam it down below. We're getting a lot of no's here. And a lot of emphatic no's as well. Capital no's. Who knows from Joey Watkins?
Let's get to it because the chat will leak it.
All right, we won't want to leak it. So, oh my God! He's off the board! Shedeur Sanders is a Cleveland Brown! Holy Moses! Ladies and gentlemen, the man who just a couple of months ago, was slated as a potential number 1 overall pick, slides all the way to round 5 at pick number 144.
Okay, that's on.
Shedeur Sanders is a Cleveland Brown. Dillon Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders are the newest quarterbacks in the Cleveland Browns depth chart. This is crazy. Tom, go ahead. Take it away.
Way better pick than Dillon Gabriel. I guess Shadeur's chance to win the job, honestly. I think he does. So,
that's fine.
And I'm going to go to Cowboys here. So what's going to happen? Cowboys are 5 picks away. My boy Trace Moustakis, we're going to do an entire cut. Will be available on demand on the Chat Sports YouTube channel on Shedeur Sanders. You don't have to start that yet. You don't have to do it like it's weird timing.
No problem.
I'm going to step off. Cowboys Report live stream. Don't go anywhere. I'll be on there momentarily. Shedeur Sanders is a Cleveland Brown. T-Moose, take it away.
I cannot believe it. We were actually questioning in the Chat Sports office here if Shedeur was going to slide all the way down to maybe Mr. Irrelevant. Now, there might have been a little bit of hyperbolicness in that. Maybe we were just kind of exaggerating it. But still, for a guy who just months ago was slated to be a number 1 overall pick, let alone a first-round pick, has slid all the way down to round 5 at pick number 144. It's clear that over the last couple of weeks, his interviews have been awful. That's what all these GMs, analysts, media members have been saying. That he just went into the rooms and he turned a lot of people off. Now, despite that, I think that's a little harsh for him to go all the way down to round 5 because I do think that Shedeur Sanders can be a franchise-level quarterback. I don't know how good, I don't know what his ceiling is, but he possesses all of the traits, IQ, that I'm looking for, and he lives in the pocket. And last year at Colorado, he was sensational. 74% completion percentage, 4,100 yards, 41 total touchdowns, only 10 interceptions, so that 4-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio. It's awesome. But he doesn't have a great arm. He's a little bit slight. So that, to me, is kind of like one of those, okay, I can understand why and outside of the pocket, he's made some plays, but against the NFL caliber speed and athleticism, it's probably not going to translate. No problem. We're going to say goodbye to Cowboys here in just a second, folks. Sorry, we got a lot of moving parts going on right now. But this is unbelievable. He's going to the Cleveland Browns, and now there is a quarterback battle between Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, Dillon Gabriel, and Shedeur Sanders, with Deshaun Watson most likely missing the entirety of the 2025 season. Holy crap. Do we have any Browns fans that are in right now? What do you feel about the pick? Let me know. Grade the pick A, B, C, D, or F. We'll get it on screen here in just a second.
We are back here solo for the rest of the 2025 NFL Draft on the Cowboys Report. The Cowboys are coming up in just a few picks. The Philadelphia Eagles are currently on the clock. The running backs I have available, DJ Giddens, the Kansas State player, Damian Martinez are both top 100 grades for me. Jordan James is there. Brashard Smith, Devin Neal, Jaden Blue, Ollie Gordon, all 148 or better. If you wanted a running back, I think you can still secure one. Torrey Horton is the best available wide receiver for me as well. Who do you want the Cowboys to draft? Let me know in the comment section of today's show. But first, this hour of coverage here on the Cowboys Report is presented by Mando. Appreciate Mando sponsoring us here today. Spring is in the air, which means I get to golf again. Well, at least once the draft is over, I get to do that. I love to walk, not ride 18 holes. Mando whole body deodorant helps keep me clean and helps keep me feeling fresh from head to toe. Golf balls aren't the only things, after all, that have to stay clean. Mando is clinically proven to block odor all day and control odor for up to 72 hours. Mando's starter pack is perfect for new customers. It comes with a solid stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, 2 free products of your choice, like the mini body wash and the deodorant wipes, and free shipping. As a special offer for you guys, you get $5 off a starter pack with code CHAT. That's over 40% off your starter pack by going to shopmando.com using code CHAT. That's SHOPMANDO.com. Shopmando. Use code CHAT. Support our show. Tell them we sent you. Smell fresher, stay drier, and boost your confidence from head to toe with Mando. Link will be in the live comments. Also in the description, by the way, of today's show. That's shopmando.com. We will do the stink-free pick later on tonight, so make sure you guys stay tuned for that one. Cowboys are a few picks away. Shedeur Sanders has finally, at long last, gone off the board. The Cleveland Browns took him at 144 overall. Mac McWilliams was the pick by the Philadelphia Eagles. That is a rare reach on my board for what the Eagles normally end up doing. So Mac McWilliams is gone. Let's change that L3 too for me, Chris. Who do you want the Cowboys to draft? Let me know in the comment section of today's show. We are in the 5th hour round, the hour of the 5th hour of the 5th round, hashtag words and stuff, sponsored by Mando. Appreciate them hooking us up. Get the whole body deodorant. We will do the Venmo 50-50 raffle at What's Going Downy on that one to enter at What Going Downy. I assume we don't have those supers that have come in because there were different live streams and stuff. Because I'll just shout them out rapid fire here. You guys vote who you want. I'd say ride Mando L3 for a little bit, just not the stink-free pick one. That's going to be a specific segment later on. We'll do it. We'll do it at the end of the 5th round, I think, or maybe like between the Cowboys picks. We'll see what the time looks like there. I'll go rapid fire on these supers here, folks. Torrey Horton, a receiver. I'd be down, but I got running backs that are above him for now, at least, or at least in the same range. It might be better for you. Shot on Nick Nash. I'm not that high on Nick Nash. I got Nick Nash as a 5th/6th round grade, so maybe one of your 6th rounders. Love you guys. Best NFL news source. Thank you, Hunter. Lil Monk. Have you guys feel about the Kansas back? Devin Neal. I've got DJ Giddens, Damian Martinez, Jordan James starts with Hedman, but it'd be a good value pick. I would take Devin Neal and not complain about it in the 5th round here. David Ellswick, Tez, and Damian Martinez in the 5th. I'd be down with that. Jordan Phillips is gone, but Peebles in the 6th, Jack Nelson in the 7th, and then sign Keenan Allen post-draft. I'm down. Aaron Beasley, I would be down with DJ Giddens. I would be. Mark, get the best of the remaining running backs. Dumb. You could have taken DJ Giddens in the 3rd. I would have said good pick. Or at least good enough pick. If you had your 4th round, I would have taken him there. Chase Owens, the Cowboys pick Isaiah Bond. Guys, Isaiah Bond's got a case. I can't take him right now. I can't do it. He's got a case. I can't. No Shedeur sympathy pick. No drama in Dallas. Instead, it's all Shedurland as we move forward. Jordan King, Damian Martinez, or Isaiah Bond. I would take I take Damian Martinez or DJ Giddens. Jordan James be happy. Sam says the Browns legit are a QB graveyard. Robert Lavecchia says Smile Mondin, DJ Giddens, or Cameron Williams. I don't need another tackle. If you guys didn't like Tyler Guyton, you're not going to like Cam Williams. I wouldn't like that one at all. Patriots pick is in at 146. It is not a running back. Braden Swinson, the edge out of LSU. Little bit surprised he fell this far. He is off the board here at 146. The Niners are now on the clock here. They might take a running back, given their history. There are going to be some good running backs for the Cowboys. Who do you want to take? Let me know in the comments section of today's show. I think just kind of get some of those Mando L3s for me up there, too. Thank you, bud. I know you were busy with Raiders. That was Raiders, by the way. It was all right. Casey? There's a lot going on, man. A lot going on. Day 3 draft coverage. Remember to like that video. I think I owe some shots. I owe 3 shots. Every 200 likes, I'll do a shot today. So like the video. We'll do the whole turnaround thing again. You can see my cut hair at the back. 1, 2. Once the pick is in, I'm going to turn around here. Niners pick is, let me get that off screen. Good Lord, Tom. Be aware of your surroundings. 1,000 likes away from beating last year's numbers. Niners on the clock. Their pick is in the 5th round. I think we might have a trade. Rams/Bears coming up here at 158. The Niners pick is in. Shedeur Sanders, Mac McWilliams, Braden Swinson off the board. The Bears coming up here at 148 overall. Niners could take it back. I don't know if the Rams/Bears would in the end. I don't think that'd be the case. So waiting on the 49ers pick here. They have taken a running back. It is not my best available back, but it was one of my top 3. Jordan James, which I think is actually a really good scheme fit for what the 49ers want to do. I think that's actually a good pick. I would have taken James in the 5th and been happy with it. I like that pick a lot for San Francisco. That leaves at least one of DJ Giddens, all but one at minimum, of DJ Giddens, Damian Martinez, Bashard Smith, Devin Neal, Jaden Blue, Ollie Gordon, all have 148 or higher overall on my board. And those are all 4th-round grades except for Gordon. That's a 5th-round grade. So there will be a running back available for the Cowboys here. There will be a back. Believe it's either the Rams or the Bears coming up here. Looks like it's the Rams. It is the Rams? Okay, sweet. So get those votes in who you want the Cowboys to take. Best available left for me, by the way. Marcus Bowe, who's, you don't need another interior lineman, so I think you're not going to go that one route. He took an edge, so not Antoine Powell-Ryland. I think a tackle would be kind of a surprise, especially a developmental one in Cam Williams, but it could be a Terrence Steele replacement in like 2 years, whatever. Torrey Horton is available. I would not be mad at that pick. I would like that one. DJ Giddens, then Miles Frazier and Martinez, some linebackers, some corners. Tez Johnson is high there. There are running backs there if you wanted one. The Cowboys brought Damian Martinez in for a Dallas Day visit. They know DJ Giddens from the offensive line coach, who was at Kansas State as his OC. I'd be very happy with either of those picks. I kind of really want a running back here. Doesn't mean the other pick would be bad, but I kind of want the running back more or less pretty badly here. So Rams pick is in at 148. Then I'm going to turn around once the Rams pick is in. As they're coming in hot and heavy, I'm sure Nick Harris will break the tweet like he's been doing so far this year. Waiting on the Rams pick to be made official. I can't go check to see if we're getting the leaks on Slack because I don't want to get spoiled by the Cowboys coming in back-to-back. I don't want to do it. Rams, then your Dallas Cowboys. Like the video, folks. As soon as I turn around, I've got a lot of running backs here who I am a fan of. There's any of these guys I would be on board with. Giddens, Martinez, Bashard Smith, Devin Neal, Jaden Blue, maybe Ollie Gordon. If you would have told me those guys would have been there in the 5th round, I would have said, great, that worked out wonderfully for us. Ty Hamilton is the pick here for the Los Angeles Rams. I will turn around. Cowboys on the clock, 149. Every $100 super chat or Venmo we get, I will do 2 beer bongs for until the Cowboys pick is in. I saw a tweet from John Machota, but I didn't see what the name was. I saw Cowboys pick and I swiped it away real fast. So I don't. That could have been recapping the pick so far for all I know, but I saw something from my guy John over at The Athletic. Round 5, 149. I would like any of those running backs I mentioned. The order is, I think, it was Giddens, Martinez, and I don't remember. Devin Neal, Bashard Smith, Jaden Blue, Ollie Gordon. I think I'm maybe missing a name or two there. Any of those guys, I would be very happy with. Ordering is whatever. Obviously, I'm higher on Giddens and Martinez, but like any of those guys, if you told me going today, you got him in the 5th round, I'd be like, sweet. Cowboys got what they needed. They got lucky there in the end. So it's not in yet, I assume, the graphics? Pick is in? Graphics are in? Okay. Hey, go ahead and start that stream, baby. Pick is in, Sam. Go. Jaden Blue, the Cowboys got themselves an explosive running back out of Texas. Big play threat, speed, fast, catching ability. Like this one a lot. There is some character stuff we'll get into in terms of, professionalism from what Dane Brugler has mentioned previously, but this is a really explosive playmaker who hasn't had a ton of workload, is young. I had a 4th-round grade on Jalen Blue. You got him in the 5th round. I love that pick for the Dallas Cowboys. This is one of the most explosive and best pass-catching backs in this year's draft. That is an A for Jaden Blue for me for the Dallas Cowboys. Pick A, B, C, D, or F. I'm going to change the pinned poll here. Wait. A, B, C, D, or F. I'm sure Texans fans are going to love that one. By the way, I would still strongly consider double dipping at running back with your next 5th-round pick. I would not be opposed to that. Grade the pick of Jaden Blue, the running back from Texas. If you told me going into today, hey, you don't get a running back in the first 2 days, but you find Jaden Blue in the 5th round, I would have said, hell yeah, that's awesome. So Jaden Blue, the pick here for the Cowboys, A, B, C, D, or F. You get my 133rd overall player at 149. That's value. You filled a big-time need in the process. Getting any running back was going to be a big priority. I think you were able to get away with that one. This is a 4.38 40-yard dash, and wasn't as fast as he hoped he was going to be, by the way. So it's a good pick, Coop. It's a good pick. I can teach fumbling. Don't. Hey, Coop, you would know this pretty well. Got any character concerns there with work ethic stuff with Jaden Blue?
No, he's a good guy.
Okay.
Good teammate.
Okay.
No problems with that.
Okay. I've heard some mom influence there, or some not quite a full professional yet. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Coop's on board with that one. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. A, B, C, D, or F. Grade the pick in the comment section of today's show. Vote in the pinned poll as well. It's a good pick, Chris. I like that one a lot. It's a good pick. Take your time getting set up for the pick cut. No rush. I know you've got a lot going on right now for yourself. There's a lot of chaos there. Plus, I'm making you do the shorts. Did we get any hundreds in there? I don't think so. All right, we'll do it again later. That was from earlier. That came in while we were live on Cowboys. So we'll get to the other supers we've gotten to so far. So Jaden Blue, the pick here for the Dallas Cowboys in the 5th round. They'll get him on the edge, get him involved there. I like him a lot here. Explosive player. He's not a tackle breaker. He's a run right by you guy, right? That's kind of his play style. He made some great wheel route stuff, man. He was thriving on those plays. Like that pick a lot. What we'll do next here is we'll break down the entire pick. We'll do our normal, on-demand cut. Recap all the picks that have come in since then. I have not paid attention to what the hell's been going on. So we'll get to all of that. And then we will get back in time for the next pick. Cowboys have another late 5th round selection. So we will discuss that. And, don't know if a receiver is going to be there. You probably just aren't going to be able to fill that particular need. But a lot to break down here on the Cowboys Report. 7 picks today. 7 for the Cowboys. We will break them all down here on the show. You all set, Chris? You're all good? Sweet. Let me get the stopwatch up here so I know we don't go crazy long or crazy short. Let's ride. The Cowboys were able to find a running back in the 5th round, one of the more explosive players left at the position in this year's NFL Draft, Jaden Blue, the running back out of Texas who offers pass-catching stuff, who offers big playability, isn't the biggest. Cowboys kind of going off-type with their size preferences at the running back position. Lighter workload, lighter career production as a result, but he only just turned 21 years old. I wanted juice at this position. You haven't had juice at all last year. Rico Dowdle wasn't a juice player. None of those guys were juice players. Jaden Blue brings that for me. He offers it. He offers big play ability. And he's not going to be an every down back. I think you can have, some impact there with Miles Sanders and Javonte Williams, but the big play, the pass catching ability, absolutely is there for Jaden Blue. 134 carries this year for Texas. Also, by the way, had 42 catches for 368 yards and 6 touchdowns. That's a lot for a running back. And a lot of those, by the way, those weren't just swing passes. Like, those were actually, like, downfield doing wheel routes. You guys, like us Texans fans, I'm sure. Big wheel route runner. Does a great job of it. Big picture stuff. Then we'll go pure positives, pure negatives, etc. Gifted athlete. He's a fantastic athlete overall. 4.38 40 was like, I thought slow for him. I thought he could have been like a 4.33 guy or even a little bit lower than that. The testing was overall really good. He's a slasher. He's got cutting ability. The pass catching is awesome. Doesn't have great power because, he's 5'9", 196. He's not a run through you guy. He's a run past you guy and will be involved in pass catching duties as well. The Cowboys haven't been able to do a screen in feels like how many years, like properly. Jaden Blue can live on screens. He can make a bunch of plays there. The vert was kind of shockingly terrible because the broad was great, but you don't normally see like a bad vert and a great broad. That's a little bit unusual there, but you actually have speed now at running back. You haven't had that since Tony Pollard. And even after the injury, it wasn't quite as fast the first year back, and he was much faster this past year for Tennessee. So, Jaden Blue to the Dallas Cowboys. He stays in the state of Texas. Grade the pick A, B, C, D, or F. It is the pinned comments on today's show. So if the ad comes here on YouTube, that's just fine. Take advantage of it. Head down there and let me know. Did not mention my player comp for him yet. I wrote down Nyheim Hines, where that is not. I don't know if he's ever going to be a true 250 carry back. He'll be a rotation piece, I think, in the end. But the big playability he offers, the pass catching value, I think he could be a better runner than Nyheim Hines was too. That role, Javonte can do it, but he's more of a pass blocker than he is a pass catcher. I think adding some big playability with Jaden Blue is what this running back room needs. There was a bunch of backs I had interest in here. I'd have been happy with any of DJ Giddens, who went 151 to the Colts, by the way. Damian Martinez, Brashard Smith, who I think has more character stuff than Jaden Blue. Devin Neal, those are some differences of power, early, explosive playbacks. Jaden Blue was a 133 overall player on my board, a 4th round grade. You were able to get one. You were able to get one here. I am going to stop because we have a trade. The Cowboys are on the clock again at 152. So we'll reset everything here. We'll do these as one cut. And we'll wait till we get the trade details as well, but we'll do the short stuff here too. Cowboys are back on the clock. They're moving up. If you see what the details are, shout them out for me, Chris. Cowboys on the clock again. And just put in production that we're going to merge these picks. So we're pivoting on the fly here. Cowboys on the clock again at 152. They've traded up with the Arizona Cardinals. Cowboys on the clock again. Torrey Horton would make me super happy. But there's clearly somebody that they like a lot here. To move up, I assume they give up their other 5th round pick in a 6th or a 7th, would be my guess. If you see the details, holler at me, Chris. Once you tell me to turn around, we'll do the pick cut reaction too. The shorts can be out a little bit later. It's not the end of the world. Same thing, I'll turn around once the pick is in. The best laid plans of mice and men often go awry, right? Cowboys, they took Jaden Blue 3 picks ago. Now they're back on the clock again after a trade up with the Arizona Cardinals. Oh, busy bees today here. Cowboys on the clock. So stand by. Don't know what the pick is yet. Have you seen it yet? Or it's been tweeted? Okay, so Sam will get it in soon. Yeah, they're good. Cowboys pick is in. So I love the Jaden Blue pick. You're in the 5th round. It's going to be tough to make a bad pick. Unless you take me, which that'd be pretty cool. That'd be some nice money for me. Going on a vacation, honey. On the clock, they traded up with the Arizona Cardinals. It's good. Let's do it. Y'all set with the stop, start? Sweet. They move up for Shamar James, which I'm not surprised the Cowboys took him. I had him mocked in our final mock draft, by the way. The linebacker class does get a little bit thin. This is early for me for Shamar James. They met with him at the Combine. I frankly think this is a little bit of a reach. I had better linebackers ahead of him than the Cowboys took here. I think this screams Matt Eberflus pick. This is somebody that Flus wants to try to develop and grow. There is untapped potential with Shamar James. It's just going to require some time for him to develop. So Shamar James, a trade-up selection for the Dallas Cowboys. All right, so now we got to pivot the business here. So I will slack the production plan here in just like what we're going to do here. Grade the pick, A, B, C, D, or F. Yeah. We will wait for the full trade details. Shouldn't take too long. Yeah, throw the big super chat up there. I owe beer bongs. So waiting on those details. Let's do the beer bong here. I'm going to change the pinned poll. I'm going to end the Jaden Blue one. And grade the pick of Shamar James. I'm at worst it's like a C. Like it's day 3. Like I'm not gonna give it a high grade, but it's day 3. Like it's not the end of the world there. Jaden Blue I thought was a better pick, but not often I get a day 3 pick in the mock draft right. By the way, it's kind of unusual. Grade the pick. A, B, C, D, or F. Let me see if I can find the trade details here. And then now I can check Twitter. And then just as you get time, Chris. Okay. 174 and 204 are the picks the Cowboys gave up. 174, 204 are the selections here for the pick of Shamar James. So that's, the 5th and the 6th. I think you have to message that to Sand update. So, now I'm saying 174 to 11. 174 to 11. So, I don't mind giving up some of your day 3 picks. You had too many of them. Sam's got it. 174 to 11. So, let's do the behind-the-scenes stuff here. I'll do a beer bong before, a beer bong after. Let's do pick of Jaden Blue, trade, Shamar James. Can you build a weigh-in here of better pick real quick? Even just that's kind of a lot of effort for you. How about this? Do you like the picks? Y for yes, and for no. That's going to be easy. Maybe you can read only that one. And then we'll do grade the picks for each of them as part of it. So we'll go Jaden Blue, just pick, the trade, Shamar James pick, that weigh-in, and then we'll kind of do 5 minutes or so on each of the players and put the Mando read halfway between Jaden Blue. Does that make sense? Okay. You're getting behind-the-scenes stuff here. Let me put this. Let me do the beer bong first. Let me just do that. Let's do this. It's Mando. So I'm gonna. It's gonna be blue player L3. Trade Shamar James L3. Like the picks. Blue graphics. Mando read. More blue graphics. Grade the pick of blue. James graphics. Sub read. More James graphics. Grade the pick of James. And then I'm going to tell who's doing that one. Got it. Okay, there we go. Welcome to the behind-the-scenes stuff of doing shit on the fly. Grant, First off, thank you for the $100 super chat. Says Jaden Blue was a great pick. Have a drink to celebrate. Thank you for your draft coverage. I'll get you into the raffle tracker here as well. Grant Procopis? I always feel like a dick when I mispronounce names, and if I did, I'm very sorry there, Grant. You are in. We are doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle, by the way. We're just getting set up with all the things behind the scenes. So Cowboys moved up for Shamar James and have taken Jaden Blue as well. So after the surprise trade-up, best laid plans of mice and men, right? All go awry. I also need to double-check like what we're going to do for the other picks here. I'm going to have to do 2 for 2 again. We'll do 6 and 7, and then 7 and 7 at the end. So that'll be the timing. So that actually works out. That works out pretty good there. All set? Chaos, baby! Welcome to day 3. Like the video for me, please, and thank you. The Cowboys making moves on day 3. First, with their original 5th-round pick at 149, they were able to secure a running back. They took Jaden Blue out of Texas. Round 5, number 141. There were a bunch of backs I would have happily taken in the 5th round because I had 4th-round grades or higher on them. Jaden Blue was one such player. They were able to acquire that player. He's explosive. He's a pass catcher. There's a lot of things to like about Jaden Blue. I am a big fan of that pick. That is an A grade for me. But the Cowboys, they weren't done. They had 174, and they said, no, we don't need an extra 6th-round pick. So the Cowboys sent 174 and 211 to the Arizona Cardinals, and they jumped up to pick 152 and probably surprised some people. A guy we had taken for our final Cowboys mock draft, Shamar James, the linebacker out of Florida. Now, full transparency, this was about a round early for me. I didn't have that caliber of grade on Shamar James. I didn't think he was as... There's untapped potential with Shamar James, and I think the Cowboys are hopeful that Matt Eberflus can find a way to develop. At minimum, he should be a good core special teamer for them, but they clearly had a high grade on Shamar James. And the linebacker class in general is not my favorite. I had Smile Mondon and Jeffrey Bassa higher, but again, I think he's only 20 years old. Like, the theory is, imagine how good he'll be in 3 years. So there is untapped potential, untapped upside for Shamar James. It's also, worth mentioning the fact that, it's day 3. I will never be that upset about a day 3 pick because if you get great value, awesome. That works out super well in your favor. If you don't, it's not the end of the world necessarily either. So 2 picks made by the Cowboys in round 5 in quick succession. It was the running back, Jaden Blue, out of Texas, and the linebacker, Shamar James, out of Florida. We'll break down both of these players more in depth. We'll start with Jaden Blue, then go to Shamar James. Do you like the picks, though, in general? Y for yes, N for no. Let me know in the comment section of today's show. It is the pinned comment. So if the ad comes here on YouTube, take advantage of it. Head down there and let me know. If you're watching live with us, you've heard some of this already because the trade happened in the middle of when we were doing the Jaden Blue pick cut. Funny how things go crazy sometimes. I think this is one of the best pass-catching backs, one of the best athletes in this class at the position. He just turned 21 years old in January. 42 catches, 368 yards, and 6 touchdowns. He has juice. He has big playability. A 4.38 40-yard dash. Now, does it track? I would argue I thought he was going to test faster from what I saw on film. I thought he could have been a 4.33 guy or maybe even crack 4.3s, period. He's got slashing, cutting ability. I think that is going to allow the Cowboys to do more outside runs, which I think is what they want to do. What I want to do, get this guy to the edges, let him use that speed. You will see him on wheel routes. You will see him get downfield and make plays. For a team that under McCarthy and others have struggled to execute screens, I think that Jaden Blue might give you some ability to actually pull off some of those screens and do more big-time playmaking things for you at that running back spot. I crave people who make big plays. I want explosive runners at running back because that's harder to find. I can find a power back. That's not challenging. There will be a power back in the 6th round for the Cowboys probably. Jaden Blue offers that. He offers the big playability. Nyheim Hines was my player comp for him because of what he is able to bring as a pass catcher and as a big play threat. Now, today's show is made possible by Mando. It can get a little hot and sweaty and sometimes stinky in here, but the office smells better this year because we're all using Mando whole body deodorant. Spring is in the air. I get to golf again. I love to walk, not ride, because the dad bod needs it. 18 holes, and Mando whole body deodorant helps keep me fresh from head to toe. Because let's be honest, golf balls aren't the only ones that need to help keep me fresh from head to toe, and the only ones that shouldn't be kept clean. Right? Mando is clinically proven to block odor all day and control odor for up to 72 hours. Mando's starter pack is perfect for new customers. It comes with a solid stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, 2 free products of your choice, like the mini body wash and deodorant wipes, plus free shipping. As a special offer for you guys, you get $5 off a starter pack with our exclusive code. That equates to over 40% off that starter pack. Use code CHAT, C-H-A-T, at shopmando.com. That's S-H-O-P-M-A-N-D-O, shopmando.com with code CHAT. Support our show. Tell them we sent you. Smell fresher, stay drier, boost your confidence from head to toe with Mando. Link will be in the comment section and the description of today's show. Now, I had a 4th-round grade on Jaden Blue. Why was he available in the 5th round? Important to message the pros and cons here. He's not a tackle breaker. He's too small. He's undersized. He's not a power player. He will never be a power player. He's 5'9", 196. He's never going to be a run-over you guy. That's just not how he's built. And if he were a run-over guy that size and ran a 4.3, he'd be gone in the top 25 picks. That's how it goes, right? Limited force missed tackles, but he only had 134 carries, so like the volume is pretty good, all things considered. The yak is solid overall. 3.83 is when he got chances, he was pretty good with it. He has the chance to be the lead back for Texas. And he never really grabbed that after injuries this year. Maybe it's just because of the power more than anything else. There was one time he got 18 touches in a single game. That's not a lot, frankly. He dropped 5 passes this year, but he was also doing real pass catching stuff. So not overly concerned about that one. Got to cut down on the fumbles. The fumbling is an issue. You can fix that. What is coaching for? He's got small hands, probably a factor. Sometimes holds that turbo button down too long as a runner. Isn't patient enough on the outside. Dane Brewer kind of raised like some character concerns in his draft guide, saying, quote, NFL scouts say you may need time to learn what it takes to be a professional. You've got some guys that will teach him that. Dak Prescott will teach you that. So it is worth mentioning. Bailed last second on the Shrine game. This is the guy that skipped his senior year of high school to prep for college and not play. But it's running back volume, so I kind of get it. It just is worth mentioning. Not concerned about it too much, but is worth mentioning. So grade the pick of Jalen Blue. A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. A, B, C, D, or F as the Cowboys take Jaden Blue. And we'll break down Shamar James. I wish I had mentioned this in the short. All of Shamar James' family are Cowboys fans. He gets to go to his childhood favorite team. His entire family, I promise you, is hyped beyond all get out. He is 20 years old. He does not turn 21 until June. I think this maybe puts Damone Clark's future in doubt, by the way, which I'm not terribly surprised by. Pros, he is young. He is athletic. He could very well end up being a steal. He might very well end up being a very good football player, but he's undersized. I think he is a better athlete than what he tested as. Poor 10-yard split, which sometimes is actually more of a like training thing than it actually is like testing your true speed. 4.27 shuttle was great. The 4.69 40, nice, but also kind of average. not an average athlete, but I think that I thought he was going to test really well, actually. I was kind of surprised how poorly he tested, relatively speaking. Not a ton of special teams snaps, but he did play enough. I think he could be a contributing factor there. Once he triggers, I think he does fly downfield. The instincts need development. That is my biggest concern for Shamar James, and that's why I had him as a 6th-round pick and not a 5th-round pick. He was a team captain, though, at 20 years old. I think that's actually pretty cool, all things considered, for Shamar James. So we'll talk about some of the negatives here. But I think if he develops properly, if Matt Eberflus can maximize him, he can be a starter for you. Worst case, you took a Damone Clark, who will be a good special teams player for you. More to come on James, but hit that sub button if you haven't already. YouTube.com/@CowboysTV for more free Cowboys YouTube videos. We'll be live for the entire NFL draft, including the other Cowboys picks at the end of the 6th. So a long way to go on those, by the way. Hit that sub button right now. More on James. He is undersized. He's 6'1.5", 222. Got 288 at his pro day, so it's better, but it's going to be small. Not great arm length, but did get 32 at the pro day, so it's not bad. He missed too many tackles this year. 13 missed. Sometimes feel like he's just a little bit like going too fast and trying to make recoveries and make plays happen. Did dislocate his kneecap in 2023. Has the traits to be good in coverage, but again, is just not there yet. I think this is a traits-based pick. If you can develop the instincts, if you can get him to be the sum of his parts, this very well could end up being a steal. The Cowboys met with him at the Combine. I bet that they were super impressed. I bet they were impressed. And I also wonder if this was one of like the sneaky, unreported 30-day visits. That would not be a surprise to me at all if the Cowboys had sneak 30-day visit and didn't tell anybody they did that with Shamar James. There were 9 spots available there. Frankly, I would have taken a different linebacker, but I'm not like mad at it. It's around early for where I had him. It's not the end of the world to take him where you took him. You had extra picks, clearly someone that you like. I think Eberflus is probably very high on him in the end. So grade the pick of Shamar James. A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. Let's hit some super chats here. And then you can just kind of leave up the recent picks while you work on some of the shorts, I'd say. Again, a big thank you to Grant for the $100 super chat. It was a great pick. Appreciate that, Grant. Cheers to you, my friend. The leader still for the most hundreds is my boy Nandor Bank with 12 in the month of April. As a reminder, we are doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle. We'll go more in depth on that in the menu here later on today. Grade the picks. Let's do this. I'll end the poll and grade the picks of Shamar James and Jaden Blue as our pin poll here. It's putting a lot on your plate there, Chris. That timing honestly kind of sucked, frankly. So I apologize for that. I can't apologize. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. We'll do it again in about an hour and a half too. So get ready for it, bud. Grade the picks of Shamar James and Jaden Blue. A, B, C, D, or F. That list too top, but it doesn't even time up well, does it? That's brutal. It would have been perfect. Oh, well. That's all we're going to get now is ill-timed list two tops unless they make another trade. I'm going to trade. What are you going to do? All right. Let's go super chats, and I'll mention do the list two tops for the picks. I think that's a good idea. I do want to mention all the picks that have happened so far. Jackie O says the Cowboys become one of the worst teams. They're not. They're not even the worst team in their own division. So I actually disagree on that. Not where we want them to be. Would not call them one of the worst teams. I'll mention these two picks, and I'll update these on my board as we go here. Jalen Rivers, I had 143 overall, goes to the Bengals, which is actually probably one of my preferred picks for them. It's been a weird class for the Bengals, man. I don't like their class very much. Do love that pick. Marcus Bowe, my best available player. Giants outside of Jackson Dart. I hate to say it, outside of the Jackson Dart pick, I love what the Giants are doing this year. They have done a really good job. Real G Would have made more sense to save the fourth and draft a late round McCord. Well, what do you mean save the fourth? You mean save the sixth for Milton? Because the fourth was for Mingo, which I would have preferred to take on a receiver or a running back there. But maybe you go sign a receiver now at this point. You could have taken McCord, sure. I got him and Will Howard as my best 2 quarterbacks left on the board. But I think Milton's fine. I don't have any real issues on that one there. Dante Trader. I'm going to push this across too for Lucid. Dante Trader off the board to the Dolphins. That was 245 for me, so not my favorite selection. Let's see. Jeffrey Bassa, like that pick a lot. I've been super hyped with the Cowboys taking him. I think that would have been a home run pick. Love that pick there. 102 on my board for the Chiefs. It's a quality pick there. Lucid, this year offense at the same time. Came for you to step up and get us a high draft pick next year. Go sign a receiver and we all feel better, right? Get healthy. Better coaching maybe helps you. But I think you're putting a lot of pressure on your coaching staff too. A lot of pressure on your coaching staff there. Jake Cake, $1 super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. I appreciate that. Ray Kenobi, it's round 5. If you like him, go get him. Yeah, it's 5th round. Like, it's tough to go lower than like a C- on any pick in the 5th round for me. It's the 5th round. It's 160. Like, who cares? NK says, how many picks do we have left? You got 1 6 and 3 7s. 28th pick in the 6th round. So we've got an entire round to go here. A early 7th, a mid to late 7th, and a late 7th. So we will do the same thing we just did. I think the same show flow, by the way, same scripting. Round 6, pick 28 in that round. First 7th round pick, and 23 and 31 on that front. Other picks here that have come in, by the way. Elijah Roberts. You know, if you hadn't taken Ezeriuaku early, I bet he would have been one of your 5th round picks. I bet he would have been. 122 on my board. So very strong pick there for the Bucs. Keandre Lambert-Smith. Wonder if the medical came back bad on Torrey Horton. Wonder if the medical came back bad there. Lambert-Smith was 152 on my board. Mike Metcalf, hear me out, boys. Give Deuce Vaughn more touches. He'll get a chance in the preseason again to earn a role. Got to beat out like Miles Sanders probably. Ooh, what the hell just happened there? Oh, okay. There you go. Mike Metcalf, thank you. Colin Oliver, the Oklahoma State. I think he's an edge. Kind of a weird tweener. Goes to the Packers, but he's a good athlete. So, again, that's all they do is take good athletes, which, you know, often ends up being okay there. So, Colin Oliver off the board. One of the guys I had my eyes on as a nickel corner, Marquise Siegel, listed as a safety. I think he's going to play nickel in the NFL, but maybe for the Niners, he is a safety after all, because they already took a safety and a nickel corner up in Stout. Like that pick for the Niners, he was 168 on my board. Some questions about the fit. Real G, no receiver makes me believe they have a trade plan post-draft. If they don't, they should be working on it. They should be looking to find a way to pull off a trade for a receiver. I completely agree. Completely agree. Fulbright TV, we have to sign our trade for a number 2 receiver. I agree. Allen, Amari Cooper out there. See what you can do trade-wise. Like, I'm glad they didn't trade their day 2 picks. I would try to trade a day 3 pick for a receiver if you can find a partner. You may or may not be able to in the end. So, other picks, Smile Mondon off the board. That's a good pick by Philadelphia. Another linebacker, though. Are they going to play Shahad Campbell at edge, Chris? They very well. That's interesting to me. Then another linebacker. Shit, maybe the Cowboys were right to go trade up for their linebackers. They're all gone now. Francisco Muaga, I think I pronounced that right, out of Miami, goes to the Jets. That was top linebacker 101 for Smile Mondon. And then Muaga was a little bit further down for me. So a lot of linebackers going off the board here on today's show. In the 5th round, I should say, of this year's NFL Draft. Let me pull up Francisco. By the way, his brother, Francisco's brother, is a potential early round pick next year. I think next year. Maybe, no, it's 2 years from now. He's an offensive tackle, by the way. Mark, we always overpay in trades. Add our receiver and cornerback, too. Let me. No, trades. That's what you mean. You didn't overpay CeeDee Lamb, guys. That was the cost. You just took forever to do it. Let me pull up the trade value chart. So you moved up from what were the trade details again here, Chris? By the way, it was 174 and 211, which is literally the right value. It's even on the trade value chart. So that was not an overpay. That was the value. That was spot on. I actually have no complaints on that one. That is the proper trade value on that one. Massive Matt, I will add you to the raffle entry here. Put you in the right spot at least. I'll do it, Chris. You're good. Oh, okay. You're just yeah. I'll be hovering in the same spot on the sheet. That's all. That confused me. Who is in the substantial trade? No, this is not the substantial trade. Sign Moore, Keenan Allen, Amari Cooper. Keenan and Amari makes sense to me. I don't know if the one makes sense in the end. Was never getting a receiver 2 this late. Yeah, you're not going to. Horton, if the medical checks out, maybe, but that's like, even then, like I wouldn't love him as a 2. I think that's kind of more the Tolbert range. What receivers are realistic for a trade? Call George Pickens if you want. We'll see. I'd call about receivers, man. I would work the phones. I would call first. Dara Buff, any chance Chatter or Samar James is a move to safety? I think he's a linebacker. I don't really know why you'd make him move further back when he's not like he wouldn't test well as a safety. I think he's a linebacker through and through. Lighter linebacker, but linebacker through and through. Robert, Horton is still there, and is Jaden Blue going to start for us? This is going to be a committee, folks. This will be a committee. It is. There's not going to be a pure number one, prime Zeke Elliott, all the touches guy. It's just it's not what it's going to be. So it'll be a rotation. It'll be a committee. You'll ride the hot hand. That's my mindset. So earlier today, on the Chat Sports simulcast, I said I had a player who looks like Tarzan and plays like Jane. And it went away, the super chat, but you were about to go to it. It was this one. It was from a call. For me, that is Isaiah Nair. The traits are wild. He's 6'4", like you say. He's 218. He's got 34-inch arms. He's ran a 4.4 40-yard dash, 38-inch vert, everything. He's at a 9.90 relative athletic score. This is the athletic comps are up there with Calvin Johnson, but also Chase Claypool, Dante Moncrief, and Cody Lattimore. I have him as looks like Tarzan, plays like James. I actually don't think he's a great route runner. I think that there is untapped potential, but he didn't do anything at Texas. I get worried, even with inconsistent quarterback play for Nebraska, that you're 6'4" and you run a 4.4 and you had 455 yards at Nebraska. Like that concerns me. Like, you should be better than that, right? Right? Did a good job at Wyoming, but didn't make an impact at Texas. For a guy his size, he actually sucks in contested catches. He was 5 of 17 this year. Like, you should not be like that. Torn ACL in 2022, hurt it in 2023 again, so there's medical red flags. Got 87 career catches. He could end up being super good. There is untapped potential, but he does not play like he's 6'4". He needs to be more physical. Doesn't offer yak ability. The drops have always been kind of a concern. So I think he is slept on, but I don't think that the physical profile matches up with the film. With that said, I have him in the 6th round. So if he's there for your next pick, I would not even be mad at that either. The one above all, any future replacement for Terrence Steele? They're not taking one this year. Like, I don't. The best available tackles for me right now are, Cam Williams is there. He could be, but he's like 2 years away, I think, from being ready to go. I think I think the expectation is he's a lot better with this coaching staff. I think that is the expectation. It is. I see what you're doing with the glitchiness stuff. I see what you're saying. You just have to re-chroma it like you did the one day. What you have to do. So you might see some weird flickering here in a second, so stand by. Recent picks here. Mitchell Evans, the tight end. I had a 4th-round grade, 137. Goes to the Carolina Panthers. Yahweh Black, who is a run-stopping defensive tackle, off the board. He was a 6th-round pick for me. Was this the one I comped to a giant boulder? No, there was someone else. Who was that? Hope he's a Cowboy if I did that right. Oh yeah, that's Jay Toia, who have not been taken yet. That's the comp. It was a big boulder in the middle of the defensive line. Isn't going to go anywhere for better or worse. That's what I had for him. Make sure I got the one above all in there. Drew DTX is in there as well. Wish Scattaboo would have dropped more. Yeah, but it wasn't going to. Him and Blue would have been chef's kiss. We're thinking Bond in the 6th. Guys, Isaiah Bond's got a sexual assault case. I cannot take him. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't. It's not fair to somebody because somebody's lying and did a bad thing. I can't take him right now. Can't do it. You don't know if he did it or not. You simply can't draft him. You just have to go, no, and we'll see what happens. Jotman. We've packaged all 3 of our 7s. How far could we move up? I don't care about 7s as long as I love the double dip at running back as soon as possible. Roughly speaking, but you're also going to the value of, like, can the teams actually want your 7th-round picks? Like, that's not a lot of value. Teams don't want a bunch of 7th-rounders. They don't have the roster space for it. It would get you into, like, the mid-6th. Inside barely the top 200. It's not going to move you up very much. Chris B, would Allen on a cheap 1-year deal help at all? I think so. It's not going to fix your issues long term. I think it helps you, though. Hope you go find a receiver, too. You need one. I think you need one in the end. PC guys, we are screwed if we don't get a good number 2 receiver. Again, I don't disagree there either, my friend. It's a real concern I got there. Real concern. I'm going to tweet out the. Let me do the Cowboys have made 2 picks. Tweet first, and then I'll do the short here in a little bit. So good job there, Chris. Real G, 7th on Sanders. Shadur Sanders is a Brown. Or I assume you mean Shadur, not like Raheem Sanders. Raheem Sanders, yes, I take a 7th-round pick on him. But if you meant Shadur Sanders, he is on the Browns. They took him at that spot. Chargers, I think, just jumped up to 165, if I'm seeing that correctly there. Robert got a chin up again for Torrey Horton. I do wonder if the medical came back negative on guys like Cam Williams, or on Torrey Horton, on Cam Williams. Did I miss a Miles Frazier pick by chance? Was he taken? I guess not. I don't think so. Okay. I'm just like checking on my board, making sure I'm not missing anything. There could very well be another back to Falsey in the 6th round. You might be able to double dip. Wouldn't be opposed to that one. Did I miss? Did Ty Hamilton get taken too? Yes, the Rams did. I'm updating my internal board to make sure I don't miss a bunch of stuff. Okay, I think we're caught up there. Grade those picks: A, B, C, D, or F. Yeah, the Chargers moved up and taking a tight end. More on that in a second. Tweeting out the link to the Shamar James and Jaden Blue picks here. Sweet, thank you. Good stuff. I'll schedule that for like 15 minutes here, maybe 5 minutes. Instant. Download that one. All right, I think just kind of maybe go through these picks here, and then we can do the super chat menu, and then at the end of round 5, or right before the end of round. Actually, you know what? Let's do the Mando stink-free pick right now. I think this is a really good selection. So let's do this. We'll do the full reset here. Let's recap all the picks since the Cowboys made theirs, and then we'll go to the stink-free pick. I think this is actually perfect timing right now for us and for the Mando stink-free pick. So you got that spot in the script where I kind of moved up the script for it? Yeah, right there. Perfect. Right. As soon as you're ready, we will do that. You can just write a Mando L3 until we get to the stink-free pick part. So, Cowboys, about a long way to go here on day 3 after the pick of Jaden Blue and Shamar James. So not stink-free pick yet. Don't go into that till there. So, and you don't even worry about the on the clock. I think just do Mando L3 the entire time here. I think it's all we need to do. So, yeah, you're set. Guys are watching the Cowboys Report live for day 3 coverage. A bunch of picks have happened since the Cowboys made 2 in close succession after trading up to acquire an additional pick. Let's recap what has happened so far, those of you just now tuning in. They took Jaden Blue, round 5, pick 149, out of Texas. The Miami Dolphins then took Jason Marshall out of Florida, which I did not update that one actually on my board, so I have to do that one right now. DJ Giddens then went 1 pick after that. While we were in the middle of the cut of the Jaden Blue pick, Shamar James in a trade up goes to the Dallas Cowboys. A run on offensive lineman, Jalen Rivers, who I am intrigued by, to the Bengals. The Giants are low-key cooking with Marcus Bowe out of Purdue. Dante Trader to the Dolphins. Jeffrey Bassa out of Oregon to the Chiefs. Elijah Roberts to the Bucks, like that one. He can do some hybrid stuff for you at edge/DT. Keandre Lambert-Smith to the Chargers. Colin Oliver out of Oklahoma State to the Packers. Marquise Siegel to the 49ers. Smile Mondin to the Philadelphia Eagles. Francisco Muiga Iga. I think I got that right. I don't have the pronunciation in front of me. Terribly sorry. Mitchell Evans. Yahweh Black. Aronde Gadsden, which we'll come back on some of these more in depth here, the Syracuse tight end. But it brings me to my stink-free pick of the night. And that is Torrey Horton. I love what the Seattle Seahawks did here at pick 166, taking a top 100 player on my board in Torrey Horton. I wonder if there were some medical concerns, but he tested great coming off the injury. He has been highly productive. I love this pick by the Seattle Seahawks. I would have been super happy if they had been able to make that happen, for the Cowboys to make that happen. And that is a steal for Seattle here in round 5 at pick 166. That is my stink-free pick of day 2, made possible by Mando. They have helped out our 2025 NFL Draft coverage. Spring is in the air, which means I get to golf again. I love to walk, not ride, 18 holes, and Mando whole body deodorant helps keep me fresh from head to toe. Golf balls aren't the only ones that need to be kept clean after all. And Mando is clinically proven to block odor all day and then control odor for up to 72 hours. Mando's starter pack is perfect for new customers. It comes with a solid stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, 2 free products of your choice, such as the mini body wash or deodorant wipes, and free shipping. As a special offer for our listeners, new customers get $5 off with our exclusive code. That's over 40% off your starter pack. Use code CHAT, C-H-A-T, at shopmando.com, shopmando.com. Support our show. Tell them that we sent you. Smell fresher, stay drier, and boost your confidence from head to toe with Mando. Link will be in the comments section and the description of today's show. That's shopmando.com, promo code CHAT, C-H-A-T. Appreciate everyone, and appreciate Mando especially for sponsoring us here on the Cowboys Report. Almost done with round 5. Got not quite 10 picks left there. Couple other selections here. Jackson Slater, the Sacramento State offensive lineman, And then a center here in Drew Kendall off the board here, 147 overall. I got to update these here. Kendall, I think this is one of the better pure centers left in Kendall. Slater might kick inside to center, but I would probably try him at guard first and foremost. So, teams that always like taking offensive linemen and or need offensive linemen, going with those selections there. All right, I'm tweeting out the Jaden Blue short right now. Let's do this. Let's try to beat our like numbers. You can work on the Shamar James short. And then let's do Super Chat menu. I'd say is probably next up here. We're close. We're close, baby. We're very close now. I see some tweets. Let me double check them out. Anything here. Close out of all this other stuff. Sweet. Beat last year's like numbers for day 3. I think I owe 2 shots. I think. That was a mistake. Woo! All right. Like that video for me, please and thank you. We are trying to beat last year's day 3 like numbers. Cowboys have 4 more picks. We just have almost an entire round to go until their next one. Long way to go. Like that video if you haven't already. They are less than 300 likes away here on the show. Appreciate everyone who has liked today's video. I'm making sure I have not missed anything at this time. The Super Chat menu. Haven't mentioned this in a while, really have we? It's kind of been a little bit here. $10 Super Chat. And there are a couple supers we'll get to here in a little bit. $10 jersey raffle. Enter that. Get in. We will run that at the end of today's show. $50 for tortilla slaps. $100 for. Sorry, that was the tequila talking. With the hiccup / burp there. $100 for the beer bong. $100. We'll start doing more beer bongs. I think we got to get another case at some point. We're kind of running through these. I think someone came in and took some from ours while we weren't in here, Chris. I don't remember there only being 4. I thought we had a whole one. $100 for the beer bong. On that front, also 20 likes away from another shot there. So $100 we will do a beer bong. Prices set by the bosses here at Chat Sports because we don't want to drunk Tom. And no Drake la la la, which I did on a draft cut one year, which I don't actually remember doing. I thought I felt great that year. I'm dealing right now. I'm feeling great. And I was not actually in a spot where I should have been on air. It was actually it was actually bad. I was too drunk to be on air, frankly. But it's fine. You deal with it. You move on. It's not the end of the world. So $100 for the beer bong on that front. It is, as always, up to you guys how much I end up drinking on the show, and then dealing with the after effects the very next day. We are doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle. At What Going Downy, $20 to enter the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Put that in the live chat here. I'll do it, Chris, not you, by the way. Then I know you're cutting stuff up there. At What Going Downy for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. I want to get more entries. We got a bunch of hours left here. Take home right now is 30. I want to make it at least 50 at minimum. So at What Going Downy, the Venmo 50-50 raffle to get in on that. At What Going Downy for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. At What Going Downy. As a reminder, the most hundreds in the month of April will get the DeMarvion Overshown jersey. All Venmos count double. So double the jersey raffle entries, double the beer bongs, too, if you send it 100 like Nandor's been dealing with as of late. But I do want to do the raffle. I want to get that number up. At What Going Downy for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. I want to get a few more entries. this is a great thing to do. So we'll check in on that throughout today's live show. Let's do some super chats. We probably owe a game time or Chubby's read, don't we? Probably what we need next, right? Probably. Chris Snow, MG is back. True Cowboys fan, as we all know. Yeah, it is. Oh, Real G said Shiloh. That makes so much more sense than Shadur. I would not be surprised if the Cowboys took their last pick on Shiloh Sanders or signed him as an undrafted free agent. That would not surprise me. That's a very Jerry move, isn't it? Shiloh gets to be drafted too. You actually need a safety to get you through the preseason. I would not be surprised there. Would not be surprised. GKD Records, Horton or McCoy, wide receiver. By far, Torrey Horton, but he's gone. This came in before that, obviously. Tez Johnson is my next available wide receiver. Then Ricky White, Xavier Restrepo, Nick Nash, Andrew Armstrong, Elijah Badger. I got Brew McCoy in the 7th. Drew DTX, another entry. Got you covered there, Drew. Did I know about that attached to him? Hashtag never mind. What curious grade you had on Milroe? Also, Quinn Ewers, UDFA. Kind of reminds me of Brock Purdy. Purdy's mechanics were better, but there is some of the gunslinger nature there. I had a 4th round grade on Milroe, so 1 round earlier quarterback boost ends up going there. Not terribly surprising. I got Ewers in the 6th. I got Howard, McCord, and Ewers as the next best available QBs, and I wouldn't rule out the Cowboys adding a QB at this point. That's actually fine in the 6th round. It's actually like kind of fine value. But I got 217 for Quinn, so maybe I think the NFL agrees with me. That's why I interpret that. GKD Records, honestly, at this point, stack the defense with I don't know if it means rest or vets, or with the rest of the picks. Just take the best players on your board. You're not going to fill massive needs. It's the 6th round. Just take guys you think can be a long-term piece for you or a special teams piece. Mark, I'd move up for Horton, not the linebacker. I would have too, but he might have flunked the medical for them. So, running back, if Henderson 100, how would you rank our back? Horton would be an immediate number 2, maybe a number 2 in time. I think I meant number 1 in time, not number 2 in time. It's fine. I had Henderson 30th overall, 2nd on my board. I had Jaden Blue 133, 4th round on my board. So, differences of 100 picks and went almost 100 pick difference. So, a 4th round versus a 2nd round. So, I don't know, 80? Whatever. I don't know how the math equation works out in the end. But, obviously he was a lot better. What's next here? Not Mark. We just got to that one. Oh, I've picks. Za Frazier, 169 out of UTSA. Had him as a 6th round pick, so kind of in that range here. Jordan Hancock had him at 163, goes 170. Love that pick for the Bills. That's a nickel corner option for them. Lions pick coming in here momentarily, but Mr. Morshi wants, I want the King Fatty Desmond Watkins. I mean, he's too big. He has to cut weight. I don't think he's going to get drafted today. I don't think he does. I think he has to lose weight. I think he's too heavy. So, Lions on the clock right now at 171. The Vikings have traded up to 172. Miles Frazier, that's a good pick there by the Detroit Lions. Miles Frazier is the pick at 171 by Detroit following a trade. That was my 97th best player. That's a potential starter, I think, down the line at offensive line for LSU. Great for the Lions now at LSU. Great value pick. I am down to 3 top 100 players. 3 of them. 3. My goal every year is to get them all out and all drafted. I'm super high on Antoine Powell-Ryland. I wonder if Cameron Williams flunked the medical. Kind of my concern there. GKD Records, what pick would you make as the board is now? I'm going to go my best available real quick here, Chris. It's probably a good idea. Best available left for me. I've got a handful of top hundreds, and then that's it. I love Antoine Powell-Ryland. I think I am higher on him the most. I know that. He's a good football player. He needs to be drafted soon. It's stupid he has not been drafted yet. I wonder if Cam Williams ended up flunking the medical. He has a knee issue that had to be vetted. I don't know how that ended up checking out there. Little surprised that Damian Martinez is there. I thought he tested pretty well, but I think just the general depth of this class is probably knocking him a little bit because there's a bunch of good backs I have high grades on still, frankly. So I think they're just kind of not every team can take a back in the top 150, 170. So Dorian Strong, just like his game. Logan Brown, had some question marks. Tez Johnson did not test well. I think that's a huge issue for teams. Kobe Bryant, probably higher on. Brashard Smith, there's some character stuff there, but again, we're talking, 40, 50 pick difference here is not that big of a difference in the 5th round. Chris Paul Jr., Devin Neal, Aeneas Peebles, Jalen Reed, guys I'm probably higher on. Surprised Will Howard's not been taken yet. Fadil Diggs is there. Kobe King, Ollie Gordon. A lot of backs I just mentioned, huh? That's the nature of the class there. So, in general, like the top 20 UDFAs normally have a bunch of like top 150 players. So, for me at least, and, there's stuff we don't know about that happens. By the way, of note on Chris Paul, off the board, the Los Angeles Rams have traded up to take him. My best available linebacker is now gone. So, pick has been taken with Chris Paul Jr. I don't know if I saw the trade details. Yes. Vikings have picked up 201 and 202 in the trade down there with Minnesota. Rams taking Chris Paul Jr. It sounds like the Bills were about to take him too, by the way. Report already out that the Bills are going to take Chris Paul, and the Rams jumped up and sniped him. Jay Goat, Andrew Armstrong, underrated, led the SEC, still not picked. I got Andrew Armstrong as a 6th round grade, so still a bit early. The why he is undrafted. Yes, he led the SEC in receiving yards. He does not play as fast as he needs to. Like he's almost thinking what his routes are supposed to be. He had as many drops as touchdowns at the FBS level. He never was able to really find the end zone. That's probably why he's a bit undervalued there. He also doesn't help as a special teamer, which when you get to day 3, like that kind of dings you a little bit. It's like, can you make the roster or not? I don't see great separation. And I think that's going to be an issue in the NFL for him. But I do think this is an underrated player. I do think he's an undervalued guy because he might not get drafted, but I think he should be drafted. So, GK, is that water in the bottle? No. I wish it were water in the bottle. I wouldn't feel as bad the next morning if it was water in the bottle. I'd feel better. I didn't drink as much water today either because I was peeing too much yesterday. So, Trap House. Our playoff potentials are slim, right? I don't think slim's the right word, but you're not favored for it. William Cook, good pick. Finally, some juice. William Cook, you are into the jersey raffle. Skyler, I think Blue could start week 1 and contribute. I don't know about starts. And start is maybe just like a misnomer because it's going to be a committee. I think this will end up being I think he could contribute in week 1 though. I don't know if he's ever going to be a 200 touch player or whatnot. Like that's probably not who he ends up being. But I do think that there is contributing ability, at least not 200 carries. He might get 200 touches with the receiving stuff. But I do think there's talent there. Bill's pick is in. Jackson, Hawes or Hayes? Pretty sure it's Hawes. The tight end out of Georgia Tech. Ironically, Bills fans, I comped him to Tommy Sweeney. So, there you go. Just took another one of him. Good blocker. Really good blocker. 5 years at Yale. Helps on special teams. I just don't think he's a pass catcher at all. He had 195 yards. Yards total at Georgia Tech. 3 of 12 on contested catches, 11% drop rate, 566 yards in his career as a pass catcher, even including the time at Yale. So, for me, that's not the type of player I want to spend a super high premium pick on. It's just not really what I'm aiming for. So I did in the 7th, the late 5th, whatever. Clapped your. I'm going to stop there. What's the plan for wide receiver 2? Anyone good left? My best available wide receiver is Tez Johnson, who I don't think is a receiver 2, especially not year 1. So you better look at free agency or a trade. Best available. None of these guys are 2s. Maybe in 3 years they could be a 2, but not right now like you need them to be. So, look, once you didn't take one in the 3rd, I kind of assumed that, like, you just weren't going to find one. Horton was a maybe, and he might have flunked their medical. So the timing was just never going to work out for you in the end. Stinks, but that's maybe if you took Matthew Golden, we'd all be feeling pretty good about that one. So it's not what happened there. Denzel Burke is the pick here out of Ohio State. 154 on my board, a 5th-round grade. He goes at 174. Quality pick by the Arizona Cardinals. Another corner. When it's good, it's good. When it's bad, it's bad. There's a lot of feast and famine out there for the Arizona Cardinals on that front. So, Denzel Burke, round 5, 174. So we've got, to recap where we sit right now. We are right now in the middle, or almost done with round 5. We have 2 picks left. Dallas will take until 28 in the 6th round, then have the very early 7th round pick, and then have another late 7th and a mid 7th and a late 7th. So we're going to have two more full cuts and a bunch of shorts here. Did you send me the Shamar James one? Sweet, good timing there. That's fine. I mean, the timing doesn't. The timing is what it is. Not a lot we can do, but they've done well. Let's do instant reaction. Yeah, sure. Share the video if you haven't already. Let's do just grade the draft so far. That's an easy one. Has to be a punishment though, for you going to pee, because I do it. So think of a super chat punishment here real quick. Okay, Chris is gonna go pee. Every $50 super chat or Venmo while he is gone, he has to do a beer bong. Every $50 super chat that comes in until Chris returns from going to the little boys' room is a beer bong. Oh, and he just came back in too. Why'd you come back in? Oh, he also said if he'll do another one if we break the like record, which is about 300 and change likes away from getting to that one. So every $50 super chat and or Venmo that comes in, Chris has to do a beer bong. But we're running out of time because he's, I believe, only going to pee. So it shouldn't take that long for him to go about that business there. So grade the pick. Like the video. If we break the like record right now, Chris will also do a beer bong. Every $50 super chat or Venmo that comes in right now, Chris has to do a beer bong. There's one! Monkey Gamer Z Official! We're actually out, I think, or at least close to it. So I'm going to have him go back and get some more and grab a pack of it. And then we'll maybe give him more time to do another one. So there's one from Monkey Gamer Z Official. Thank you very much, my friend. We're about 200, maybe 300, I think, actually, from breaking the like record as well. Does everyone spam MGZO or I don't know, spam Monkey? I don't know. That actually sounds super bad. We can't do that. That's bad. Spam Gamer. How about that? Someone said cocaine, Chris. That's too funny. One beer bong for Chris. Can we get a second one? Let's stand by. Remember, if we break the like record, we'll make Chris do 2 as well. See if we can get producer Chris a little bit tipsy. And it's not just me for once. So, pick is in at 175, waiting on the details here. Let me pull up the leak messages here. Every 50, while Chris is at the bathroom, he has to do a beer bong. Can we get another one? We shall see. Shout out to Monkey Gamer coming through in the clutch and doing it. I will give you a bunch of raffle entries as well, my friend. Monkey Gamer is in. So there are some raffle entries for you. Thank you very much, too. Next pick is at the end of the 6th round. We got one, but we need Happy Dads, so you have to go get some. So he's back. Can we get a second one? Here? TikTok, baby. Cowboys' next pick, by the way, is 204. We are at 175. 175. Can we get a second one? I just missed the Seahawks pick, too. Gosh damn it. Seattle, back end of the 5th, has taken Robbie Oates. Oates, however you pronounce it. Chris is going to be said he's an Alabama guy. Did I grade him or no? Oh, I think I did. The second, hey, a Bama tight end just got taken. Yes, it was. Robbie Oates got taken. Over Dupree, they took the backup Bama tight end. Wow, no way. I'll crack open this too. Because I didn't grade Robbie Oates. You can get the scouting report when you get a chance here. That one, I don't get that one at all. You can use this beer bong. Only got the one there. I'm putting in the chat. Chris is shook. Seattle. So it goes to play with Milrow. That's interesting there. That's interesting. So Seattle takes Robbie Oates, the tight end out of Alabama, who was the second best tight end for Alabama this past year. I guess he's just going to block a lot. I don't know. I did not do grades on him, so cheers. Did you really? You need to put that in the chat. You need to put that in the chat. That is absolutely hilarious.
One of the best mustaches in the draft.
I'm putting that in the chat right now. Chris, quote, I used to sell him cigars. There we go, Chris. Take it away. And the blue on the blue is next to that green screen. There you go. Good stuff. Here, give me a napkin. Paper towel. Yeah, I'm just going to lay it down up here and stop spilling it everywhere like I've been doing today. Tyler Barron, by the way, is the pick here. That is the Miami Hurricanes edge. Had him in the 5th round, 185. So pretty straightforward, proper value, at least on my board there for the New York Jets. So Seattle has taken Robbie Oates. We'll let Chris give the scouting report here in just a second. And then you know what? I don't want to. I don't need to pee, but I shouldn't break the seal, should I? Shouldn't break the seal. So, again, we are doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle at What's Going Downey. Jerry's got 2, so I want to get at least 2 so that Jerry wins money no matter what. I don't want to end up having Jerry get screwed. He's doing the rookie jersey. That's not fair to him. So, at What Going Downey for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. At What Going Downey. $20 to enter the Venmo 50-50 raffle. I want to make sure we run that at the end of today's show. I don't want to. If we have to, I'll send it back to Roy and Jerry, but because I don't want to screw them out of the money. The max you were going to win was, what you got back. That's lame. We're not doing that there. So, Robbie Oates out of Alabama, Tyler Barron to the Ravens. Chris, break down Robbie Oates, your Bama boy, who you sold cigars to.
Yeah, he used to work at a cigar bar in Tuscaloosa, and he'd come in probably once a week and buy a cigar. One of the best mustaches in the draft, definitely. But, him going over C.J. Dupree is wild to me. Really, Robbie Oates is a good player. He started at Alabama for a couple of seasons, but, he's a blocker. If you're going to use him as that, fine, okay. And you can sneak him out. He can catch some balls, sure. But, if you're going to draft him over C.J. Dupree, you're only going to use him as a blocker. C.J. Dupree is a better player, in my opinion.
Okay. Grade the draft so far, A, B, C, D, or F. Let's go to the supers, and we'll pick a sponsor to do here. We should probably do that. Last one was Herberto Ruiz Jr. Is it possible to draft Martinez in the 7th if he's still there on the board? I don't know if he gets there. You got a lot of picks around the clock yet, but I would take him again. unless there's some unknown character stuff that's off their board for some reason. He was a Dallas Day guy, so they would have a good feel for that. Sometimes they take guys off their Dallas Day 30 visit lists. But I'd take Martinez. I'd be happy with that one. Cowboys fan 4, who was the most realistic free agency we signed? Isn't it still Stephon Gilmore in the end? He was in the facility on Tuesday. You just sign him and you don't rush Revel back, you don't rush Diggs back, and you have a veteran in place there. So, Jeff Cook, we drafted a receiver in the 4th, Jonathan Mingo. Yeah. For what? I did drink for obvious. He's in the notes, but he was the second best Bama tight end. He should have been drafted. I did 320 something notes. Yeah, but I don't want Mingo as my 4th round pick. Is the thing. I want somebody better, proven better, or higher upside as a draft pick. This was the 50 that came in from Monkey Gamer Z Official. Thank you very much, Monkey Gamer. Chris did do his beer bong. I appreciate that. Cheers to you. Cool Sharky. Who would you take between Ewers, Howard, and McCord? I have them ranked Howard, McCord, Ewers in that order. A 4th, a 5th, and a 6th, actually, as it turns out. Howard had a bad combine, which I think turned some teams off. The Raiders maybe at 180 for Will Howard. It kind of gets concerning when your old coach does not draft you. So why is Mike Tomlin sweating right now? Or is he crying over the Derek Harmon stuff? That actually might be it. Maybe not. Omar Epps on screen. Cooper, O-line, or Ollie for the Cowboys. I'm down. I'll take 2 backs. I'll take one in the 6th. I'm not mad at it. I would do it. I'd do it. I am on board. Kind of screws over Deuce Vaughn. He's gone, but it's fine. It's not the end of the world there. So that's what I do. Chubby's, yeah, good call, Chubby's. All right, more picks to come. We're waiting on the Bills at 177. Today's show is made possible by Chubby's. April is here, but this ain't the time for fooling. Let those thighs breathe. Whether you're playing around a golf with the fellas, hitting up a beer garden, or an actual garden, probably with your significant other to make her happy, Chubby's has you covered for all the good vibes that warm weather brings. They got bright polos that demand attention, killer shorts to show off your thighs. Don't skip leg day. Hitting up the pool or the beach. Their classic line swim collection has your new favorite trunk for those sunny days at the pool, the beach, or wherever there's water. Maybe going out on the river or the lake. They also got to try their eyewear shorts. Or their everywhere shorts. Every WEAR, everywhere. Rascals are clever little bunch. At the end of the day, your wardrobe deserves a springtime upgrade. So sweeten the deal for a limited time. They're giving you 20% off your order by using code CHAT. CHAT over at chubbyshorts.com/chat. Original stretch shorts, fantastic. Performance polos like the one I've worn on air some this week. And the Chubby's classic lined swim collection are fantastic. Whether you're getting dressed for your workday, a workout, or a weekend getaway, Chubby's has you covered. For a limited time, get 20% off your order with code CHAT at chubbyshorts.com/chat. That's code CHAT at chubbyshorts.com/chat. Support our show. Tell them we sent you. Don't blend in with the crowd. Stand out with Chubby's. Link will be in the live chat in the description of today's show. All right, so we are here with the Bills taking Dorian Strong. That's I almost said that was a strong pick. A great pick by the Buffalo Bills, outside corner. I had him at 104 on my board. I've got 3 players left in my top 110. That is it. So grade that Cowboys draft so far, A, B, C, D, or F. A super chat we will get to here, and we'll go to the super chat menu after that as well. Again, we need a few more entries. I would like a few more entries to run the Venmo 50/50 raffle. I'll keep putting that link in the live chat. I might actually pin it, frankly. Pin that message. There we go. Salnown? I think I got that wrong. I'm terribly sorry, my friend. Thoughts on Mumfield 204, Manungai 2017 because he's or 217 because he never fumbles and blues a fumble. Or actually, I get the mindset there. Zeke Biggers at 247, and then Theo Weiss Jr. at 247. My big issue here is I don't know if Mumpfield or Weiss are actually among your top 5 receivers on the roster. Maybe Tez Johnson is. I think Ricky White's a great special teamer. I just think you kind of run into this issue here of you're not actually adding a 2. You're adding a 3. You're adding a 4. You're adding a 5, and I have those guys already. I would almost keep my powder dry and go trade for somebody that's better, or go sign someone who's better. I do love the vibe of Kyle Monungai, who I'm a little bit lower on, but he's still 204 for me. So yes, 6th-round grade as your power runner. I actually think that's super fun. I think Martinez fits that mold. Ollie Gordon, Taj Brooks fits that mold. Zeke Biggers, I want to take another nose guard today. That's Cam Horsley, maybe J.G. Pegues, Jay Toya, Nazir Stackhouse, and also Zeke Biggers, who I've got as a 7th-round grade. So I'm on board there. Place 22. Tom had a 10-7 and an early exit from the playoffs. Does that sound about right? The more things change, the more things stay the same, isn't it? That tracks so well. Like, that's just apps. Of course they would do that. That tracks a lot, actually. Timmy Reynolds. The Booker pick is growing on me. Our OC was an O-line coach, and he would have Booker over other linemen if healthy, Pro Bowl year 2. I think that's very possible. I do. I don't see a lot of he ends up being terrible outcomes for Tyler Booker. I don't know if he's ever going to be a superstar. He's not an elite level athlete. He was just a logical round 2 pick. In a normal class, you probably have somebody better. I think you just kind of the board didn't fall the way I think the Cowboys wanted it to. That's how it goes sometimes. So
I saw Clint talking about the Tyler Booker pick as well. Really, both of the Cowboys' first 2 picks there. If you just swap them, Ezeriuaku in the first and then Tyler Booker in the second, do you feel better about it?
No, because I had Booker above Ezeriuaku, I think. Okay. I'll double check that, but I'm pretty sure I did. Because I had Booker at 24, I had Ezeriuaku at 28, and I had Revel at 38. So the day 2 picks were cooking. I've only got 2 guys they've taken above my board, and Shamar James is the biggest one, but that's day 3, so who cares? So. Ravens pick is in at number 178. Bilal Kone out of Western Michigan. This is a hell of a story, by the way. Kone was homeless for a little bit going into high school because of a bunch of bad family life stuff there. He actually had to move in for a little bit with the family of now NBA players Trey and Tyus Jones, who kind of stepped up and helped out there a little bit. Was at Iowa Central Community College 2 years because of grades issues. Indiana State before his final 2 years at Western Michigan. Already burns athletic comp. He's got long speed and quickness. I think he could play some nickel if he tried. A little high on the technique or on the big plays allowed. Does some of that Saban shuffle stuff, which I know he doesn't like it being called Saban shuffle, but people watch Bama more, so that's where it kind of came from. Also, kind of a unique injury. Had to miss 3 games because he took a knee to the throat in 2022, and he couldn't have solid foods for a month because he couldn't. It sprained his hyoid bone, so that's bruised the shit out of it, which is super unusual. So I had Kone in the 174. He went 178, 5th round. So right where I thought he was going to go. So I kind of like that value there. A couple corners I got left that I like. So things need to play out here. Plenty of players I like. Plenty of guys I like. But a long way to go for the Cowboys' next pick. Super Chats coming in. Let's go to the Super Chat menu, and then we'll recap those here. Keep coming the picks as they come in, too. We'll got you guys covered there. $10, you are into our rookie jersey raffle. So, Timmy, you are in on that one. $50 for the tortilla slaps. $100, the beer bong of honor, which I got to add a bunch of names because I didn't want to get it all dirty and just use the backups ones today. Beer bong, $100 for that. Boss the price point. I want to do the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Frankly, we need at least 2 more entries. 2 more entries for the Venmo 50-50 raffle at What's Going Downey. It is the pinned poll, or pinned comment, I should say, on today's video at What Going Downey on Venmo. We want at least 2 more entries, $20 to enter. I want to give away more. We'll hit that right before the Cowboys go on the clock, too. I think it's a good idea. When I turn around, we can hammer that for the Cowboys' next pick. Venmo 50-50 raffle. The next pick. I think they'll maximize timing there. So, at what going Downey for that one? Most hundreds in April. Nandor Banks got a massive lead. He's got 12. Shout out to Nandor. Some of them are Venmo, so it's doubled up, but it still counts. Venmos do count double on the beer bongs if needed for $100, and for the jersey raffle entries too. Ollie Gordon is off the board. The Miami Dolphins are addicted to drafting backs. Prove me wrong. I'm tweeting that one out. They are addicted to it. They got so many needs. You drafted another back? Another one? Really? Why? So Dolphins taking Ollie Gordon. Let me take him off the board. I still got a bunch of backs who are available. I'm a little surprised some of these guys are falling, but it is such a deep class that at some point maybe they don't all end up going. Get the Venmo 50-50 raffle at what going Downey. JJ Pegues is the pick here by the Las Vegas Raiders at number 180. I call him Pegasus as a joke because it's it's spelled looks a little bit like Pegasus, but because he's not a unicorn, but much like a unicorn and Pegasus, there's some overlapping traits. He played a lot on offense for Ole Miss. 260 career snaps on offense. He did running back drills at the combine. He was like a fullback. 31 carries, 100 yards, 3.2 average, 7 touchdowns, was 21 for 69 this year. First down or touchdown on 18 of his 21 carries. He broke 9 tackles. He might actually end up being a fullback. The easy comp here is Scott Matlock. Remember him? The Chargers defensive tackle / fullback. Also, Joe Looney in the Zeke jersey, but he's a defensive tackle this time. Get it? I love that photo, Joe Looney. I think he's just like your DT4 and a fullback for you in the end. He is 177 on my board, exactly where I thought he should have gone. All right, another pick is in, by the way. A quarterback is off the board. Kyle McCord, you are a Philadelphia Eagle. Eagles love drafting QBs there. I had a 5th-round grade on McCord. He was 165 on my board, ends up going 181. Is a bit of a gunslinger sometimes. I think did a good job of rallying from a lot of negativity in his last year at Syracuse and managed to recover and get going on that front there. I got a CJ Beathard comp on him, but upside could be like a Jimmy Garoppolo. Gets the ball out quick, built like Jimmy Garoppolo too. Thought was better at Syracuse with less talent around him. It's a good job there. So Patriots on the clock now, 182. Again, the Venmo 50-50 raffle. I think he's kind of from the area too, which is pretty funny. So Kyle McCord there. Some super chats to get to here as well. Peter Zampino, bring me Seth Hennigan to Dallas. Must happen. Might be an undrafted free agent for you. I don't know if he gets taken. And I think that there's a chance the Cowboys use one of those UDFA spots on a QB. Double J, 2288. I know he has things going on, Tom, but would Bond be a UDFA option? Also thoughts on Martinez, Tez, and Jay Tuya as options in the 6th and 7th. I'm on board with all those guys. I have Tuya as a 5th/6th. If you get him where you can get him in the 6th, yes. I think with Bond, this probably ends up being a let's see how things play out. And then let the legal system play out and then go pursue somebody. I just think that's you have an active case. It's hard to sign or draft that guy. It is. It's not fair. Life's not fair, but how it goes. All right, let's recap the Cowboys picks right now. Tyler Booker, Donovan Ezeriuaku, Shavon Revel Jr. out of ECU, Jaden Blue, and the Cowboys traded up to take Shamar James. Now we are at pick 182. We've got 22 picks left until the Cowboys go on the clock at number 204. How close are we on the likes right now, Chris? How close? I want to see where we're at on that one to breaking today's like rate high. So we are, oh boy, we're close. We're less than 50 away. The goal is 1,617. We're at 1,550. So let's offer a deal here. let's offer a deal. 2 deals. I'm going to go pee. I'm going to do it. Screw it. Every $100 super chat or Venmo, 2 beer bongs. If we beat the like record before I get back, I will do an additional one. So we might be doing a lot of drinking here. So Chris will take over. Patriots on the clock. Cowboys coming up in quite a while.
Make sure you guys drop a like for us right now. Only sickos are hanging out with us here on day 3 of the 2025 NFL Draft. And we got 2,065 sickos right now watching. That's at least 500 people haven't liked the video yet. So let's break it right now before Tom gets back. We're about to. We're totally about to. We're always trying to get better. The Cowboys might not always be trying to get better, but we're always trying to get better here at the Cowboys Report, bringing you guys the best Cowboys content. We are 1 like away from beating that like number from last year. We're also about 112 away from beating our super chat high from last year as well. And we did it, baby. We did it. And then next year, we got to beat it again. We just got to keep growing here at the Cowboys Report. We're still about, 40 picks or so away, or 20 picks, hashtag math, from the Cowboys making their next pick here in the 6th round. But keep on liking the video for us. We just hit 1702. I'd love for us to be the highest liked stream here at Chat Sports for the draft. That would be absolutely incredible. The Raiders Report, obviously, going crazy. I'd love to beat them. I was producing them earlier while you guys were simulcasting. And they were talking a lot of shit about you guys. I ain't even gonna lie. They said you guys don't like videos, you guys don't sub, you guys don't share. I think that's wrong. I think you guys do that.
Took a fucking kicker. The Patriots took a damn kicker. I got distracted by Raiders. A kicker. NFL teams are so stupid. The odds of me leaving when a kicker gets drafted is unbelievable. That's so stupid. All right, now I'm gonna go pee.
What was your offer again? What was your offer again?
Beer bomb for that and $100 super chats.
Okay. $100 super chat, 2 beer bongs. So we could get that before Tom gets back for sure. And that would also put us, we got a $100 super chat. I'll also do a beer bong. Because I'm pretty sober right now. When you guys don't see me, I'm kind of over here eating. So I got food in the belly. I can take down a couple beer bongs. Let's see. Let's get some shout outs as well in here. Let's get some shout outs. If you guys have liked the video today, type me in the chat. I'll get some shout outs as well. I appreciate you guys for joining us here today. We're going to be live for another, probably 3 hours at least. Already been live for 4 hours here. Let's see. Spam your me's in the chat. If you guys have dropped a like on today's video, Skibbity CD, Lone Wolf. See, I see Skibbity, QB12 or I2, Mike, Tanner, David. Let's see, JaCrispy, Taz. See Rich in there talking about Isaiah Bond again. Hey guys, you just cannot do Isaiah Bond, man. You just can't do Isaiah Bond. Like, it's a waste. It'd be a waste of a pick. Let's see, I see Carlos in the chat. Josh Thomas saying new sub. Appreciate you, my guy. Stephen West, Tristan K, Luis. What's this guy's name? Bro Dose, you're a tool, my guy. You're a tool. Let's see, Studio wants me to do cocaine. We can't be doing that on the chat, my guy. We cannot be doing that on the chat. I mean, look, the thing about Isaiah Bond, Rich, he's saying he's less of a waste than Mingo. At least Mingo might play for you this year. Probably will play for you this year. Isaiah Bond, there's a pretty high chance he might not be playing football this year, man. You just can't take that risk right now. If you want to sign him after, if he gets cleared, then okay. He's a good player. But other than that, man, you just can't do it. You just can't do it. Tom's still mad about the kicker, man.
Unbelievable.
Do you guys think kickers are people?
No, they're not. You never draft a kicker. They're never good.
Type Y for yes, N for no.
Never get a good kicker. It's impossible. So stupid. So I owe one beer bong, right?
For the likes, yes.
Yeah, sweet. Glad we beat it. It's cold. Ish.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. The Patriots let Bill Belichick make one more pick for him, apparently. Unreal. Unreal that they took a friggin' kicker. All right, that was. What picks have we missed here so far?
Just two, I believe. Got Marcus Harris going there to the Titans.
What was 180? Okay, so the kicker, who was my number one ranked kicker, but it's the 6th round. So what are we doing out here, fellas?
Yeah, you had Kyle McCord, then the kicker.
Stupid.
And then Devin Neal going off the board here to the Saints.
Ooh, okay. I do like Marcus Harris, the cow corner. I think he's an underrated player. I had him in the 6th round. Take him in the 6th round, so that works out pretty well timing-wise.
Would you rather have Isaiah Bond or a kicker? Draft Isaiah Bond or a kicker? Somebody asked.
I also realized I fucked up the big board. I had Borregales way too high. He was not supposed to be at 211. He was at 7. He was supposed to be at 260. I put him at 211 on accident, so everyone's off a spot. Oops. Well, no one caught it. No one's going to notice it. It's fine. It's a kicker. Who cares? So Marcus Harris is gone. He was at 229. Devin Neal is gone. Good pick there by the Saints. Good pick by Devin Neal. Like that one for New Orleans. Damian Martinez keeps on sliding down. All right. Ooh, we're close to beating last year's Super Chats total, too.
Super close. I said when we get there, I'll do another beer bong.
Okay, I like it. I respect it.
No matter if it's like small chunks or just one big one. I'll do a beer bong once we beat that 2024 number.
Oh, Steelers have taken Will Howard at 139 overall. So Quinn Ewers is now my best available quarterback. He could be in play in the 6th for Dallas. And I wouldn't even be that mad at it at that point. So let me get one thing pulled up here. This is a good Super Chat comment. Let me ride this beer bong here. Here we go. Love it. Love life. All right, hit those supers, guys. Remember, get the Venmo 50/50 raffles in as well. 700 Aaron. I think I pronounced that right, didn't I?
Probably.
Zachary is in to the Venmo 50/50 raffle, by the way. 2 entries for Zachary. So now we will for sure be running this Venmo 50/50 raffle at the end of today's show. So Zachary, Jerry Julius, and Roy Lee are all into the Venmo 50/50 raffle. Take home right now is 50. Let's get that number up. Thank you, Zachary. I appreciate that. Zachary H. I know there's some other Zacharys that sometimes do that stuff too, so I should specify. Hard to believe Jaden Blue ran a 4.28, 4.24 at his pro day. Had to be hand time. Running a 4.30 is a huge drop-off. I mean, 4.30 is fast, but not 4.2 fast. Yes, it is. It was hand time, and it was the fastest time. Whenever you see a pro day number come out, ignore it. Ignore it. It is almost always the fastest time that was there that the agent sent out to his media buddies. I would always simply wait for what Dane Brugler puts out. Dane doesn't get it from the agents. He gets it from the NFL teams. And Dane has, at the Jaden Blue Pro Day, a 4.38. Not a 4.24, not a 4.28. I don't know how much at that point the speed difference really matters. Like, you're friggin' fast at almost 200 pounds. But I do think that was the fastest hand time number that got put out. So 4.38 is the number I'm going to continue to stick with for Jaden Blue, which is still super fast. Very, very fast. The one exception was I remember Tony Pollard ran it was a similar drop-off, like a full 10th of a second at his combine versus pro day. And I didn't know it till later. He actually had food poisoning at the combine. He was sick. And that's why he did not run well. But he tried to power through it. And then he ran way better at the pro day. So that when there's a big difference, I will mention it in my notes and make note. Haven't been a lot of big differences this year though. So Pittsburgh has taken a QB. Will Howard is the 8th quarterback drafted. I had a 4th round grade on him because I was impressed by the CFP run.
I really do like that fit there in Pittsburgh too.
I do too. I think he fits in Arthur Smith offense pretty well. He'll do a lot of play action, push the ball downfield off that stuff, and I think that makes sense as a logical fit there. So let's get to Levi Hall. Would you rather have Nick Nash or Kobe Hudson? I've got Nick Nash by a lot. Nick Nash is a 5th/6th round grade for me, so right about in this range. And then Kobe Hudson I have as an undrafted free agent. So I do want to make note of that one. That I would much rather have Nick Nash. So I know that Jaden Blue told people, by the way, this is for Zach Store 99. I know he told people that he had a slight tear in his groin, which at that point it's just he pulled it a little bit because any sprain, etc., any pull is actually a tear. That's how that works. But then he ran a 4.38 at his actual combine. So I honestly don't care. 4.28, 4.38, 4.27, 4.30. That boy fast. He moves. I'm not gonna get too caught up in the differences of the minor speed times there. He's explosive and fast, and I didn't need to see a 40 time to know that. It's clearly on film too. So doesn't really matter where that pro day number is. I know Dane's got him at 4.38. That's what I use, not the media agent number. But he's fast. That's all I care about. He's extremely fast. So, all right, let's do this. Great call, Chris. Most comments in the next 60 seconds is going to be a free raffle entry. We've got the rookie jersey giveaway. Shout out to Nandor Bank and Jerry Julius, who won the first 2 days. Most comments in the next 60 seconds. Funny if I'd mentioned hey, FYI guys, if we don't get the Venmo, we're gonna send it back. Never mind. I'm gonna say never mind. We got enough.
Let's see what our chat rate high from last year was as well.
Yeah, what was last year's chat rate high?
Chat rate high from last year was 479, so extremely gettable.
If we beat it, we'll give away 2 raffle entries today. How about that? 2 free raffle entries coming up here. Wonder what that would have been. Was it a free raffle or was it a pick reaction? You think?
I don't know.
Because I'm going to do the grades.
Because I was with Giants last year too, so I don't even remember day 3.
Coop was here, right? Was it Coop?
I don't know who was.
I don't remember. I'm never sober in the draft. I'm always just a little bit tipsy in the end. Ravens on the clock. Comment whatever you want to comment so far. If we can beat that chat rate high, what was the figure again?
479.
We're half 479.
479.
Oh, we're gonna shatter it. We're already at 350. Flood the comments. We beat that chat rate high, and we will give away a second free raffle entry. We are at pick 186. I've got 3 top 100 players left, one of which I think I'm just extra high on, but you guys can all be wrong because the last time I was extra high on a player was Ivan Pace. And I know ball. He's awesome for Minnesota in his role, which is limited. Damian Martinez, Cameron Williams, which I wonder if Cameron Williams funked some medical stuff. Because that he had a bad knee injury at Texas. At the end, kind of tried to play through it. I wonder if he funked the medical there. Martinez, I don't really know why he's available. 3:30 was the last update here. So pick the first winner, Chris. How about that? Pick the first giveaway winner here. free raffle entry. I'll plug it into the sheet too once you say it.
We're going to go Tristan K.
E-N or A-N?
A-N.
A-N. Tristan K is in there. We have beaten the chat rate high. If we somehow double it on the next update, we'll do a third one.
Okay.
But let's give away the free raffle entry here, Chris, for the beating of last year's chat rate high. Thank you all so much for that, folks. What you got for me?
Let's see. Let's go Tar Heel Cowboy.
2 kickers. You got to be kidding me.
Unserious franchise. 2 of the better franchises in the National Football League, too.
Get ready to learn free agency, Justin Tucker. I actually don't think he's good. He has not hit 80% of his field goals in the last 2 years. I just do kicker stuff based on did you make your kicks in college? And Loop didn't do that. Ravens also nailed the Justin Tucker pick, and John Harbaugh knows special teams, but this is the first UDFA that's been taken on my board here. So that's Tyler Loop, the kicker. Here's my number 4 ranked kicker this year. I do rank kickers, so of all the things that have happened, that is certainly one of them. You said Tar Heel Cowboy. You got that. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate that. Appreciate that, guys. Texans on the clock now at 187. You got to stop taking kickers, guys. Please, I'm begging. I'm begging you to stop doing it. Stop drafting kickers. It doesn't work out. You should know, Baltimore. You found Tucker as an undrafted free agent. 204, by the way, is the Cowboys' next pick. We are at 187. I think that pick just came in, by the way. Don't know. Yeah. Texans took another safety. Why do they love safety so much? They always do this. I love the value for Jalen Reed, actually. Or Jalen Reed, excuse me. That's the Packers receiver. Jalen Reed, the safety out of Penn State. Grades here on him. Let me pull up my notes, too. I want to make sure I'm doing the things I said I was going to do. Where is it? Come on. There we go. Let's see. 5'11", 3/4, 221. Mostly free safety. Kind of plays like Donovan Wilson a little bit to me. He's at his best going as a downhill football player, but can play a little bit out of control. And the athletic comp was Jonathan Abram, too. 5 interceptions his last 2 years. He will lay the lumber. He will hit. He also wants to go for the kill shot too much. He wants to try to decleat you. And that gets him into trouble sometimes. Didn't do the agility testing, so his RAS looks great, but I think he would have been a little bit stiff. 4th round grade, though, for Jalen Reed. My best safety available on the board, off the board now, to the Houston Texans. And we'll stick with we'll call this the Oilers pick here.
Oilers.
Also, great point. I thought the Browns were going to trade for Dak Prescott. Right? When the Browns traded for Dak, they took two quarterbacks this year. It's funny. Another running back off the board. I have a 6th round grade on him at 216. Khalil Mullings, who this is if you were like building your number 3 back, this is probably what it looks like when you have some pass catchers like Tony Pollard in front of him. Mullings was a linebacker at Michigan to begin his career. He played a linebacker. I thought for sure he would have been a Charger when it was all said and done, or a Patriot, because he is his Pop Warner coach was Dan Kraft, Robert Kraft's kid, by the way. Power runner, he's 6'1 and a half, 226, 31 7/8-inch arms, 5 yards per carry, just under 1,000 yards this year. Pass protection upside with his size, but he hasn't earned it quite yet. Special teams value because he played linebacker. He can do special teams stuff for you. He will make the roster as a number 3 back, but that's probably as an early down. Give him a rep when the lead guy needs a breather, and if you have a scat back as your number 2 guy. 6th round pick. This is in part a special teams selection here by the Dallas Cowboys. So he is off the board with this selection. Man, I found another error with where I rated these players out. Shit. Manungai should be at like 213, not 204. Crenshaw was a spot higher too. Damn, I'm making mistakes left and right this year. Well, no one will notice in the end, I hope. Yep. Again, the Venmo 50/50 raffle we run at the end of today's live stream at What's Going Downey to get in on that one. Why is that so far behind? Okay, now we're caught up. It was like showing me like yesterday's Venmos. All right, today's show is made possible by Game Time. Hit the guesswork out of buying last-minute tickets to your next big event. You can pick out concerts, comedy, theater, but of course sports as well. And Game Time makes getting tickets even faster and easier. Prices on the Game Time app actually go down the closer it gets to first pick. With killer last-minute deals, all-in pricing, and views from your seat, and their lowest price guarantee, Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying MLB tickets. Get to 60% off when you buy last minute for sports, concerts, comedy, theater, everything else in between. The Game Time guarantee is this. If you find tickets in the same section and row for less, Game Time will credit you 110% of the difference. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create your account, redeem code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. That is GameTime.co, promo code CHATSPORTS. Terms do apply. Create your account, redeem code CHATSPORTS, CHATSPORTS, for $20 off. Last minute tickets, lowest price, all guaranteed. We have another Venmo 50/50 raffle entry. That is Kalen Thomas, who is in right now. So take home is now 60 on the Venmo 50/50 raffle. And we are 147 subs away from 212 subscribers. We are on sub-only chat, so the bots don't interfere as much as they previously have. We have a quarterback off the board to the Indianapolis Colts. It is not Quinn Ewers. It is Riley Leonard, who I think actually does fit better if you want to keep your offense the same with some of the mobility stuff that Anthony Richardson does, that Daniel Jones can do. Riley Leonard is the pick. He was productive as a runner over the course of his NFL career. I actually have Daniel Jones written down as the player comp. There's elements to it. It got a solid build. He can run. The turf monster will get him. That was kind of more Will Howard than anything else there. I think his toughness and his mobility means he can carve out a backup role in the NFL. He needs a massive step forward as a pure drop-back passer to be more than that. Look, he never had a great passing supporting cast. He never did. But when that ball tries to get pushed downfield, it's not good. He does some arm angle adjustments. It ends up looking pretty weird, though. He's a multi-time captain at two different schools, at Duke and Notre Dame. I think he needs to add some weight as a runner because you can't run the ball as much as he did at 216. It was his power run style. He ran for 900 yards this year from Notre Dame. Remember that opening drive in the CFP championship game? He just running the ball down the field, and then he got tired and he couldn't do it anymore. Didn't push the ball downfield, but there were a lot of underthrows when he did. 4 interceptions beyond 20 yards is actually a pretty high red flag there. He's just the kind of struggles with the forward pass. was in my I think I did that when I did a Cowboys mock with him in the 7th round. Said Leonard, great athlete.
This is one of the biggest shadow bannings I've ever seen.
For Quinn?
Yes.
Learn footwork, bro.
Learn winning.
I got him in the 6th. I got a 6th round grade, 217. I'm right on him.
25 games won in 2 years.
Okay, it's a team stat, bud.
Is it?
Arch is better and you know it. You wanted to start Arch.
No way.
Yes, you did. You're so full of shit. Get out of here. That's cool. Bama pick, Chris. Tim Smith, the defensive lineman out of Alabama. I had him in the 6th/7th round. You want to give some thoughts on him, and I'll see if we agree or disagree here.
Yeah, I mean, he dropped a little bit of weight going into this past season, and really in the Kane Womack defense that they switched over from the Nick Saban defense to the Kane Womack defense. They, in the Nick Saban defense, they used him more as a DT. Didn't really play that much the first couple of seasons. Did play a little bit, but just never really made a massive impact for Alabama. And then this past year, they kind of used him in a variety of ways. They put him on the inside. They put him on the outside. So I think losing a little bit of weight, he gained a little bit of speed, and that athleticism was a little bit better. But, 6th round, that's probably right exactly where he should have gone.
I got 6th, 7th, and we were pretty much at that spot. I thought he did his best stuff against Michigan in the season. I thought he played pretty well in that game. He's lost 50 pounds since high school, by the way, which is a lot of weight.
50 pounds since high school.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think he's a dirty work guy. He's never going to be a pass rusher, but he'll do dirty work to absorb the double teams or try to and stop the run and develop and make life easier on hopefully some of your other defensive linemen like a DeForest Buckner is probably what they're aiming for on that one. Eagles have made another offensive line pick. That is Miles Hinton out of Michigan. I had a 5th round grade on Hinton, 181 overall. I love it when I get on the nose with the pick and the grade. We're getting in that range where we got a chance at it. Excuse me. Hinton is the pick here out of Michigan. His dad, by the way, is Chris Hinton, who was the guy that the Broncos took and traded for John Elway all those years ago and was the Colts player. His other brother is also Chris Hinton, Jr., who has kind of bounced around the NFL a little bit. Played left tackle this year for Michigan, more career snaps at right tackle. Heard really high football IQ stuff around him. But he hasn't played a lot. And the testing we got was a bad 3-cone and not great other stuff. I think that's a shuttle time, not a 3-cone time. 4.96 makes no sense for a 3-cone. That is physically impossible. You can't do that. So 5th round grade for me. I think there's some tackle, right tackle, left tackle flex options there. So Howie made a good pick. I do think at this point the Cam Williams medical, that is the Texas offensive tackle, he probably flunked it. He had a knee injury. It was allegedly a sprained knee, but he never did any testing. Maybe it was worse than a sprained knee. There's also conditioning concerns here. He added 17 pounds between the combine and the pro day, and that's not what you want to see. That's a lot of them. 3rd, if I'd known the knee was a red flag more than it was, maybe I would have dropped him a little bit. JF888. How happy are you with the Cowboys picks? I'm pretty happy. I'm going to change the pin poll to grade the Cowboys draft so far. I think it's a B. If only you could have gotten Tedderone McMillan in the first. I'd have been really excited about that. This would have been an A class for me. But you took the guard instead. Not my favorite pick. I don't think it's a disaster. But I think it's really kind of more of a failure of your free agency to not address everything else. That if you can go get a good receiver in a trade, I think we all feel a bit better about that, don't we? Right? I don't know. Seahawks pick is in. Bryce Cabledew, my top remaining interior offensive lineman, 150 overall, a 5th round grade off the board here. I think he's a bit of a sleeper. I know Tyler Jones is hyped because he's a Kansas guy and Seattle just took him. Swing tackle ability. Could maybe do some interior offensive line stuff with his arm length. That wouldn't be a huge surprise. Hasn't played guard, so he's kind of a tweener there. I think there is some sleeper stuff. I had an early 5th round grade on him. Like that pick for the Seattle Seahawks. Another running back is off the board. Taj Brooks out of Texas Tech at 193 goes to the Cincinnati Bengals. Like that pick. I think that's the first time I've said that for the Bengals all week.
Yeah, probably.
I think he's overlooked as a sleeper. I think he shed some weight for the combine. Tested pretty well as a 4.25 40-yard dash. He's under 5'10", but he was at 214. So he's got that big, burly build I like. At the bigger weights, it's like Mike Davis, C.J. Anderson comps for me. Current one, it's like D'Angelo Williams. The long speed, I thought tested better than what I thought it was on film. I don't see great pass catching ability. Not not much team's value, but 100-plus yards in 19 of his 22 career games. Powerful runner with good size. 2 fumbles each of the last 2 years, but at his workload, which was 288 on average, really good. 27 TDs on the ground the past 2 seasons. Good pick there by the Bengals. Rosefully, why the Cowboys free up cap space? We're not going to use it. They'll claim they're going to spend it on others. And cap space does roll over. In general, if you're going to have a player for multiple years, I would always restructure their contract. Because $1 today is worth more than $1 tomorrow, and it rolls over. I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. And I can roll it over every year. So that's fine with me. Any players on the board you would want? Are we in a semi-rebuild? I just think you're like an average low-end contender. You're not actually rebuilding. You just don't contend at the same way a team like Philadelphia does. You're just not. You're a non-aggressive team. That's all you are in the end. You're not rebuilding. You're just trying to win 10 games like they do every year. That's kind of all that they end up trying to do. An Auburn player off the board here.
Is this the first one?
This is the first Auburn player taken. I'll make sure I pronounce the name properly.
Little brother.
Jalen McLeod. Good. I was going to say something different on that one. Jalen McLeod here, 194 off the board to the Jacksonville Jags. Another linebacker? Jags are addicted to drafting linebackers, man. That's so weird to me. 3 years at App State, 2 at Auburn. He might be an edge for them, actually. He's kind of an edge linebacker tweener with solid pressure rate, but he's 6'1", 241. He's kind of got that weird build. I don't like him in coverage. He's undersized to play edge full time. This probably just ends up being a situational pass rusher, is what this ends up being for Jacksonville. That's the pick at 194. Let me clear off him from my board. Had him in the 7th, by the way, because I didn't know what to do with him. I thought the other Auburn linebacker, Eugene Asante, was better. But that's also very different, asks of what you're going to have them do. So I kind of get if you want the edge version, that's fine. I don't know why Antoine Powell has not been drafted. It's stupid. Teams are stupid. Teams are stupid. That's my main takeaway. Happens every year. Teams are stupid. So Bills. Oh, no. I don't think I did him. Did I? Didn't do him. Luke Newman, the left guard out of Michigan State, is the pick here. He was the top guy on my to-do list, which I didn't have time for. He's Dane Brugler's 22nd ranked offensive guard. 4 years at Holy Cross, 1 year at Michigan State, was a left tackle turned left guard. The size says he's going to end up being a guard. He's 6'3" and change, 308, 31-inch arms. I don't think he was that great for Michigan State, frankly. Tested pretty well. The Bears need to stop taking guys not on my board. It's twice they've done that now. It's twice. Only the Bears. Bears have done it twice. One team did it once. Stupid. Cheers. Hate it. All right, Bears at 185 take Luke Newman. Lions on the clock now. Lions at 196. See what happens here. It's Lions, Broncos, Packers, Chargers, Jags, Vikings, Ravens, Cowboys. And we'll do back-to-back picks on that one, by the way. We'll do them all together for the cut purposes. Maybe we get to short out one of them earlier. Cool, but if not, it's whatever. So Cowboys coming up here in a little bit. We got to be patient on that front. They pick in the not-too-distant future. The 28th pick in the 6th round is where they are at. So we got to Rosefully earlier. There's a smaller one next. I guess that works. Thoughts on Nick Nash? This is about where I take him. He's 210 on my board. 5th/6th round grade. Incredibly productive football player. He had a hell of a year for San Jose State. I think everyone who is a big college football fan was like, wow, this Nick Nash guy keeps putting up big-time numbers. All he does is get touchdowns, get yards. 104 catches, 1,382 yards, 16 touchdowns. Turns 26 in July. I think he was a power slot this year. He's not going to be as good. This is probably more in the Michael Thomas range. I don't love the athletic ability. The production was incredible. Did a good job in the powered slot role. Kind of made the first guy miss and then fell down a lot. 30 missed tackles, but only 4 average on that one. Had some success downfield. TD in 11 of his 12 matchups there, but he's a bit of a fumbler. Was a former quarterback. No special teams value, which is a huge red flag. I don't think he's a great blocker. He's not at times he's almost like a tight end out there with the way he does after the catch stuff. Like he'll run over a guy and then kind of go down. So I would take him in the 6th. That's about where I have him graded. But I do think I wonder if they just pass on receiver, period, because outside of Tez Johnson, none of these guys are in my top 185. So Rich Porter Trey, Angelo Gross, any grade on him? I don't think so. Let me double check. And then if I don't, I'll check what Dane has on him. I don't. So let me see if Dane has him for you. If anyone's got him, it's Dane. Michigan State. Dane has him at 120 overall among his safeties, which is pretty darn low. 4.6, 940 at 5'9.5", 178 is tough. That's tough. Thank you. Ooh, I like this pick for the Lions. Oh, this is an awesome story. Get some graphics for this one, Chris, here. So this is a fun one. Lions have taken a pass rusher, Ahmed Hassanin. This is the first ever Egyptian player to play college football, and now the first ever Egyptian player to play in the NFL. He was actually born in California originally, moved to Egypt with his dad at age 6. He spoke Arabic because he's lived in Egypt. Didn't come back to the USA until 2018, and he had to relearn English. The mother was allegedly abusive back in Egypt, and the half brother and his half sister got him out of there, took him back home in the U.S. He was the top ranked CrossFit athlete in Egypt, actually, which is pretty unusual there. I think he might end up being International Player Pathway Program eligible, because the NFL did that last year for guys like Denzel Daxon from the Cowboys, which they didn't know going in, but I think he might end up being eligible there, but that doesn't matter unless he makes it to the practice squad. So picked up football in 2019, finalist for the Jason Witten Man of the Year award. He had 12.5 sacks last year, 14.5 pressures. The athletic just was fine. There was a big competition jump coming. He hasn't played a lot of football, and it very much shows. The lack of stability, I don't think is really there at this time. The run defense has gotten better. He's a tough guy. He played through the torn labrum. I had a 6th round grade on him. He was my number 230 ranked overall player. We're in the 6th round. It was had him there. No real complaints about that particular move there. As looks like the Texans have made a trade here. Texans have traded up. Oh, Coop's in shambles, and I know why. Graham Mertz. I will not drink for this one because I didn't do him on the value or on the board. Graham Mertz is not good at quarterback. I'm sorry. He's not good. He's got good leadership stuff. He's tough. Graham Mertz at 197. You can't convince me, even though I am probably file me under the hater section for Quinn Ewers. You can't convince me that Graham Mertz is a better quarterback than Quinn Ewers. Stop it. There's no way that's the case. No way. Hey, Coop! They can't hear me. That's what are they doing? Come on. Graham Mertz was not the best quarterback at either school he went to. Wisconsin, kind of. But DJ Lagway's better at Florida. I don't get that one at all. Nicholas Finland, then Bond, then Biggers. Down with Biggers. I can't take Bond. He's got a sexual assault case. I can't do it. Can't do it. Have to let that play out. If it's clear and he didn't do it, if he's innocent and you prove that, sweet, sure. But not. I can't touch that right now. I can't do it. Rich Porter Trey, would you try Restrepo? If I needed a receiver, period, yes. I don't. And at this point, the value is actually fine, so like sure. But I don't know if I want a slot only receiver who's super slow and like you're hoping for like Jarvis Landry even feels kind of high for him there. Tez Johnson I'm interested in, but Ricky White is like a special teamer. Nick Nash is a power slot. Restrepo is only a slot. I kind of want to utilize Lamson in the slot some more. So like at that point, like, are these guys better than Jonathan Mingo? I don't think so. Maybe Tez Johnson. And that's pushing it, I think, frankly. So I'm kind of at the point of like receiver, like if you want someone cool, but I feel like they're just kind of competing with Ryan Flanoy and Jalen Brooks and others for those last spots. And I don't necessarily need that. Coop just texted me. I'm responding with mid-merts is my response. Mid-merts. Happy for the kid. Congratulations, Graham Mertz. I will say this. I thought he might have been a Cowboy had he gone undrafted. Cowboys sent their quarterback coach to his pro day. So the Venmo 50-50 raffle at What's Going Downey. At What Going Downey for that one. $20 to enter. 6 entries so far. Take home is $60 right now. Shout out to Roy Lee. 2 from Jerry Julius. 2 from Zachary H. And 1 from Kalen Thomas. So that is the Venmo 50-50 raffle right now. $10. Get into the rookie jersey raffle. $50 for tortilla slaps. $100 the beer bong of honor. And what are we away from breaking the super chat record? We're less than 100, right? Okay. If we get a beer bong, we will break the super chat high from day 3 last year. So I will do 1, if we get the 100, for the beer bong, a second for beating the super chat mark. But we got to get that before the Cowboys pick coming up here in not that far away. We're really waiting for 198. Cowboys on the clock at 2:04. So we're 6 picks away here on that front. So not far at all. 7:57:59. Venmos do count double for all the jersey raffles and everything else in between. Double for the Venmos, double for the super chat, beer bongs, 2-for-1 specials there. It's at What Going Downey on the Venmo side. Eddie Joe has a $5 super chat here as we await the Packers pick at 198. It says, time for a fatty. Best remaining fatties. Can we go to the best available DTs? Not all of them are fatties. I do want to specify that. Not all of them are fatties here. I do have several fatties on the board, though. Aeneas Peebles, reminds me a lot of Oso Odigizua, is not a fatty. He is the opposite of a fatty. He's like 282. Let me double check that. 282. So he is not a fatty. Cam Horsley is a fatty. Cowboys met with him at the Combine, by the way. He's 6'2", almost 6'3", 312. Done some 1 and 3 tech. He's a run stopper. Jay Toia, I think I pronounced that correctly. It's Toia, yeah. Toia. 341. Siaka Ika's brother, by the way. He a fatty right there. Nazir Stackhouse out of Georgia is 327. He's a fatty. Warren Brinson, the defensive tackle out of Georgia, 315. Might be more of a 5 tech, but I think he would count as a fatty in the end. Someone said Jared Harrison Hunt might end up being a day 2 pick. He is not. He is not a fatty. Zeke Biggers, the name is not like, when you call the big guy tiny. He is bigger. He is a fatty. Eric Gregory is mostly a fatty. Yeah, he's 319 at 6'3". He's a fatty. So a lot of fatties on the board there. If you want, I want that big body out there. So you got options on that front there. So you got some fatties there. We are 143 subs away from 212K here on the Cowboys Report. Hit that sub button. Free videos every single day right here on the Cowboys Report. Hit that sub button. We got a... that was just a response. Sweet, we're good. Sweet. So Packers on the clock here, 198. 198. Hit that sub button here. We have the Packers pick coming in here any second. Cowboys coming up here at 204. So we are getting closer and closer to that next Cowboys pick at the back end of the 6th round. Some of my best available players. I'll just mention this. You keep going through the picks from day 3 so far. Antoine Powell, I'm hiring him, but he's good. It's stupid. He hasn't been drafted yet. Whatever. I'll take the L if he's not a good player. I think he's going to be a good player. Cameron Williams is available. I think the medical might be a red flag there. Surprised that Damian Martinez is there. Little bit. I don't really know why on him. I didn't think I was that much higher than him on consensus. Logan Brown is. I think there might be some character stuff with Logan Brown. He got kicked off of the Wisconsin team midseason because he hit a player during practice. Might be some character stuff there. Tez Johnson, I think there's testing concerns. Kobe Bryant maybe has too much dog in him. Rashard Smith is interesting, but some character stuff there too because he got suspended midseason. Packers pick is in at 198. We just mentioned one of the fatties, Warren Brinson. He is off the board, so if you wanted that big body on the interior, that's one less option. I did have Nazir Stackhouse above Warren Brinson. Not by a lot. It was only a handful of picks, like 7 actually on the board, or 8 on the board. But that is the pick there for Green Bay, 198. The Chargers now on the pick, or pick is in at 199 here. Probably about time to not pay attention to the chat anymore. So we had 2 kickers go, by the way. 2 kickers. Craziness there. Chargers 199, Jacksonville 200, Minnesota 201, 202, Baltimore at 203, and Dallas at 204. So 198, Warren Brinson, the most recent pick here. Let's get to who do you want the Cowboys to draft, and maybe give some shout-outs there for me, Chris. We do that one there. $199 Chargers on the clock here after Graham Mertz and Warren Brinson, the last 2 picks. We'll see what LA does. Cowboys 6th rounder getting closer and closer. So we'll bring Chris on. I'll get some shout outs. I'll respond to a quick message, and we will ride.
All right, who do you guys want the Cowboys to draft next year? I saw somebody, Damian Wayne asked about Quandarius Robinson. He did go off the board earlier in the day. Let's see. Kobe Bryant. Let's see. Damian Martinez. If you want to still get a running back, definitely still on the board. See a couple Damian Martinez there. Jonathan G. and Green Caesar. See Tez, Ricky White. See Tez Johnson a couple more times in there. Damian Martinez. Keaton Crawford. Rosefully wants to draft Tom. Nazir Stackhouse. Shiloh. Jimmy Horn Jr. Quinn Ewers. A couple more Tez Johnsons in there. A couple more Isaiah Bonds. Just don't see that happening. See Shiloh, Marcus Yarns. Coach Newt wants me. We'll see. I don't even know what I would play. Edge rusher? Maybe. Still not fast enough. Let's see. Martinez, Williams, or Bond. Damian Martinez. Thomas Fadone. Tight end out of Syracuse.
No, wait, that's
Nope.
not Syracuse. Sorry, tight end out of Nebraska.
Nebraska.
Not Syracuse. That was the other one that went earlier. My bad. That was Aronde Gadsden who went earlier. All right, I'm going to go here, Chris. Pick is in for the Chargers. 199. Branson Taylor is the selection for the Chargers. He might. Arm length is weird here. It was 32 3/4 at the combine, 33 5/8 at the pro day because the combine stuff was super weird this year. Didn't play a lot this year. Hasn't played a lot. Period. Had a tore his lateral meniscus in October, costing the final 7 games of the season. I think there is some good run blocking here for Taylor, which I do think fits what the Chargers typically like with under Jim Harbaugh. Tested pretty well athletically, too, coming off the injury. I think a move to guard would probably help him out a pretty decent amount. 203 on my board. Ends up going 199 in that 5th/6th round range. We clearly already have the safety pick. Rayon Lane out of Navy. The academy player has been taken. Someone asked about that on, I think it was on Chat Sports side. Like, is the Navy guy going to go? There you go.
Support the troops.
Rayon Lane has been taken. I think he's going to be a core special teamer. The Jags' love of, like, DBs this year is interesting to me. Lane was pretty productive. 2 career pick sixes, both went at least 86 yards, 43 straight starts. He is expected to be eligible and not have to serve in the military first. There's been some legal changes to that over the years of like, you're eligible, you're not, you're eligible. There's been a lot of weird stuff there. Sounds like he's going to be fine. Average athlete, but you also don't get the same like football training at that. So I think that is a red flag there. I think he carves out maybe a positive side. He can be better there. I think he carves out a special team role in the NFL. My best linebacker off the board now, Kobe King. 4th/5th round grade was 146 overall on my board. The Penn State linebacker here is the pick at 201 for the Minnesota Vikings. This is the twin brother of Kalen King, who was the late round Packers pick last year. Reminds me quite a bit of Anthony Walker from an athletic perspective. Vikings also taking Gavin Bartholomew, the tight end out of Pitt, at number 246 overall. So we're kind of getting some rapid fire picks here. With the Cowboys coming up here at 204. Rayon Lane is off the board. Damian Martinez, best available for me, just rapid fire here. Antoine Powell-Ryland, Cameron Williams, Damian Martinez, Logan Brown, Tez Johnson, Kobe Bryant, Rashard Smith, Fadil Diggs. Oh, Bryce Calvert is gone. Chase Luntz, who I'm actually very intrigued by at this point. Might be a guard. LaQuint Allen, Seth McLaughlin, Kane Madrano, Hunter Roller, and Cam Horsley also available there. Once this Ravens pick comes in, I'll go ahead and turn around, and we'll let the rest of these flow in here for the Cowboys at 204. Not watching the slacks either, so we won't get spoiled there. LeJonte Wester is the pick for the Baltimore Ravens. I think ends up being a return guy. Reminds me a decent amount of Kevontae Turpin, but you already have one of those guys, so you don't necessarily need another one there. So Cowboys pick is going to be in here any minute. In the 6th round, we'll do the old turnaround setup and see what happens here. LeJonte Wester, the most recent one of the Ravens. Get your predictions in here. I'm sure it will not take very long. I think we kind of went rapid fire there in the 6th round with a bunch of picks coming in all in a row. So Cowboys pick, I'm sure will be in soon.
Who's your preferred pick right here?
Actually, if the medical checks out, I'm super intrigued by Cam Williams. I don't know if it did. And give him a year, maybe if you can put him on the pup list or something, kind of skate it that way and let him develop. You've got great upside there. Try to stash him for a year type of deal. I don't know if the medical checked out, and I think that's a concern for him. He should have been gone already. Like, he's got the traits, but the medical I think was a pretty big red flag for teams if he's still available. Beyond that, it's the 6th round. It's the late 6th round. Like, you can't make a bad pick. Just someone that I did a grade on, so I don't have to go, shit, I don't know, and we just won't post it as a short. We have to do that. So, any word yet? It's in.
We don't have it graphically. It
Okay.
says on the screen, pick is in.
Okay. So waiting on that Cowboys pick here in the 6th round at 2:04. They have another early 7th round pick here coming up in just a little bit. So we will get to that pick here momentarily. Cowboys pick is in. You can get your predictions in for who you think it is. It is the 6th round, so there will be no crash outs. I wouldn't rule out Quinn Ewers here, actually. I wouldn't be shocked by that one. And you'd let Quinn and Will Greer and Joe Milton all fight for a roster spot.
It might get spoiled by Coop over there in the other studio if it is.
It's Quinn. Yeah,
Yeah.
you might hear him freak out there a little bit. So we can kind of just barely hear Coop and Sperry from like behind, like in that little corner right there. So waiting on the Cowboys pick. It is in. Waiting on the graphics so we can do the old short instant reaction style, which I find super fun. And you get there's no like cheating and sugarcoat stuff with me not knowing who it is. So any word yet? Okay. Maybe we just went too quick all in a row and had to wait for the Cowboys, or they're trying to trade it or something. Wouldn't that be funny? So Cowboys pick. It says it's in, right? Okay. All right, let's go. Ajani Cornelius out of Oregon, who we've spent some time mocking, to the Dallas Cowboys. He checked in at 233 on my board, a 6th round pick, a potential developmental option along the offensive line. I'm curious if he plays guard or if they try him at tackle. I think end up trying him more at tackle. The arm length was 34 at the pro day. You probably let that one ride out there. I don't see elite dominance. I think he's more of a survive, not thrive as a pass blocker. There were some bad games and some good games out of Ajani Cornelius. I think there's a chance he kicks inside the guard, but you took a guard and Tyler Booker. So I think tackle is the most likely outcome there for Ajani Cornelius. I had a 6th round grade on him. Take him in the 6th round. That makes sense for me. There's no difference at that point in terms of where I had him graded. I think I did Brandon Crenshaw Dixon in the final one, but there were a couple of mock drafts I had him taking Ajani Cornelius. 50 career starts, all at right tackle. There were some good games, some not so good games. I think the great ones had beaten him, but I don't mind taking multiple offensive linemen. I don't know if he's guaranteed a roster spot, and if that's the case, then you're kind of like batting that with Matt. Well, let's go. That's kind of my mindset. So we'll see. Grade the pick. A, B, C, D, or F. So grade that pick. A, B, C, D, or F. A, B, C, D, or F. Responded to a bunch of messages here. Hold on. Same with okay, now we're caught up there. Ajani Cornelius is the pick, round 6, number 204. I'm going to change that pinned poll here. End the poll. Oh, I deleted the Venmo one. All right, that's whatever. Unpin that message. Very sad. Very sad. Grade the pick of Ajani Cornelius. Interesting ones there. Guys, you're also in the 6th round. You're not finding a wide receiver too. I'm sorry. You're just not going to. It is impossible. It's not going to happen. Pick 205 is in. Kane Madrano, the linebacker out of UCLA, 5th round grade for me. So this is a pretty good Dan Quinn pick right there. Take Kane Madrano there out of UCLA at linebacker. Where's he on the board? Straight to you. Maybe you get a nose guard coming up here in a little bit. I would actually appreciate that a decent amount. Madrano was 169. There he is. Handful of top grades left for me. We're at the point where I'm worried I'm going to have top 100 grades not get drafted. So that's how it goes. Grade the pick in the pinned poll. It's the late 6th. I will never go below a C. I refuse to give it as an option. You can go D or F if you want to, but like, who cares? It's the late 6th. It's okay. The early round picks matter a lot more for you. So grade that pick, Ajani Cornelius. A, B, C, D, or F. Kane Madrano, the most recent pick here to the Washington Commanders. The Cowboys taking Ajani Cornelius, the offensive tackle out of Oregon. 6th round grade. Chase Lunt off the board to the Bills. 5th rounder for me, 151 on the board as we continue to get closer and closer to the start of the 7th round. The Cowboys have the very first pick in the 7th round. So that is coming up here in the not-too-distant future. Chase Lunt to the Bills, Kane Madrano to the Commanders with the last 2 selections. A, B, C, D, or F. Grade the pick of Ajani Cornelius. Maybe it's like a C+. It's not immense value, but it's a 6th rounder. It's out the top 200. I'm never going to be upset about it. I will never be upset about that. You wanted a receiver, you should have taken one earlier. I'm not going to be mad about not taking a receiver in the 6th because at that point, like, does it really matter? Is that guy better than Mingo? I don't know about that one. I had Tez Johnson outside of my top 100. Kind of don't think he's better than Mingo right now. Don't think he's better than he's not better than Jalen Tolbert either. You want to get Turpin involved, so that's how it goes. 3 top 100 grades left for me. Antoine Powell-Ryland, Cameron Williams, who I think has medical, and Damian Martinez. Top 120 left, Logan Brown, Tez Johnson, Kobe Bryant. Top grades left on that one. Grade the pick in the pinned poll. And there are a handful of super chats we'll get to here in a little bit as well. Chris working through the big board here. Stay tuned for that one. A, B, C, D, or F. Eagles pick is in at 207 as well. Armenian says, what would I do to somehow work a trade for Pickens? Well, will never happen though, huh? I mean, it's not impossible. I also don't know if like I want to deal with George Pickens. You know, I think that's a lot of extra stuff. It gives him a real number 2, but it does worry me as well. With just like, is he just going to cause issues if the ball's not going his way? Like he did it every time Pittsburgh, and I can't remember the last time a character concerned pick ends up going from, or like a character receiver at Pittsburgh goes somewhere else and ends up being better and like more chill. It doesn't really happen very much. I'm going to tweet out the pick here right now. Ajani Cornelius is the pick here. Thank you, Chris. You did that one super fast, by the way. Good stuff. Stop, start does help there. Ecuador man. Tom, we got Mingo in the 4th. What do you think? Should have been a day 3 trade pick instead. What are you going to do? By the way, one of my top players left is gone. Cameron Williams, the offensive tackle out of Texas, goes where else but the Philadelphia Eagles. Classic. I'd have taken Cam over Ajani Cornelius. It's also the 6th round, so I'm not going to crash out about it. But It's a how he did it again pick, isn't it? Isn't it? Panthers now at 208. Cowboys come again at 217. That is a strong pick there by Philly. It's a fine pick for the Cowboys. Sam was at the 6. People stop crying. That's right. It's a 6th. Like, it's, you know, I think in general we can be mad about the receiver stuff. That was a failure of your free agency because you couldn't fill all your needs with those picks. Eli, so you should have taken Tez Johnson. You could have. I would have liked that more, but he might still be there, 217, or he goes with his next pick, and who knows at that point. But like I also have a tough time for the Cowboys in particular. That's not a Cowboys pick. Taking a 154-pound wide receiver who ran a 4.51, that's going to be an issue for them. Like, I think that like the Tez Johnson role is the Kevontae Turpin role. I think he's kind of more of a gadgety guy. He's a limited player. He's quick and shifty, but he's not. The size is not great. You know, he's quicker than fast. He's gonna not be a good press player. He's never gonna be good contested catches. He's muffed some punts. I think there's durability concerns there. You're hoping for Tank Dell, but what you going to use Kevontae Turpin for in the end? So, Ecuador man, 19 effing offensive linemen, no supervisions F me. Hey, they took Jaden Blue. I don't know why you need so many linemen. This is a stacked lineman group now. Why just sign? By the way, Sadiq Charles, Hakeem Adeniji had 0 guaranteed money on their contracts. So they're getting cut. They ain't sticking around here long term. Jack Anderson might get cut before Monday comes and goes. Phantom, Golden better than Booker at 12. Never forgive. I think a lot of us would feel better if they took Golden and Booker. Might be given A draft grades here, right? Maybe. Appreciate all these super chats here. That's from Phantom of Many Topics. Noob Skybot is Bond the next Lyle Collins for the Cowboys. Depends. Do you think Bond did it? Bond did it. He ain't going anywhere, man. But Collins didn't do anything. That was a very unique situation that I think led to a lot of just like bad timing, bad results, and you had to just like let things play out in the end. So I don't know if I'd call that the next Lyle Collins, frankly. I don't know if I'd call it that. So another pick is in, another wide receiver from Colorado off the board. Jimmy Horn Jr. has been taken at pick 281 overall. Or sorry, he was 281 on my board. My bad. 208 to the Carolina Panthers as they double dip at the wide receiver spot, adding a kind of slot gadgety type of wide receiver. So Jimmy Horn is the pick here for the Carolina Panthers. Eagles pick at 209 is now in. Cowboys back on the clock here in a little bit at 217 to begin the 7th round. They currently have 3 7th-round picks. We'll group this last one for Ajani Cornelius, and we'll group the first 7 together here. Grade the pick, A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comments. That was the Ajani Cornelius pick at 204. I don't understand why Antoine Powell has not been drafted. I know that I was higher on him than everybody else, but like he's good at football. I don't understand why. All he did was get sacks and produce and have a great athletic profile. Like I don't get it. I don't get it. Chris, Howie did it again. Eagles just took Antoine Powell-Ryland out of Virginia Tech. There goes my best available player. I'm higher on him than everybody else, but I don't care. All he did was get sacks and have a great athletic ability. That is a strong selection by the Philadelphia Eagles. Antoine Powell-Ryland out of Virginia Tech. The length is not good. That's why the Cowboys weren't going to go down that path. The athletic comps are Khalil Mack, Drake Jackson, TJ Watt, and Brian Arakpo. 9 forced fumbles all in the last 3 years. 9.5 sacks in 2023, 16 sacks in 2024, 4.69 40-yard dash, which is not that different than what your linebacker Shamar James you took ran. He's 258, by the way, on the weight class there. Not going to be a great run defender. I did not see athletic concerns the way teams did. The testing confirmed that for me. Had a few shoulder injuries in college. Maybe the medical was a potential red flag. Philly. I hate when the Eagles do the picks that I want to do. Pisses me off. That leaves one top 100 pick on my board. That is Damian Martinez. Cowboys had him in for a Dallas Day visit, so they should know the character there. Eagles take my last 2 third-round grades, or Cam Williams and Antoine Powell round and back-to-back picks. It's crazy. It's crazy. Ravens taking one of the better defensive tackles I had left on the board. Not a fatty, though. Not a fatty. It's fine if you want a fatty. Aeneas Peebles at 210. 4th round grade, extremely undersized defensive tackle. He's 282. The size is not there. A lot of the other stuff is. The juice, the effort, the pressure rate's really impressive there. Osa Odigizua, Elijah Cansey, not that dissimilar. He can shoot gaps, high motor, but just is extremely undersized. The length is not very good. It's 31.5 inches too, kind of like Antoine Powell, Ryland. So value was really good for me, but he was not going to be for everybody. So I'm not surprised by that he fell because the length and the size are kind of lacking. But pick is in there for the Ravens. Aeneas Peebles is off the board. 1 pick after Antoine Powell Ryland. 6 picks left. The Cowboys go back on the clock. Today's show is made possible by Chubbies. April is here. This isn't the time for fooling. It's time to let those thighs breathe. Whether you're playing around a golf with the fellas, hitting up a beer garden, or visiting an actual garden, Chubbies has you covered for all the good vibes that warm weather brings. You want bright polos that demand attention? Chubbies got you covered. Killer shorts that show off them thighs? Chubbies got you covered. Hitting up the pool or the beach? The classic lined swim collection as your new favorite trunk for those sunny days. It's not just shorts for Chubbies anymore. It's polos too. You get the Performance Polo and you're cooking with gas. A soft, stretchy, and breathable fabric. These polos are built to kick back, turn up, chill out, party down, and whatever other description you think fits pretty well there. Whether you're getting dressed for your workday, a workout, or a weekend getaway, Chubbies has you covered. For a limited time, they're giving you 20% off by going to chubbiesshorts.com/chat and using code chat. That's chubbieshorts.com/chat. Use code chat. Support the show. Tell them we sent you. Link will be in the live chat. It's in the description of today's show as well. chubbiessports.com/chat and use code chat to get 20% off. All right, the Cardinals at pick 211. Pick is in. Cowboys coming up next at pick 217. That is the first pick of the 7th round. We are 128 subs away from 213K subs. Hit that sub button for me right now. If you haven't already done so, once that 7th round pick comes in, same kind of show flow and structure. We will break that down for you on the picks there. So Cowboys coming up here in a little bit. I think the same like weigh-ins too. We'll do the same order on that one there. So what's up, Sam? That's a good picks by Philadelphia. No, because the NFC East is never a repeat winner. It's cursed that way. It's cursed. It never happens. It never happens that way. It's cursed, man. It's cursed. It's fine. Everyone rotates. I'm just double checking things here and updating our script stuff here. So Cardinals have made their pick, an offensive lineman off the board, Hayden Connor. I'm getting repetitive, I know, but this is a 6th round grade for me. Selected here, the Texas offensive lineman. Spent a lot of time starting at Texas. He played over 1,000 snaps this past year. He barely came off the field. Subbed in briefly at center for just a handful of snaps due to injury when Jake Majors got knocked out of the game and then came back the next week. Tested pretty well. I was a bit surprised and pleased by that. Thought he was pretty good against Michigan, against those top 15 picks at defensive tackle. I think Cordell Volson athletic comp is what kind of stands out here to me on that front. So Hayden Connor, the pick at 211 out of Texas, the guard. 212, the Ravens, then the Raiders, then the Chargers, then the Raiders again, then the Denver Broncos, and the Dallas Cowboys on the clock at pick 217. That selection coming up here in the not-too-distant future. One top 100 player left on the board. Like the picks, by the way. I don't know if I saw the plural there. Just rapid fire here. Best guys for me, Damian Martinez, Logan Brown, Tez Johnson, Kobe Bryant, Rashard Smith, Fadil Diggs, Jared Ivey, LaQuint Allen, Seth McLaughlin, Hunter Wohler, Cam Horsley, Jack Nelson, Luke Kandra. Oh, Pat Bryant's gone. Zy Alexander, Thomas Fadone, Robert Longerbeam, Maxon Hook, Ricky White, Holland Pierce, Joe Huber, Jay Toia, Corey Black, Xavier Restrepo, Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, Joshua Gray, Jake Bringenstool, Tommy Hill, Lan Larison are all top 100 players for me in this, or top 200 players. 200 players for me in this class. Hit that sub button. Yeah. Can you line break it, though? Or just do OT? 212, 877. We are 123 subs away from 213. Waiting on that Ravens pick to come in here at 212, and then we'll get to the rest of these 6th-rounders and the 7th-rounders as those flow in. We're doing stupid interview stuff, which I despise on some of the major networks. It's so boring. Nobody cares. Stop doing it. Let's go. Get the picks in. 5 picks, then the Dallas Cowboys are on the clock, barring some trades, I suppose. Ravens had taken a kicker recently, which is something. They also took on Aeneas Peebles, which I love. Good pick there for Baltimore. Might be a weird fit schematically, but he can be a disruptor, a penetrator up front there. So Ravens at 212, Raiders at 213, Chargers at 214, Raiders again at 215, Denver at 216, then your Dallas Cowboys coming up here at 217. Appreciate everyone who is tuned in right now. As a reminder, the Venmo 50/50 raffle will be run at the end of today's live stream. It is the Venmo 50/50 raffle. At what going down and enter on that one. The take home right now is 60 on that. 60 on the Venmo 50/50 raffle. Had the weird long break between picks, which I hate. You get a bunch of picks in a row and then like a weird delay for like zero reason. Pick is finally in. I reverse jinxed it, baby. Again, one of the better corners left for me. Robert Longerbeam is off the board out of Rutgers. 5th round grade, by the way. I know you guys are maybe tired of me hearing, but I want to give the dimensions of what we're doing there. Longerbeam out of Rutgers, by the way. Give a quick little report on him. Might be a nickel at his size. Kind of like DJ James from last year. That's what it kind of reminds me of. Good athlete. Is a bit undersized. He's 5'11", 175. That makes it tough. There's very real tackling issues, too, which maybe doesn't surprise people given the size. Slender frame. Misses too many tackles, but coaching staff liked him a lot with Greg Schiano. 4.39 40-yard dash. Do you have a super chat there that I saw? Let's go to it. I've kind of got the chat block in case it leaks elsewhere. Samuel says, hi, Tom. Hi, Samuel. Good to see you, buddy. Again, Venmo 50/50 raffle at what going down need to enter. The Raiders are now on the clock here at pick 213. Pick 213. Damian Martinez is coming in after that or is my next best player. Excuse me, is the best player on my big board. Logan Brown, Tez Johnson, Kobe Bryant, Rashard Smith, Fadil Diggs are the best available players left for me. I don't know what the Cowboys will do here. When you get to the 6th round, it's like, okay, let's see what happens. You never know what's going to happen. Like, it's guys slide, guys are available. I would love to get a defensive stopper here. I'd love to get a nose guard. I don't want to just roll into Mozzie Smith and Justin Rogers next year. Take Cam Horsley. Take Nazir Stackhouse. I'm not going to be mad if they don't because it's the 7th round, but I got 3 fatties I like here in the top 215. Horsley, Toyea, and Nazir Stackhouse. I'd take him here and give myself some depth at defensive tackle because I don't have enough right now. Safety is probably in play because they don't have the bodies. That's Hunter Wooler out of Wisconsin, Maxon Hook, Ton Crawford, R.J. Mickens, Dan Jackson, Sebastian Castro. Malik Verdon's down there for me. It's 290, and, Shiloh will probably be the Cowboys' last pick, given the way that they always operate. So. Shiloh will be a Brown or a Cowboy, I feel like. I feel like that ends up happening in the end. Maybe not as a draft pick, by the way. All right. 213 is in here for the Las Vegas Raiders. We'll wait on the announcements and graphics there. If you have names you want, feel free to throw them at me. It is the 7th round, so you cannot have a bad 7th round pick. It can never be worse than a C. It's the 7th round. If they make it to their contract, it's a huge pick. The Raiders have done something extremely fun here. Touchdown Tommy Mellott is off the board before Quinn Ewers. I think he's going to end up being a wide receiver when it's all said and done. 6 foot, 205. Undersized. He is not very big. This was the Walter Payton Award winner back in 2000, this past season at Montana State. The Julian Edelman comp is super easy. Elite testing at his pro day, allegedly. 4.39 40-yard dash, 41-inch vert. He ran for 1,000 yards this past year at Montana State, helping them go make a pretty nice run in the FCS playoffs. The position change is going to require time. Because I don't think he's actually a QB. I think he's a receiver. So maybe a running back, but I think he ends up playing receiver. That is a super fun pick by the Las Vegas Raiders. I did have a draftable grade on Touchdown Tommy. It's just you're going to have to be patient there because a position change will not happen overnight. Touchdown Tommy Mellott off the board here to the Raiders out of Montana State. That's fun. That's a fun pick. I like that one a lot. So Chargers now up at 214. And then the Raiders again. Denver and Dallas coming up here in the not too distant future. Touchdown Tommy. I'll be honest. The fact that NFL Network is doing dog scouting reports right now is a joke. I am sorry. Show the picks. The dogs are super cute. But show the picks. Come on. Ecuador man. Knew we couldn't fill every hole, but we have 3 still. Yeah, you want a receiver. Nose guard would be nice, but kind of it for me. Line is fine. Receiver 2 is a big one. Nickel is kind of a question mark, but if they're healthy. You could always kick the Ron Bland inside there. Ed is in a good spot. It's kind of where the main ones there. Nose guard and receiver. You can't fill receiver, though. You take Tez Johnson, you still need a receiver, too. Johnson competes as like a gadgety guy for the 5th spot. At this point, that's what it is. 7th round, you might be able to get a nose guard to help you out there. But that's also like what you did last year with Justin Rogers. So, like, again, you're just kind of saying, Mozzie can do it. And I don't want to just assume that. I don't like that mindset. But so I agree with you in the end there, Ecuador man. Thank you. Chargers pick is in at 214. Waiting on that one. Tommy Mellott, touchdown Tommy. The pick here in the 6th round by the Raiders. 3 picks left to go here in the 7th round. Best players for me, I'll just shout out here. Damian Martinez, Logan Brown, Tez Johnson, Kobe Bryant, Rashard Smith, Fadil Diggs, Jared Ivey, LaQuint Allen, Seth McLaughlin, some safeties, some nose guards, all are there. Christian, hey Tom, with the 3 remaining picks Dallas has in the 7th, who are your remaining good players Dallas pick out? I guess I mentioned a bunch there. Specifically for the Cowboys, Damian Martinez, Tez Johnson, Kobe Bryant, Draft and stash Seth McLaughlin for a year. Hunter Wooler, Cam Horsley. Zy Alexander's a safety. Thomas Roan as a tight end would be interesting, but it's whatever there. Maxon Hook, Ricky Whites, Jay Toia, Nazir Stackhouse. Land Larison is super fun. Tommy Hill, Jake Breenstool. There's safeties I think they might have interest in there. So, Andrew, hey Tom, guess the Arkansas player pick. Well, that would be Andrew Armstrong, wouldn't it? Led the SEC in receiving yards. It's my next best Arkansas player. They also don't draft that many Arkansas guys. We do know that, right? That's not really what they do very often. They're not big on drafting Arkansas guys. Felix Jones was the big one. They don't take that many of those guys. Safety is off the board here. R.J. Mickens, a local product for Dallas, by the way. The Clemson safety has been selected. I thought he could have been in play for the Cowboys, 7th rounder there. Dad was Ray Mickens, who spent 11 years in the NFL. Mostly a free safety. Some special teams reps, not that much. Going to have to earn that role via that to make the roster there. Not many flags. Instincts normally get him in the right spot. The 40 time helped my athletic concerns there. I think he's a little bit stiff, is probably only a safety, and he doesn't shed that well. I got play strength issues, so it's kind of not a flawless fit at any one spot, but I think probably free safety is where he ends up going. So Ajani Cornelius off the board here to the LA Chargers. Raiders again back on the clock. William Cook says the Nevada safety, Keaton Crawford. I'm down. That would be a value pick for me here. Not only did he run well, by the way, at the combine. Sorry, Keaton Crawford. I might have mispronounced that. He played 1,000 snaps on special teams in his career. 1,000. It's insane. So I would, if he can fight for your safety 5 role, and you probably got to put some of your picks on the practice squad from this year or last year with your numbers there. Yeah, I would have zero complaints about Keaton Crawford out of Nevada if he were the pick here coming up in 2 picks. The Raiders in right now at 215. Josh, let's get Desmond Watson to stop the tush push. It's not a stop the tush push, guys. You got to have the low man wins leverage game. Got to have that. He does not have that. He plays too tall. He's big, and teams will just run a toss play around him because he can't move. He has to drop 100 pounds. I don't think he gets drafted today. Raiders have taken this one. Actually, will end up being a quarterback as the Quinn Ewers slide continues here. Cam Miller, the non-combine invite out of North Dakota State. This is mobility as well, because it's North Dakota State, and those guys always have some quality and mobility there. It is yet another North Dakota State QB who ends up being pretty good. Go figure on that one there. I had 7th / undrafted free agent there. QBs keep going. Quinn Ewers is my best one available at 217, so it'd be kind of funny if the Cowboys took him here. Step forward as a passer. 2K yards on the ground. More turnover-worthy plays this year. Takes too many sacks. Big level of competition, but didn't test like a great athlete. So I think that might have been like the lesser competition made him look like a better athlete than maybe he actually was. So Cam Miller, developmental QB to the Raiders at number 215. Denver on the clock now, 216. Then the Dallas Cowboys will be on the clock for the 7th round selection here. Maybe we could have snuck in that other pick for the Cowboys. It would have been tight, I feel like. It would have been tight. I think this is better. I think this is fine. Yeah, short's cooking. Denver on the clock right now at 216. My best available, Damian Martinez, Logan Brown, Tez Johnson, Kobe Bryant, Rashard Smith, Fadil Diggs, Jared Ivey, who's got weird tweener stuff there. The Quint Allen, Seth McLaughlin, Hunter Wooler, Cam Horsley, Jack Nelson, Luke Kandra. I feel like the Cowboys will end up taking a player I didn't have on my board. I just feel like that's going to come here. That's what I feel like in my bones. So, Denver 216, Dallas 217 coming up here in just a few minutes. I've got 1 top 100, 4 top 120, and 6 top 150 grades left here. I like this one. Best player available, which can't say Shiloh here. Can't say Shiloh Sanders, who I assume will be the Cowboys' last pick in the 7th round. Because that's what they do, you know? What they always do. Best player available, let me know in the comments section of today's show, but you can't say Shiloh. Banned by the bosses here. Can't say Shiloh. 216 pick coming in here for the Denver Broncos. They should take Ted Johnson, actually. Reunite him with Bo Nix. That's what they should do. That's what they should do. His adopted brother, essentially. That should be the pick for Denver. I would like that a lot for everybody involved. 216, Denver on the clock. Or pick is in. Dallas coming up next. 217. So stay tuned for that one. 217 coming up here for the Dallas Cowboys. Waiting on Denver's pick to officially come in. Then we will get to the Cowboys not long after that at 217. Make the picks, guys. Come on. Not 5 minutes worth. Let's go. Let's pick it up the pace here a little bit. I don't know. Why? Why are you having celebrities on for draft coverage? Just talk about the players, man. That's why we do that. We talk about the players. More about the Cowboys, obviously, but we talk about the players come in. Nonsense there. Do you know what it is for Denver yet? Has Sam messaged? Okay. I don't want to get spoiled and be late to it. So Denver at 216. Dallas is coming up next, 217. Let me know who your best available player is as we continue to wait for Denver to just put the damn pick in or announce the pick. There's no reason to wait for all these silly celebrity interview stuff. Let's go. Let's make picks. Let's make decisions here. The Cowboys are coming up next, so just stay with me for the frustration of not having the pick in yet. Well, it bothers me too. I want to turn around and get the pick in. I want to wait. I want to be surprised. I want to have some fun. To the newest Cowboys. Let's go. Denver's is in. I'm sure Dallas might have already leaked on social media or might already be out there to an extent, but I don't want to get myself spoiled there. So it's not, I just want to react in the moment. It's more entertaining that way. I think for everybody involved. Remember, you can't say Shiloh for the best available player. Waiting on Denver at 216. If you see Cowboys, tell Sam, and I can just turn around already. But probably be Nick Harris breaking it again. I don't want to be spoiled. Denver's pick has been, I feel like it's been 10 minutes. I know it hasn't been, but it feels like it's been 10 minutes. It feels like it's been a lot of minutes here. They took a punter. Unbelievable. They took Jeremy Crenshaw, the punter out of Florida. What a joke. Stop taking punters, guys. Stop it. Stop it. All right. Okay, he's not said it yet? Okay. I will still turn around because I don't want to get like rapid fire pick is in and that happens. So I'll hold a little bit here maybe because I think it's weird when my back is turned for 5 minutes straight. I don't really want to do that. So Jeremy Crawshaw is the pick here out of Florida. Denver takes a punter at 216. Whatever. It's a punter. I don't care. I don't respect them. Good thing Dallas is taking a punter this year. Otherwise, they probably would have taken Burnip here if they hadn't re-signed Brian Anger. Knowing them. So Cowboys on the clock at 217. The first of the 7th round selections here. They have 3 today. We will see if those end up happening or not. If there's trades or if they stick and pick. The Cowboys here at 217. If you see it or Sam slacks it, just tell me. I'll turn around. But Cowboys now on the clock. Let me know your best available player here at 216 overall. Denver Broncos pick is in for the Cowboys, 217. Hopefully we don't have to wait 5 minutes again. It'd be really lame. I would not like that. But pick is in. The first pick of the 7th round as we wrap up day 3. We wind that coverage down here. At this point, it's just who the Cowboys like, which, 7th round, I will never crash out over a 7th rounder. But I'll get excited if I like to pick a lot. But it's probably more like, it's a B, it's a B, it's a B, it's fine. I would never go below a C on a grade for the 7th round because it's the 7th round. Who cares? Like, worst case, it's like they just don't make the team, and it's like, okay, you wasted pick 217. It's not. the odds of getting impact are so low, it doesn't really matter all that much. So get your predictions in. 2-17. Any word yet? Okay. Thank you. So pick is in for the Dallas Cowboys at number 217. We will break that down here in just a little bit. We'll do the short and then do the full cuts for Johnny Cornelius and this 7th rounder by the Dallas Cowboys. Stand by. Get your final predictions in. The chat might have it already if Nick Harris tweeted it. Chat might have it already, which is why I ignore the chat when the pick first comes in, because I don't want to get spoiled. So 2-17, round 7, the opening 7th round pick here by the Dallas Cowboys. Waiting on the pick graphic, and we'll do our turnaround instant reaction short style here to the selection by the Dallas Cowboys in the 7th round. 3 7th rounders coming up today for Dallas, barring a trade or something. Any word yet? Okay. Did you just put the link, or did you say Cowboys pick? Okay. Waiting on that selection here for Dallas for the graphically. So sorry we're turning around and waiting on the shorts there. I'm sure Sam's got a lot going on with everything else. So appreciate the patience here, folks. Appreciate the patience. Get those, if you haven't seen it, get the predictions in at this point. Round 7 pick. It's 217, right? 217. Sweet. Cowboys on the clock. Pick is in. Just waiting for the graphics. Turn around and do the short stuff there. So sorry I get to see my back and the fun, flamingo polo I'm wearing today. Sorry I got to deal with that for a little bit, folks. But got to wait for the graphics to upload and process there. So Cowboys pick is in. And we are waiting the graphics at 217 here. The turnaround reaction stuff is fun. I enjoy it. That way that's why I get to just see it in the moment. I get to react and not be spoiled in the end. So, all set? Waiting on it. I will crash out if it's a player I don't know. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to re-chrome that one. Am I glitching out hardcore there? Yeah, sorry about that. It's probably the swaying and everything a bunch. Probably put my hand up, messed it up. Jay got a fatty! We got a fatty up front out of UCLA. What? Oh, we'll just do it again. You messed it up, Chris. We got a fatty. It kind of got spoiled by Chris on that one. That's okay. Jay Tuia, out of UCLA, a big body on the interior of the offense or defensive line. Cowboys adding some help there. Jay Tuia out of UCLA, 341 pounds. Even though UCLA put him in the B gap a bunch, he's going to be a nose guard in the NFL. This is a large human being. This was the player comp I was excited about. This is a large boulder in the middle of your defensive line who's not really going to go anywhere for better or for worse. He's just, you're not going to move him. 5th/6th round grade on him. He was inside my top 200. You get him at pick number 217. Went a little long. Let's maybe trim something out. Sweet. Just keep it under a minute so we don't get screwed on the pushes there. Jay Tuia out of UCLA. I got to tweet out Fatty's Only Lives, man. Got to do it. Fatty's Only Lives again. I like that pick a lot. I had Horsley higher, but that's like less than 20 pick difference. Who cares? A big body up in the middle. Let me do. Just gonna message Allie the scripting on that front there. So Jay, yeah, I think you're right. I think you're on the hot seat here. I think you're on the hot seat, Chris, for spoiling the reveal on that one. I think you spoiled it a little bit there. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. You do double stop start. Maybe you could do like a transition or something. Don't worry about it. It's fine. We'll break down in depth the Ajani Cornelius picks and the Jay Tobiea picks. That's a tricky one for me to say. I'm going to have a tough time on that one there. Out of UCLA. By the way, this is Siaka Ika's brother. They are brothers. Fun fact on that front there. So we will break down the picks here and then get to the other Cowboys 7th rounders here in a little bit. I am glad to see that they got the fatty up front that I wanted. I really wanted to get one of those. This one for me is an A, by the way. Value, fills a need, helps you out there in a pretty key fashion there. Has a chance to make the roster as well for a 7th rounder is always a good thing. So I'm going to put this in the pinned comment to grade this one. Jade Tobiea out of UCLA, 341 pounds. I can't quit fatties only, man. I can't do it. Just when I think I'm out, they pull me back in. So y'all set, Chris, for the cut here? We'll break it down live here on the Cowboys Report. Cowboys had a late 6th round pick and the first 7th round pick of the 2025 NFL Draft. We'll break down both of them right now. Ajani Cornelius, the round 6, 204 pick out of Oregon. Maybe is some right tackle depth for you. Maybe could play some guard if you needed to as well. We'll break down his pros and cons on today's show. And I just can't quit fatties only. I can't quit it. The Cowboys drafting one of the biggest defensive linemen in this class, Jay Tobiea, out of UCLA, 341 pounds. I love my player comp for him. It was a big boulder right in the middle of your defensive line who's not really going to go anywhere. That's for better or for worse in the end. He's not going to get moved around very much. He's a 1.5 down player, but you needed defensive tackle depth. You had 5 DTs. Half of them I trust to play at nose guard, and that's Mozzie, who's got issues there. I am a big fan of the Tobiea pick here. I had a 5th/6th round grade on him. Got him an entire round later. So pinned comments on today's video for this reaction here. Do you like the picks? Y for yes, N for no. It is the pinned comment, so if the ad happens to come here on the YouTube side, take advantage of it. Go vote. Y for yes, you like both those picks. N for no. Remember, it's the 6th and 7th round. We should never crash out negatively over those picks. So let's go with Ajani Cornelius to kind of begin stuff here with our coverage and reaction to all these selections here. I'll start positives, come back to some of the negatives there. Spent 3 years at Rhode Island, transferred to Oregon, was a multi-year starter. Felt like he was better in pass protection in 2023. But 50 career starts, all of them at right tackle. Now, the Combine this year had some issues with arm length measurement. He was 33.5 at the Combine, but ended up being 34 at the Pro Day. I don't know how you balance those two out there in the end. There, I think, is some good run blocking here. And the Cowboys, I think, want some finishers. I think there is some nastiness to Ajani Cornelius' game. There is some power. There is some ability there to kind of be a bit of a mauler in the ground game. He'll finish off the blocks. He won't fall off. Those types of things, I think, is what Dallas was searching for along the offensive line. He can recover and kind of like hold on for dear life. As a pass blocker, I see him more as a survive, not thrive guy, which is okay, especially at right tackle, if you can just not get cooked. You know, there's a spot for you there. Because of like that power and the run blocking and the size, I do wonder if you could try him at guard. But I think with the arm length being 34, probably a little bit better off keeping him at tackle. And I think that's where Dallas will have him, but I haven't seen any comments from the Cowboys specifically. So some TBD on that front there. 50 career starts, like I mentioned there. Multi-year starter, 6th round grade, by the way, on Ajani Cornelius. For me, it took him in the 6th round. That's fine. It was 233 overall, but sometimes I got higher grades, lower grades, and the math works out there. That's how things tend to go, at least with the way I've always done my boards there. So Ajani Cornelius, the first of the 2 picks. We'll come back to some of the not as positive things. The why he's available in the 6th round, right? I always want to mention strengths when I think it's kind of silly to only do one and be pure homer there. So that's to come. But first, Today's show is made possible by Mando. They are sponsoring our 2025 NFL Draft coverage here at the Cowboys Report. Spring is in the air. I get to golf again. And I like to walk, not ride, 18 holes, and Mando whole body deodorant helps keep me fresh from head to toe. Golf balls aren't the only ones that got to be cleaned, after all, and Mando is clinically proven to block odor all day and control odor for up to 72 hours. Mando's starter pack is perfect for new customers. You get the solid stick deodorant, like I showed just a minute ago on screen, the cream tube deodorant, 2 free products of your choice, like the mini body wash and deodorant wipes, and free shipping. It's 2025. Who wants to deal with shipping and paying for that? As a special offer for you guys, you get $5 off if you're a new customer on the starter pack with our exclusive code. That equates to over 40% off your starter pack. Use code CHAT, C-H-A-T, at shopmando.com. That's shopmando.com. Support our show. Tell them we sent you. Smell fresher, stay drier, boost your confidence from head to toe with Mando. Link will be in the comment section of today's show. Make sure if you get them, we tell you we sent them. Comments in the description of today's show. Some negatives. He had some issues down the stretch this year. He allowed 11 pressures in his final 2 games in some of the biggest moments of his career. He had some good pass rushers he faced down the stretch there, which I think is a red flag. He skipped most of the testing, which I think I've got some athletic concerns. I don't know how good of an athlete he truly is. The 29.5-inch vert was good. 804 broad was not. There was no 3-cone, no agility, no 40-yard dash, which I like to have full pictures, but we did not get it there for Ajani Cornelius. I think that when defenders get into his chest, I think he has problems there. And that's always worrisome for any offensive lineman. But he's able to kind of like hold on for dear life and not necessarily get totally overwhelmed. And he's got some recovery ability. But I think the better pass rushers are going to find a way to be able to beat him a little bit more consistently, which why he's a 6th-round pick, right? So grade the pick of Ajani Cornelius. A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. How do you feel about the pick here of the Oregon offensive tackle? Jay Toia out of UCLA. Toia, excuse me. I like him a lot. This is a big guy on the interior. Siak Ika's brother checks in at 6'2.5", 341 pounds. He is never, as we'll get into, going to be a good pass rusher. But I think he can be an early down run stopper for you. My player comp, which I think I mentioned earlier or on the short, I don't know. It's a big boulder right in the middle of that defensive line. He's not going to go anywhere. Athletic comp was Tim Settle out of Virginia Tech. I had a 5th/6th round grade on him. He was my number 192 overall player. You didn't have that many run-stopping defensive tackles who were left on the board. He actually played a ton of snaps this year for a 340-pound defensive lineman. 646 is a lot. That is a lot of snaps to play there. He is a space eater. He can anchor well. The run defense, I think, is pretty solid. I think he kind of played out of position at times. We'll get to some of the negative stuff that we'll get to here as well. But if you just wanted another body at nose guard, someone that can compete with Justin Rogers and maybe give you some depth there, this one tracks. This one very much tracks as that big run-stopping interior presence. I forget where Dane Brugler had him. I think Dane was pretty high on him on his board. Yeah, Dane had him as a 3rd/4th round grade, which I was a little bit surprised by, just outside his top 100, I believe. 13th among defensive tackles, so Dane was even higher on him than I was. All right, we got the best draft coverage for you here on the Dallas Cowboys. Don't miss out. Hit that sub button, youtube.com/@CowboysTV for more free Cowboys YouTube videos. Again, the downsides, why he fell to the 7th round. The production's not there. 25 tackles, 28 tackles, 30 tackles, 3 sacks the past 3 years, 2 TFLs, 4 TFLs, 3 TFLs. He's not athletic enough to get in the backfield. It's just not who he is. The testing was bad as expected. There was no 40 time, but a bad 24.5-inch vert. The 482 shuttle is not very good. Same with the 3-cone. He's 341. If he was a freak athlete, he'd go in the top 10 at that size, right? And it's just like, you kind of know that going in there. I don't think he's ever going to be a pass rusher in the NFL. I don't think he has the juice. I think he's going to be a non-factor as a pass rusher, which is okay because you're taking him to be a run stopper in the end. I do need him to be a better finisher. The arm length's not great, which is a concern. It's 32.5 inches. He has missed 20 tackles the past 3 years. You got to be a little bit better, a little bit more consistent in that area, and I think that's going to result in just better run defense for him as well. So that of the 2 picks, the Jay Toia one was my favorite selection because I can't quit fatties only, man. Every time I think I'm out, they pull me back in, and I'm happy with it. Grade the pick, A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. Grade that pick of Jay Toia out of UCLA. Shout-outs there. What's up, Sam? Fatty. I can't quit it. Yeah, that's always a win for me. I like when that happens. Some people know ball, some people don't. I always want to get all the top under gone. Something like that's happened. So, several picks we'll go through here. Yeah, we'll be able to handle it. We'll do it after Cowboys grades. So, grade the pick of Jay Toia out of UCLA. It's the pin poll right now. 40% say A, 40% say B, 16% say C, 4% say D or F. That's whatever. That's how it goes there. Read the pick. You want to just get through some of the recent selections here for me? Sweet, appreciate that. Make sure I haven't missed any Venmos or anything here. Sweet. Yeah, we're fine. Grade the pick of Jay Toia, A, B, C, D, or F. Several picks have come in since we last went to that one. We got about 10-ish, something like that. Hashtag math. Into the Cowboys back on the clock. That's going to be at 2:39. So that's 14. I guess I can't count at all here, apparently. All right. We got to Jay Toia. Jack Nelson. I'm going to update my board here kind of as these come in so I can clear them off. 5th round grade for me. Second best offensive tackle left on the board. He goes to the Atlanta Falcons at 175 overall. Top tight end left, Thomas Fedone out of Nebraska, 182. He is off the board to the New York Football Giants. Suppose that makes some sense. Marcus Bryant. Oh, did I do him? Oh, I didn't do him. Oh, no. I owe a drink, Chris. Marcus Bryant. Where did Dane have him? Dane had him 36th overall on his board among offensive tackles. So, tested pretty well. 6'7", 320, ran a 4.97. It's the other Missouri tackle. He goes to the Patriots, so hand up accountability. Was he even on my to check list? I don't really think he was. Sad. Jonah Monheim off the board. The center out of USC. Real arm length issues there. I had a 7th on him. He is off the board. Seth McLaughlin keeps falling. Wonder if that Achilles tear is a real red flag for him. That's unfortunate if so. He is gone. Linebacker Cody Lindenberg, one of my top linebackers left, 3rd best linebacker. He is off the board to the Las Vegas Raiders. Then my best available player, Damian Martinez. The running back goes number 100. All my top 100 players are gone. I've only got 5 top 150 players left. It's abnormally good for me. Damian Martinez. I told you Seattle was going to take it back this year, guys. They can't resist. They always do it. Looks like the Rutgers player, the list 4, did not come through. What was his name, Chris? That was, I guess I'll put it on ESPN. No. Keontae Hamilton out of Rutgers, who I definitely did not do. For reference, that was Dane's 37th ranked defensive tackle. Explosive, strong, durable, tested pretty well. Production hasn't been great. Dane had him at 37, so in that Adams UDFA but draftable range, so I owe another drink. That's 2. Keaton Crawford out of Nevada, who I know someone had super chatted about not that long ago. Love that pick. Special teams demon for Arizona. The Nevada safety was my 3rd best safety left on the board. Fully convinced this team is going to draft Shiloh Sanders. Fully convinced of it. Which, again, wouldn't be a surprise at all. Or he's going to sign as an undrafted free agent. One of those two things is going to happen here, folks. Convinced of it. So, Steelers back on the clock now at 2:26. Dallas' next pick will come at 2:39. So we're 13 picks away here from the Cowboys getting back on the clock. I think I owe some shots, by the way, at this point. We're almost at 2,000 likes. I feel like I owe at least a couple shots here, Chris, right? I got stuff. Cheers. That one went right to the throat. It honestly kind of burned a little bit. Got another linebacker pick for the Steelers. Carson Bruner out of Washington. His dad is a college scout for the Steelers and has been for 15 years. It's the Deuce Vaughn pick all over again. His dad is a scout for the Steelers. That is so classic. So classic. Played a bunch of years in the NFL. So it is a 2.0 Deuce Vaughn pick for Pittsburgh. Also, kind of similar grades and where they went for me, actually. I thought he was definitely going to get drafted. That one's not. I think he's definitely worth getting drafted. 209 overall on my board. Really strong praise for him. He stayed around for multiple coaching staffs. He committed to Chris Peterson, stayed for the Jimmy Lake disaster era, stayed when Kalen DeBoer left. He wanted to be at Washington. He didn't want to go anywhere else. Joe Bocci athletic comp there. Good football IQ. Has been a football lifer, obviously. Is undersized. He's 6'1", 227. But that's a good pick by Pittsburgh there in the 7th round. I think he can carve out a special teamer, just like his dad was. Or I think that's what he's going to be in the NFL, special teamer. So good pick there by Pittsburgh. Carson Bruner off the board, and that puts the Niners on the clock now at 2:27. I'm going to double check if that cut is out. Niners have taken another quarterback. Coop is going to be in shambles. I thought I was a Quinn Ewers hater. I'm going to end up being a Quinn Ewers lover or truther. Cheers. I don't like that anymore. It's enough. Curtis Rourke to the San Francisco 49ers, and the Chiefs are now on the clock at 2:28 via a trade here. Curtis Rourke, his brother Nathan out of Ohio as well, is one of the best Canadian QBs in the CFL right now. They're both from Canada, by the way. Both went to Ohio, but Rourke then transferred to Indiana. You'd think a guy at 6'4" and change, 20 has a cannon for an arm. He does not. I think he does fit pretty well with what Shanahan wants to do of he'll do some play action. He's not going to turn the ball over as much as other QBs might. He ran more at Ohio, but had a pretty bad knee injury that I think has to be vetted. A partially torn right ACL, also torn in 2022. Has had some shoulder issues. Couldn't move in the pocket very well compared to previously. Had a rough go against Notre Dame. I think was just out of his depth a little bit there. So Curtis Rourke I had a 7th round grade on him. A lot of day 3 QBs going off the board, but not Quinn Ewers. He remains undrafted. One of my next best available players is off the board. Brashard Smith out of SMU. I am surprised he lasted this long. I think he is one of the better pass-catching backs in this class. I think there's a Tyrone Tracy comp here. I think the reason why Brashard Smith fell had been some rumbles of character stuff with Brashard Smith. He's going to be a platoon guy. He's going to be a receiver, etc. He got benched for the first half against Stanford for missing classes and team meetings. So you have to vet that stuff. That would be why I think he falls. He's not big. He's under 5'10", 194 pounds, but he can catch. He ran a 4.39. He's a great athlete. He made a bunch of guys miss. It was a receiver turned running back from Miami to SMU. Love that pick a lot for the Kansas City Chiefs at number 228. They take Brashard Smith. So I am down to 4 top 150 grades this year, Chris. I think that's one of my better years of getting the top guys to go. Makes me think that I'm right with the way I grade players. 229, Pittsburgh is in. Got some supers here. Is that right? Sweet. Christian, high time with 3 remaining picks. I think we did that one already. We did Andrews too, the Arkansas player. We did William Cook. We got to go to James. James is the most recent one here. So we'll put him in the raffle entry. James gets to go. The Cowboys don't draft Quinn Ewers. It's proof that Jerry isn't a real Texan. Go back to Arkansas. It's funny. I like it a lot, actually. It's super, super funny to me. I mean, Jerry, I don't know. Quinn went to Ohio State, though. Is he a true Texan to start? Kidding. I would not be mad if they took Quinn Ewers. I feel like they probably want to give the reps to Joe Milton. But Quinn Ewers falling to the 7th round it's not the same as the Shadur slide, but it is surprising to me. I thought somebody would have taken him by now. Miami coming up here in a pick might be the one. 229 pick is in. Excuse me. For the Pittsburgh Steelers. Let me pull it up here. I didn't get to him, so I forgot to drink so far. Dante Kent out of Central Michigan is the pick at 229 for the Pittsburgh Steelers. So I owe 3 drinks here. So 1, 2, 3. Woo! Here we go. Brashard Smith to the Chiefs. Dante Kent to the Steelers. And the Lions on the clock now at number 230. Dallas at 239. Stay tuned. What if Quinn's going to be a Dolphin here in the 7th? Would make sense. That's the closest offense that Texas runs. Excuse me. That was not fun for anybody involved there. We'll get to Michael's super chat here in a second. Make sure I haven't missed any Venmos. We are good. Allie just sent me the Ajani Cornelius pick, so we'll do that. Let me get that sent out here. Hold on. I'm just going to tweet here real quick. Read off that super chat for me.
I got a $2 super chat here from Michael. Why don't we take a chance on Isaiah Bond, basically?
He got a case. He's got a sexual assault charge pending. I can't do it. I don't think he gets drafted. He might not get signed until that all gets cleared out.
At this point, you always talk about, though, playing devil's advocate here. it's a 7th-round pick. If he does get cleared,
It's PR. You can't. You can't be like, yeah, he might have committed sexual assault. We don't care. Like you just can't do it. Like that's one of those like you can have that conversation as a potential UDFA. I can't. I don't think you can justify it. I can't justify it. And at this point, with the fact that he's not been taken yet, somebody did a bad thing. I don't know who, but it may have been Isaiah Bond. So I can't take him right now. I can't do it. Can't do it. Lions have taken Dan Jackson, the safety out of Georgia. This is such a Dan Campbell pick. This is right up the Dan Campbell alley. Former walk-on who earned a role at Georgia, just loves football. Never got a scholarship, was a starting free safety at Georgia. This type of player is essentially dead in college football. Of walk-on, never earned the scholarship. Like it's just not going to happen anymore. Tested super well, the 4.45 40-yard dash. Special teams value. I think that's how he ends up earning a spot when it's all said and done. Had him as my 3rd best safety left on the board. That's Dan Jackson, the safety out of Georgia. So like that pick for the Detroit Lions. Just going to try to get some. I'm doing the short as part of the tweet for the full link here. So there we go. Bang. Ooh, we're close. If we get a 50 to break it, I will make it a beer bong. If we get a 50 to break it, I will make it a beer bong.
we absolutely crushed the like numbers from last year as well. We're at over 2,000 now.
That's awesome. Thanks, guys. We get a $50 super chat to break the record. I will do a beer bong for it. We got some super chats here. Dolphins pick is going to be in momentarily. I think I'm going to look real smart for what I said like 2 minutes ago, by the way. I think I'm going to look real. Yeah, I was right. I know ball. Quinn Ewers is the pick to the Miami Dolphins. I think this makes sense for him. I think he needs a year, if not 2, to fix his footwork. It's terrible. I also thought that I was going to be lower than where Quinn Ewers went. Well, he falls to the 7th, so I actually have no real complaints about that one. The Steve Sarkisian offense at Texas, the closest thing to it is the Mike McDaniel offense at Miami. Like there's a lot of actually similarities with like the design stuff that they do. I think he is a high football IQ player. I think he's got 3 years of experience. That touchdown against Arizona State, which nobody saw because ESPN missed it, which is embarrassing as all get out. Like that was poise in the moment. He is terrible against pressure. He can't take it. He just gives up. He goes down. Now, Miami kind of does the same thing because that's what happens. Play action RPO merchant in the Steve Sarkisian offense. The deep ball is an issue. Fix your footwork. He is so willing to not. You got to have that strong base, right? Everything's squared up properly. He'll throw like this. He'll throw it like this, and the hips are wide open, and the arm, and the end result is you can't come over the top and be accurate. You're gonna miss it to the right. There's this Oklahoma game. He actually avoids pressure, steps up, deep digs open, air mails it. Air mails it by 15 yards. It's intercepted. It's a horrible play. It's stuck in my brain. I can't get over it. But the arm talent I actually think is there. But the footwork is so bad he can't tap into his arm strength. It ends up being all arm, so it looks pretty bad. He was real bad against pressure this year. He has never been able to stay healthy in the course of his career. 2 games with a strained oblique this year. The ankle sprain limited him. AC joint sprain cost him 2 games in 2023. The sports hernia in high school. 3 games with that injury against Bama, which I think like that game against Bama, I think that kind of rattled him a little bit. Against pressure. Remember when he got knocked out of the game, that injury? By Dallas Turner. I think he kind of hasn't fully recovered under pressure as a result, but I think he needs time to fix his mechanics. I think he could be someone who can fix the mechanics, but it's not going to be instantaneous. It's going to take time and growth and development. I think Miami is a good spot to do that, as long as the head coach doesn't get fired or anything crazy like that. So. 232 is also in. Hunter Roller, the safety out of Wisconsin, is the pick here. I think this is good value for him a lot. Like really good value. Tested better than expected. Has played more strong safety than free safety, but he's 6'2", 213, ran a 4.57 40-yard dash. Broken leg in 2022 is a red flag. He doesn't look fluid in coverage. I think he's kind of like the testing was good with the agility. I kind of thought it was going to be bad, but it wasn't, which I found pretty interesting.
You didn't tweet that last GA 2 short, did you?
I did tweet it.
Well, it doesn't have the. I put round 6 instead of round 7 on the front there.
It's fine. I already tweeted it. It's too late.
I'm gonna fix it before it goes
Everywhere else?
on YouTube, yeah, or Facebook.
All right. So Quinn Ewers, Hunter Wohler, back-to-back picks here. He was 170 for me. So I am down to 1, 2, 3, 4 top 150, 6, 7, 8 top 170 that remain on the board here. Quinn Ewers, 231. Wohler, 232. Looks like that list 4 isn't tracking properly. Bears pick is in. They have added a running back. Kyle Monangai out of Rutgers. I like the value at this point for Monangai. This is never going to be a big play generator. Monangai is like the exact same guy he's pretty much always been over the course of his collegiate career. He's just going to be a battering ram. He is just going to be a powerful runner. That's Monangai out of Rutgers. Parents are from Cameroon, by the way. Was in a zone-heavy scheme at Rutgers. I think is worth mentioning there. Limited early down back. Brother Kevin played in the NFL too, by the way. I think I had a 6th-round grade. I think he has a chance to outplay that grade, but he's an early down runner in a committee, and I can find powerful runners there. Solid in pass protection, though, which I do think teams value, despite really a bad lack of length, which I think limits him in the passing game and could hurt him in pass pro in the NFL, too. 2-time team captain, almost identical production the past 2 years. He'll get you 4 yards and a cloud of dust in the NFL. Like, you need 4 yards, give it to Monangai. You need 10 yards, do not give it to Kyle Monangai. That's how I break him down. Good player, not a special player. I already put it on Twitter, so it's fine. You don't need to send it to me. Monangai, the pick there at 233. I owe another drink because another player I did not have graded is off the board. One of the other Iowa offensive linemen. I'm a little surprised that Connor Colby wasn't picked here instead, but Mason Richman is off the board. That was Dane's 26th ranked offensive tackle. Said he had a better year and kind of worked himself into the conversation, but probably moves inside to guard at 6'5", 307 with 32 and an 1/8 inch arms. I didn't test that grade either. Position change guy. It's the 7th, so whatever, but I don't love that one. 234 on that one. That pick is in, so we were at the Bucks at 235. Dallas's next pick is almost here. 239 is the Cowboys' next pick with Tampa on the clock right now. So 239 is coming up here for the Cowboys. Then also 247. Let me crack another beer here because I got a drink for the Mason Richmond selection. There we go. It's the punishment for not having guys on there. Bucks, Jags, Packers, Seahawks, and the Cowboys all coming up here. Bucks pick is in at 235 overall. So Seahawks took Mason Richmond, probably going to be a guard convert out of Iowa to Seattle, which the offensive line helps, so I get that. You need that stuff. 235. Bucks pick is in here. There's a wait longer than that. What's your favorite Cowboys pick so far, by the way? Let me know in the comments of today's show your favorite Cowboys pick so far. Let me know. I think by the way, After this next Cowboys pick, let's do the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Let's go ahead and end it there. So 5 minutes or so, maybe it's more like 10, left on the clock here, and then we will do the Venmo 50-50 raffle at What's Going Downy to get in on the Venmo 50-50 raffle here. The Bucks have taken the guy that many of you are going to be upset about, Tez Johnson, off the board to Tampa. They are just loving, funny how some teams will throw assets at wide receiver to help out their quarterback, and some teams won't. This is the adopted, quote-unquote, brother of Bo Nix. Had a really rough home life. He moved in with Nix's family. He's not legally adopted, but he calls them his family. Mrs. Nix is mama to him. That's what it is. 3 years at Troy, better at Oregon. Better with Bo Nix at Oregon, too, than it was with Dylan Gabriel. It's kind of gadgety for me. He's springy. He's not fast. He's also incredibly small. He's 5'10", 154 pounds. I think the way you utilize Kevontae Turpin is probably how you're going to try to utilize Tez Johnson, though Turpin is faster speed-wise. Is some returnability. Did muff 3 punts. It's kind of a red flag there. The 4.51 at 154 pounds I think was a real issue for a lot of teams. I think that's why he fell where he did. 115 on my board was my second best player left. He is gone. Another top 5 player for me off the board. The Jags have taken LaQuint Allen, another running back for Jacksonville. ETN might get ready to learn trading rumors. Dallas. LaQuint Allen, who I think is one of the best third down backs in this class. He can carve out a J.D. McKissick role. He is the cousin of former Jags running back Raquel Armstead, funnily enough, by the way. I don't like him as an actual runner that much. That's why he was a 5th rounder. Receiver background is very obvious. 64 catches for 521 yards and 4 touchdowns so far this year. 119 catches was the most of any running back in Cuse history. Not much special teams value there. J.D. McKissick. He's also a really good pass protector. One of, if not the best in the class, right there with Trayvon Henderson. So Jags gets a running back depth piece there in LaQuint Allen. Couple of super chats we can go to here real quick with the Cowboys 2 picks away now with Green Bay and Seattle coming up here. Time to turn off some supers and block the screen with stuff. Michael, Tez Johnson or Montrell Johnson, maybe Shiloh. I feel like that last pick is going to be Shiloh Sanders. Just be so Jerry, right? Let's do it. It's fine. Or they'll sign him as an undrafted free agent. Tez is gone. I got a 7th round grade on Montrell Johnson. Or I've got Ja'Cory Krosky, Merritt, and Lan Larison ahead of him. I don't know if they'll take him, though. I think there's a couple more. There's one more super chat, too. Hayden Thomas. I am so frustrated with the Bucs stealing receivers from the draft when their core was already good. I wanted Tez so bad. I think if you hadn't had Jalen Brooks, if you didn't have Ryan Flournoy, if you didn't have Tolbert and Turpin, I think they would have drafted Tez Johnson a round ago. But the Cowboys never actually draft small guys. That's too small. He probably wasn't even on their board, frankly. I wouldn't be surprised by that one. Would not be surprised. Green Bay, 2:37. The pick is about to be in. Any minute here. Tom Grossi's hyping it up a little bit there, which is kind of fun for him to get to the pick, as far as I'm concerned. He's a fun, cool guy. Tom Grossi announcing the pick for the Green Bay Packers. I think this is Green Bay's not their last pick. Not their last pick. Best available for me, Logan Brown, Kobe Bryant, Fadil Diggs, Jared Ivey. I don't think I did Micah Robinson either there. I didn't. Where did Dane have him ranked? '50th among corners. His top, best of the rest. Nickel guy at his size with 4.42 speed. There you go. So Seattle's pick is in. Then we will do the Cowboys pick. And then a reminder, after that, we are going to do the Venmo 50-50 raffle and give away Right now, the take home is $60. So last call on the Venmo 50-50 raffle here at pick 230. I guess pick 240. Bunch of Venmos coming in right now. There we go. Now we're talking. Some entries here. Eli is in. Peter Zampino is in. Ted Gomes is in. So 3 more entries here. So take home is now 90 on the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Take home up to 90 right now. Eli, Peter, Ted, you guys are all in. Can we get to 100? Can we get one more? For the Venmo 50-50 raffle. We'll do that after this next Dallas Cowboys pick comes in. We'll do our short reaction stuff here as well. 238. The pick is in. It is my next best wide receiver, Ricky White out of UNLV. Top 200 player for me. That is the wide receiver. Ricky White, super fun. Blocked multiple punts this year. 4 of them. 4 block punts. I think the special teams prowess alone makes him draftable. 1,000-yard receiver back-to-back years, but the testing was pretty bad. Also had some character stuff off the field at Michigan State, which there's a sexual assault allegation, no charges there, but that is something you would need to vet if you take him. Alejandro Gomez is in to the Venmo 50-50 raffle. So Cowboys pick is in. I'm going to turn around. 239. Any more Venmos we get in, we'll count those as well. Cowboys, second of their 3 7th-rounders. They go 239 and then right back at 247. Following that in the not-too-distant future there. Alejandro Gomez, I got your Venmo. If any more come in, we'll get you entered into the Venmo 50-50 raffle. We'll run that here in just a little bit. And if someone comes in like super late and they send it in afterwards, we'll just count it and send it back to you. It's fine. It's not an issue there. So, but get it in right now. Last call for it. 7th round pick, the second one coming up for the Cowboys. I just feel it's going to be a player I didn't do a notes on. I'm going to feel real bad about myself for. That's what I feel like is going to happen here. Doesn't happen often. Jalen Brooks was the last one I think that it happened to, which stunk. It's just kind of best players on their board, guys that maybe can make an impact, depth, special teamers. Safety, they got to get somebody as a UDFA at some point too. That might be Shiloh Sanders afterwards, or they just draft him. It wouldn't be a huge shock to me. Get those predictions in here. Any word yet, Chris? It's in? Okay. Just waiting on the graphics. Sweet. Pick reaction coming up here in just a second. Make sure you push it across this time, though. Make sure you push it across this time. Pick is in. Another running back, Phil Maffa out of Clemson. This is an early down back. I think I had a 7th round grade on Maffa. Yes, I did. So this is about the range I thought he would end up going. Clemson starter. This is not a burner. This is kind of the opposite of Jaden Blue. We'll see if he can carve out a roster spot. There's going to be a lot of competition there at the running back position. Phil Maffa out of Clemson is the 239 pick for the Dallas Cowboys. Solid B for me. It's the 7th round. I'm never going to cry about a 7th round pick. I had a handful of backs higher, but his power runners, there weren't really that many more I had ahead of him. Maybe Raheem Sanders. Maffa the pick for the Cowboys. We'll give some, I'll double check the Venmos here too, and I'll read off like the full notes when we get to those here for Phil Maffa, making sure we miss any Venmos. I've got several Venmos. Okay. So let me get these all updated here. Maffa, by the way, is the cousin of Smile Mondin. Don't see the juice athletically, which I think he's a big guy, though. He's 234 pounds. Huge running back. That is your battering ram, early down running back who you're not. Two guys are going to get cut probably running back. So some competition coming here for the Cowboys at the running back spot with Phil Maffa. I've got a lot of Venmos to go up here, so let me go in order here. All right. Matthew is in. Matthew Wallen, you're in. Braden Spray, you are in. Logan Boyd, you are in. I'll like your Venmo payment so you know I got you. Richard Rothenberg, you are in for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Rex Beard, you are in. Bernardo Amerson, you are in. Grade that pick. Can you change the pin poll for me too, Chris? Actually, no, work on the short. Never mind. Work on the short. I'll change the pin poll. Grade the pick of Phil Maffa. There's one more pick left in the comment section. One more pick left for the Cowboys coming up real soon. Grade the pick of Phil Maffa. Bernardo Amerson. I think that is all of them. I think we are caught up then on the Venmo 50-50 raffle entries. Oh, no, Michael is in at the buzzer. Michael Johnson II, you are in. Feel like this will be the first time in maybe a long time that all them Cowboys draft picks aren't guaranteed a roster spot. I feel like it's the first time in a long time there. Chris Ladizzo is in. So, Chris, you are in. Got a lot of last-second entries here, folks. Which I love. I love it. Grade the pick of Phil Maffa. Cowboys coming up here at 247, by the way, and they're not very rapidly approaching. Recent picks, by the way, Caden Prather out of Maryland. The receiver was the next player taken at an undrafted free agent grade on him. So he is off the board. Maffa is gone. And Prather is gone as well. And, of course, still looming large is Shiloh Sanders. So we'll do that Venmo 50-50 raffle here in just a little bit. Lots of B grades for Phil Maffa. That's what I do it as, too. I think that's the proper grade when it's all said and done. Lots of running backs in that room now. Javonte, Sanders, Deuce Vaughn, Jaden Blue, Phil Maffa, Malik Davis. Look, he's the fullback. Spots there. Caleb Launer, who I didn't do, so I owe a drink for that one there. Cheers. Was a Dallas Day visitor, though, at a Utah. That's a basketball player that the Broncos just took. He played football and basketball, mostly basketball at Utah. So get your Rico Gathers, Antonio Gates comps, etc. in there. So Launer off the pick there. It's Launer, not Loner. At 241, Steven is going to beat the buzzer for the Venmo 50-50 raffle as well. Stephen White is in there. So take home is now 190 on the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Grade that pick of Phil Maffa, A, B, C, D, or F. I can't believe I was giving D's and F for a 7th rounder. That's just crazy to me. Cowboys also have a pick coming up here in the not-too-distant future, 247. We are at 242 right now with the Rams on the clock. We have another 50-50 raffle entry. Chris Hernandez is in. Take home is now 200 for the Venmo 50-50 raffle at What's Going Downey. And last call to get those in. We're letting Chris take advantage of the time to build the short for us on the Phil Maffa selection. Rams here at 242. Get that set up for the tweets. Rams at 242. That pick is in. Then we go the Ravens at 243. Lions at 244. Then it's an NFC East run. Commanders, Giants, and the Cowboys all in a row here. Logan Brown, Kobe Bryant, Fadil Diggs, Jared Ivey, Seth McLaughlin. Cam Horsley, Luke Kandra, Zy Alexander, Maxon Hook, my best available players. The Rams have Steve Irwin's son announcing the pick, by the way. Which, there are some Australian punters. Did they take one? Isn't James Burnett from Australia? The Bama guy? That'd be pretty funny if they took him. Now they took Kanata Mumpfield, the wide receiver out of Pittsburgh. So there's a couple receivers I had ahead of him, not very many though. So Kanata Mumpfield is off the board here for the Rams at pick 242 overall. That is the Pitt wide receiver. So Ravens now heading on the clock. The Lions, Commanders, Giants, then the Cowboys will wrap things up here for us today, and then we'll do grades once it's all done. I want to make sure the draft is over. I don't want to get sniped and have something bad happen on that front, which has happened before. I don't want to have it happen again there. So we'll do the Venmo 50-50 raffle once producer Chris is all set up, and if the short goes out, although we're getting tight on timing there. So sweet, appreciate that. Phil Maffa, Caden Prather, Kanata Mumpfield, some of the recent picks here. Also Caleb Lohner out of Utah. The basketball player goes to Denver, which I think is kind of funny. Ravens pick is in at 243 now. 243. Ravens, Lions, Commanders, Giants, and the Cowboys. Some more Venmo 50-50 raffle entries here. Cody Thomas is in. If timing gets too tight, we'll just do it after the Cowboys pick in the cut if we have to. It's not the end of the world there. You're fine. A lot of people using the internet today, I feel like. So, draft. So Phil Maffa, the most recent Cowboys pick, joins Jay, Toya out of UCLA, the last couple selections. One more to come for the Dallas Cowboys. One more to come for Dallas. Ravens pick is in. Then it's the Lions, Commanders, Giants, Cowboys. So maybe we just do the Venmo raffle after the cut. Might be the best play there. We'll do the same thing. We'll do the short instant reaction. Then we'll get hyped and do the final little draft pick cut here. Coming up in just a little bit. Ravens have taken a guard, offensive lineman Garrett Dellinger out of LSU. So they took both LSU interior offensive linemen. I think Emory Jones is going to be a guard in the NFL. Garrett Dellinger, I think Miles Frazier is also an LSU guard, but they took two LSU offensive linemen. Garrett Dellinger, the pick here by the Baltimore Ravens. That will then put the Detroit Lions on the clock. So to run through some of the recent picks and stuff here, Dellinger has some medical concerns. Broke his right hand in 2022. He's tore both labrums in high school. MCL sprain cost him some 4 games. 6 games with an ankle that needed surgery. Left the common due to illness, unfortunately. The testing was really good at his pro day, though. 26 starts at left guard, 3 at left tackle, 1 at center. He's played some right guard. I think he benefited from playing next to Will Campbell. Good size, by the way, almost 6'5", 320, 6th round grade for me there. Mumpfield, who I never really mentioned all that much in depth here. Kanata Mumpfield was Akron, then transferred to Pitt. I think he's a slot receiver in the NFL. Good route tree. Undersized at 186. Short arms. Tested solidly. 4.59 was a bad 40. He's a quicker than fast guy. The yak is just not great, which kind of gets dicey when you're a quicker than fast guy as far as I'm concerned. So, all right, Lions pick is in. We have another Venmo 50-50 raffle entry here. That's Nick D. He is in. Got you covered there, Nick. I appreciate that. Who do you guys want the Cowboys to draft with their final pick in the 7th round? The Lions coming up next here. Phil Maffa was the most recent selection. Lions, Commanders, Giants, Cowboys, all set to come here in just a moment. How's the short doing? What? Can you slack it to me though? Oh, sweet, thank you. That's fine. Appreciate that. Turn off your Wi-Fi if you need to. It sometimes helps stuff with that. Phil Moffa short going up here on social media. So Lions pick is in at 244. We await the selection. We'll do the Venmo 50-50 raffle after we do the full cuts of these last two picks for the Cowboys. The timing is just going to be not going to work with not enough time to the pick. So extended last call, I guess. For the Venmo 50-50 raffle, take home right now is $220, by the way. So big time options there for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. I'm going to close out of some stuff so I don't get spoiled by anything here. Lions at 244. Let's turn back on this here. Oh, I wonder I didn't see anything. I had it turned off. I had do not disturb mode on. That's why I didn't see it come through. Sorry about that. Lions pick, we're waiting. My best available here are Logan Brown, the tackle, Kobe Bryant from Kansas, so two straight Kansas players there. Badil Diggs, Jared Ivey, Seth McLaughlin, Cam Horsley, Luke Kandra, Zy Alexander, Maxon Hook. Ricky White is gone. Holland Pierce, Joe Huber, Jay Toya is gone. Corey Black, Xavier Restrepo, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, Joshua Gray, Jake Brittingstool, Tommy Hill, Lan Larison. The remainders of my top 200 players. We have seen 13 quarterbacks go, including if you count Tommy Mellett as a receiver or not there. Running backs taken, no receivers taken by the Cowboys, no tight ends, tackle, offensive line, defensive tackle got taken for them, which is something that they needed to have happen, which I think is a good thing. Edge went Donovan Ezeriuaku, linebacker Shamar James, cornerback was Shavon Revel. Safety is an area I'd keep my eye out for. Safety would be nice. You don't have the bodies to get to the preseason at this point. Maybe it makes the most sense. Turn off the tweets. Receiver is off the board. Dominic Lovett out of Georgia for the Detroit Lions. I think he was a Missouri transfer, if the top of my memory serves correct. Yeah, first 2 years at Missouri. Might end up being a better pro player than he was a college player. Made some guys miss. Ran a 4.4 flat 40-yard dash. He's only 5'10", 185, so he's kind of light, kind of small. Drops have been an issues. I thought he was going to be really good for Georgia when he transferred from Missouri. Just never quite materialized for him. Maybe it was some of the passing offense stuff in the end. So Dominic Lovett off the board to the Detroit Lions. They had another wide receiver here in the 7th round. The Commanders pick is now in at 245. 245. The pick is in for the Washington Commanders here. So 245 selection. They're showing, I hate when they show day one highlights. Like, come on, man, we're at 245. Let's do some sicko stuff, networks. Love it. 6th round grade, by the way. Drops have been an issue at times. Topped 60 yards once this year, and that was an issue. A lot of screen stuff, too, for him, which is maybe in a different offense, he's a bit more maximized there. So 245, the Commanders. 246, the Giants. 247, the Cowboys will then be on the clock here as we get set up for the 7th round. Final couple of picks here. Only a handful of picks after the Cowboys make their selection. Only a couple left here. So we got all the coverage you could ever want here on the Cowboys Report. Make sure you guys are subbed. Please and thank you. We appreciate that. Last calls. I'll check it after the Cowboys pick him. I don't want to get spoiled with a tweet or something. Last call for the Venmo 50-50 raffles. Take home before I turned my phone away and didn't look at anything. Was 220 is the current take home. So exciting times on that front. A running back is off the board. My best available, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, who has one of the more unique stories in this year's class. He spent 4 years at Alabama State, 1 year at New Mexico, and 1 game at Arizona. He had 13 carries for 106 yards, a touchdown as well. But the NCAA was confused as to whether or not he was actually eligible. There was disagreement over how many games he played back in 2019. I think he got screwed in the end. I think in a Shanahan scheme, let this man cook. He's 5'10", 206. He was very productive this year. Makes guys miss. Just didn't get to play this much this past year. Non-combine invite, zone-heavy runner. Bilal Powell, CJ Spiller, athletic comps are what I have there for Jacory Krosky-Merritt. Nice pick by the Commanders, just inside my top 200. Corey Black, the cornerback from Oklahoma State, is also off the board. So I'm going to get that cleared on my tracker, and then I'm going to turn around real quick because the Cowboys are on the clock at 2-4. I'm waiting for the pick is in, but I'm sure it's in. 2:47. The final Dallas Cowboys draft pick is about to arrive at 2:47 overall. Is it Shiloh? Why for yes and for now? Would anyone be surprised if it was Shiloh Sanders? Would anyone be surprised? Or Maxon Hook, I think would be a good pick out of Toledo if you want a safety. Or it's someone I don't know and we don't even bother with the short, and I get sad boy stuff. So Cowboys pick is in at 2:47 here, or I assume it's in. I actually haven't seen that for certain. Corey Black at Oklahoma State just went to the New York Football Giants. I kind of like their classes here, I'll be honest. Ambry Thomas, athletic comp. That is the younger brother, by the way, of 5-star corner Kobe Black at Texas. So keep an eye on him out in 2 years. Played a bit as a true freshman there. Kind of a boomer bust player, a little feast or famine at times. Makes some nice plays, gives up some nice plays. Give and take on that front there. So if you see the pick come in before me, by the way, just tell me to turn around. But I know it's not. Pick is in, so now I'm going to turn around. Cowboys' final selection of the, I assume, of the 2024 NFL Draft is about to unfold. They have taken 9, correct? Because they traded 1. So 9 picks. That leaves a handful of undrafted free agency spots left for the Cowboys to pursue players. The final 7th round, we assume, selection is about to arrive for the Dallas Cowboys. We'll do the turnaround, instant reaction style. And Chris, you'll have it push this time, right? No more hot seat stuff for you. No more hot seat stuff. Any word on it yet? Oh, come on, Sam. All right, Cowboys. I mean, I can't have it be spoiled for me because I think I turn around, it's going to be there. Cowboys pick is in. There's a handful of picks left for the Dallas Cowboys, awaiting the selection here. Let's see. Is it Shiloh? Y for yes, N for now. Would anyone be surprised at all if it was Shiloh Sanders? Saying it for months. It'll be a 7th round pick. The last pick by the Cowboys or undrafted free agent. Saying it for a while. Any word yet? No? Okay, that's fine. Cowboys final pick. Game plan here, by the way, is we'll do a full cut for these 2 7th rounders. Then we'll do the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Then we will do the rookie jersey raffle. Then we'll probably sign off officially. The picks might be over by then anyway, / close to it. And then we will do draft grades for the Cowboys tonight as well. So lots of coverage still to come on the Cowboys Report for all of the Dallas Cowboys selections. So lots of grades to get to, folks. Lots of grades. Any word? Man, really? Is Giants in with Sam yet? Man, sad. You get to look at the back of my neck and head again. It's unfortunate. Nice and trimmed up back there. Keep it short. Looks better from the front than it does the back. Right, guys? Okay, so Giants pick, which we knew was in. It's Corey Black. And then we wait for the Cowboys pick to be in. Graphically. Is it on screen yet? Why do you take so long? Come on. Why do you take so long? And no one leaks it because they just don't care anymore. All right, Cowboys pick has been in. Need sand to put it in then. Okay. Seventh rounder, the likely final pick here for the Dallas Cowboys is coming up. 3 seventh rounders, one early, one in the middle, and one late. Funny how that all turns out, doesn't it, Chris? Funny how that one turns out. All right, Chris has it set up. We will turn around here momentarily, do our instant gut boys to, in theory, wrap up their 2025 NFL Draft. All set? All right, pick is Tommy. Oh, I had the pronunciation. I think. It is Tommy Akinbasote. Tommy Akinbasote. I didn't do notes on him. We won't do this one as a short. Another defensive tackle for the Dallas Cowboys. He was like the 7th guy I was gonna eventually do notes for at defensive tackle. 42nd on Dane's list. I didn't do a lot on him. It's unfortunate for me, frankly. So I think that's L's in the chat. I think it's a shot because I did it for the Cowboys. It is Akinbasote, though. Is how you pronounce it. Shrine Bowl guy, by the way. So Cowboys got a close look at him there. Dane had him at 42. It's just like, made the switch late. Got the Dane quote. I don't know what's up the background, though, but got the Dane quote. Cheers. Excuse me. All right, let me get a couple things up here then for this one. L's in the chat for your boy, folks. All right. Yeah, now we're ready to do them. There's only room for one Tom on the Cowboys. Kidding. Happy for the kid. All right, we'll get set up here. Let's get the 8. Get the 8. Let me refresh. We definitely have some entries here. Michael Castillo is in. I'm going to get caught up on that here, too. Yeah, you're good. Grade the pick. Or if you heard of him, why free yes then for now. Nandor is in again, too. Says, good draft. Thank you, Nandor. Jack is in as well. Connor Colby, that is a textbook Niners pick there in the 7th round. I love that one. That's a good one. All right, I'm all set here when you are, Chris. What a day, what a day, what a day. They always take one I didn't do notes on. Always take one. Makes me sad. Makes me super sad. Oh, well. Not the end of the world in the end. So, Akinbasote is the 7th rounder out of Maryland. We will break down the Phil Maffa pick and the Tommy Akinbasote from Maryland selection. Soon as producer Chris gives me the all clear, as I get a little burpee from the shot there, apparently. We'll break that down here. The Maryland defensive tackle, one of the final picks in the 7th round. The Cowboys draft is wrapped up. 239 overall for Phil Maffa, 247 for Tommy Akinbasote. The 7th round picks to wrap up the Dallas Cowboys 2025 NFL Draft are in. We assume there will be no trades up in the final 7 picks this year. 2 selections made. We'll break them both down. We'll have full grades available tonight, by the way, so make sure you guys are subscribed. First up is Phil Maffa, the running back out of Clemson. This is a very different style of player than Jaden Blue, who's fast and undersized. Phil Maffa is almost 6'1", 234 pounds. That's a big boy. That is a power runner, a bruiser who brings you the early down run stuff that Jaden Blue might not bring you and doesn't offer the explosive plays and the pass catching that Jaden Blue does offer. So very different styles there for the Dallas Cowboys. And then Tommy Akinbasote is how you pronounce that one, the defensive tackle out of Maryland, who Dane, by the way, full disclosure, I did not do draft notes on Akinbaso Tay, so you can type L in the chat if you need to. Dane Brugler, who is the best at this stuff, had him as his 42nd ranked defensive tackle. I only got to, when I was doing all my draft study, I got to 35 defensive tackles, one of which was Desmond Watson. I knew he was not going to get drafted, but like he had to do it. So, seventh rounders, it's low value, low investment. You don't have to spend premium picks. You don't have to crash out over them. I got no complaints. I will never go lower than a C on one of these grades. But do you like the picks? Y for yes, N for no. It is the pinned comments on today's video. Let me know how you feel about these selections. Y for yes, N for no. If you liked the picks, it is the pinned comment. If the ad comes here on YouTube, it's fine. Take advantage of it. Head down there and let me know. Let's spend time discussing Phil Maffa here, whose first name is technically Phil Caesar, by the way, which I think is actually kind of fun there. This is just a big running back. 6 foot 5/8 inches, 234 pounds. That's a big boy right there. That's a big, big runner. 216 carries, 1,115 yards, 5.2 on the average, 8 touchdowns for the Clemson running back. This is a bruiser for me. His frame and size means he should be able to grow in pass protection, but he's simply not there yet right now. Has done some zone, done some gap stuff there. He is the cousin of Smile Mondin, who was a linebacker from Georgia in this class. I think he's going to have to showcase special teams value to make this Cowboys roster. I don't think he's a good enough pure runner, even compared to like a Miles Sanders, Javonte Williams, to earn it. But if he can help on special teams, he hasn't done much. That is how he ends up carving out a roster spot for this team. He has the same build as Deonta Foreman. I don't think he has the same level of athletic juice. Good increase in production each year, though, which I like to see. I want to see get better and better and better and better. Again, big guy, size. He will fight for yardage. Doesn't fear contact. He's not like a skittish runner at all. 1 career fumble. This is, if I tell you, picture a 6'1", 234-pound back, how does he play? He plays like this. He plays like that. So he joins Jaden Blue as day 3 picks. The Cowboys do indeed double dip at the running back position here. Again, no testing. I'll come back to the negatives here in a little bit. No testing. The shoulder injury was a factor, but I don't think it was going to be a reason why he went there. The shoulder actually did make me drop him a little bit because he needed surgery for that one. Today's show and our 2025 NFL Draft coverage is made possible by Mando. Spring is in the air, which means I get to golf again. I love to walk, not ride 18 holes, and Mando whole body deodorant helps keep me fresh from head to toe. Golf balls aren't the only ones that need to be kept clean, after all. And Mando's is clinically proven to block odor all day and control odor for up to 72 hours. Mando's starter pack is perfect for new customers. It comes with a solid stick deodorant, which is what I showed earlier, cream tube deodorant, 2 free products of your choice like the mini body wash and deodorant wipes, and free shipping because it's 2025. Who wants to pay for shipping? As a special offer for you guys, new customers get $5 off a starter pack with our exclusive code. That's over 40% off a starter pack when you use code CHAT at shopmando.com. That's SHOPMANDO.com. Shopmando. Support our show. Tell them we sent you. Smell fresher, stay drier, and boost your confidence from head to toe with Mando. Links in the comments and the description of today's show at shopmando.com. Promo code CHAT. Some negative sides, why I had a 7th round grade on him. The shoulder was one of them. It bothered him all year. He played through it. I'll give him credit for that. I think he had to have surgery postseason. That's kind of what Dabo Sweeney had implied. No athletic testing. I don't think it was going to be very good athletic testing had he even done it. I don't foresee a lot of impact in the passing game. He's basically averaged 5 yards per catch the past 2 years in the passing game. That's not – he averaged more on the ground. That's kind of a red flag for production guys there. Doesn't really offer a lot of after contact stuff too. It dipped this year. It was only 3-ish yards per carry. It's the lack of the big play ability. The home run ability isn't there for Phil Maffa, which is okay. It's not the end of the world. He's just a power runner in the end. So grade the pick of Phil Maffa, A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. Grade that pick of the Clemson running back, Phil Maffa. Look, I won't spend as much time on elite name, by the way, Tommy Akinbasote. I will not attempt the first name. There's a lot of vowels in that I don't really know how to say. Was a basketball player growing up. I did not do draft notes on Akinbasote, so just like he never really popped for me on film at Maryland. The production was never really there. 32 tackles, 5 TFLs, 1 sack. He did flashed a little bit in terms of the pressure rates. You needed bodies. I thought he played well against Penn State actually in the season. He had a couple pressures in that particular game. The athletic testing was okay. 509 40-yard dash was relatively solid out of Maryland. That was actually faster than what I think people thought it was going to be initially. A 6.55 on the relative athletic score. The shuttle time was not very good at 4.76. The vert, the broad weren't great. He's got long arms, 33.5-inch arms too. 6'3 and 3/4, 306. I kind of think he's going to be a 3 technique option. Developmental piece on that side of the ball. Elite name in Tommy Akinbasote. The note from Dane, then we'll wrap this one up here, Chris. Because Dane studied him, I did not, so I'll give Dane the credit here. Overall, Akinbasote has unquestionable talent, especially for his size, but was more of a cog in the machine than a difference maker that jumped off the tape or the stat sheet. This might be a practice squatter for you. That's what this might end up being. We will have full draft grades for you guys here on the channel later tonight. UDFAs tomorrow, I would assume. If not, maybe a little bit earlier. Hit that sub button, youtube.com/@CowboysTV. Took a guy named Tommy. That's pretty cool. I'll recap some of the picks here. I think we are good on the Venmo 50-50 raffles. I believe we're all caught up there, Chris, so we can do that one. Also, the Patriots drafted a long snapper. Bill Belichick's running the team again. What are we doing out here? Recent picks. I got to get caught up on the other ones there. Oh, that's a fun one. Let me get the pronunciation here. UCLA, as Chris can just get the raffle set up here because we're caught up there. Moliki Matavau, the tight end out of UCLA. Mo Matavau. Traits to become a good blocker, but the production was not particularly good. I had him as a 6th round grade for the UCLA tight end. Let me take him off the board on that one. Let's see. What are the picks have come in here so far? Connor Colby. That is a flawless scheme fit. Like, he can just do outside zone stuff, and the Niners are going to run a bunch of outside zones. So, like that fit on that one for the 49ers in the 7th round. We'll go back to back on the raffles here too, because I got to feel like a mother again here, unfortunately. John Williams out of Cincinnati, who I think he began his career at Wisconsin. I think not the conductor. I thought he began his career at Wisconsin. I'd be wrong, or maybe I'm mixing up. That was Kandra. That was Luke Kandra. Disregard. Didn't have him graded. The 3rd best option there in the end. So, other picks here. The long snapper, Julian Ashby. Junior Bergen did not do. Zeke Biggers, Fadil Diggs. Back-to-back picks. You bring yourself up here because I really got to pee. So, I'm sorry. We're going to have to hold off here. I'm not going to make it. There's no way I make it. Yeah, do you just want to bring yourself up for the raffle? And I'll just sprint and come back, and then I'll award the winner here. Take home, by the way, is $250. $250 is the Venmo 50-50 raffle take home. So, yeah, just do it just like that. That's perfect. Once you just take me off there. So, I'm going to disappear. Chris will come back on here. He'll announce the raffle. I'll come back for the final couple picks because I just can't do it. Every 50 is a beer bong while I'm gone, too. $50 super chat. So, Chris, take it away. Venmo winner gets $250, by the way. L3's wrong. I want to change that. $250.
$250?
$250. Be back in a minute, folks. Let's get this
Well,
thing out.
It's half of 26.
Yeah, but it's $20 to enter. 25 entries. 200. At 20 each. 10. It's $250. $20 then go to enter.
Okay, hashtag math.
Yeah, hashtag real math.
All right. Here we go. We'll start it up here in 3, 2, 1. If you guys don't know where I'm at the top of the screen up here, top right. It's kind of the only way we could do it. The other little graphic would have had me behind the screen here. We got Michael Johnson in the early lead here. Donald Trump duck down low. Little Panda duck down low with Roy Lee. Purple duck up high. We got like chicken pox duck here. It's tight, 30 seconds through. Logan Boyd making a little run here. Roy Lee. Jerry Julius as well with the Donald Trump duck. Oh, they're both falling behind. Logan Boyd, Richard up front. 12 seconds to go. Logan, Jack up top. He's going to take the lead for a second. But Braden Spray out of nowhere with the Chef Ramsay duck. Braden Spray takes it home. What an incredible race here. Tom couldn't get back in a minute. Let's go. I got this written down over here, so when Tom gets back, I will make sure that he knows and we will get that Venmo sent back to you, Braden. I'll get some other little draft graphics back up here for us. Braden came through with the win.
Gotcha, Braden. Sorry I couldn't hold it, everybody. I'm a loser. Sorry I couldn't hold it, folks. I'm a loser. There we go. All right. So Braden wins. Get him pulled up here. Congratulations, Braden. So he wins $250. Paying you right now, Braden. Boom, there we go. Now we will do the jersey giveaway, the rookie jersey giveaway here on the Cowboys Report. I have a couple more we have to add here because we haven't gotten all the supers. Shout out Johnny No Pulse wanted. I'll just read off these supers. We're kind of getting tight on time here. Johnny No Pulse wanted Desmond Watson. Sorry. Gascano, who is into the raffle entry here. I got him in there. Number one position, the Cowboys need to be concerned with improving their remaining picks. They're not setting themselves up to draft Manning, guys. You're too good at. They're too good at that. They're too good at football still. It's the 7th round. Improve your depth. Go sign or trade for a receiver is what you should do right now. Randolph Parsons was a concern with Isaiah Bond. He has a sexual assault charge against him currently. So, clap your. It's not bum. It's BM. It's clap your BM. Still dirty, but whatever. Best free agents at running back, wide receiver. Might. I mean, you can go with J.K. Dobbins. Bring him in. Be mad at that one. John, the stench of trade must be for a wide receiver. Maybe. That's what I would consider there. That's what I would strongly pursue in the end. So recent picks here. Zeke Biggers, Fadil Diggs are off the boards. That was another top 150 player for me. So calling that one a win. Zeke Biggers is gone. All set, Chris? All right, this is for the rookie jersey today. Let's race. 3, 2, 1 with the Patriots' final pick for Mr. Irrelevant coming in shortly. Monkey Gamer takes the early lead on that one. Let's see. 40 seconds left here. Jose in first, OJC right there as well. Jose Ruiz, Michael Walden, OJC, all right there in contention here. The final pick is Kobe, probably a minor, out of Memphis. I couldn't resist. OJC's got the top 2 Ducks right now. Top 3 Ducks, but they're slowing down. 5 seconds left. It's Grant. Grant comes out on top. Grant Prokopis, who had the early $100 super chat today. Grant, please email me, tom@chatsports.com. tom@chatsports.com. Nandor and Jerry, I'll send you messages on Venmo to get your shipping and jersey and everything else on that front there. Appreciate that. The pick is Kobe Minor out of Memphis. I thought the second best corner named Kobe in this class. With UDFAs already trickling in for some. We will have grades available for you here on the channel in just a little bit. So don't miss out. Hit that sub button, youtube.com/CowboysTV. I appreciate every single person who stuck around and tuned in. You guys are awesome. Hit that sub button, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for UDFAs and tonight for draft grades as well.